Chapter 749. Just when Kong Lan didn't know what to say, Ling Xiao said, "Uncle Daoan, there was a misunderstanding just now, but I didn't know he was your martial nephew." How about? Forget it, I apologize to Brother Kong here. Although Daoan didn't know what had happened, he could roughly guess what had happened after hearing Ling Xiao's words. The disciples of the spiritual martial pavilion had all developed an arrogant attitude towards others. It was probably because they had offended Ling Xiao and were taught a lesson by Ling Xiao. They wanted to ask him for help. Daoan frowned and said, "It's inevitable for young people to be competitive. Young Master Ling, give Uncle Daoan some face and let it go." On the surface, Daoan was speaking up for Kong Lan, but in reality he was protecting Ling Xiao's face. What he meant was, for my sake, don't make things difficult for Kong Lan. If it was someone else who bullied the people of the spiritual martial pavilion, it would be strange if Daoan was so kind. However, Ling Xiao was the disciple of his benefactor, the evil emperor. Daoan was also a man who valued friendship and righteousness, so he naturally stood on Ling Xiao's side. "Uncle Daoan, you're too serious. I don't have any grudges with Brother Kong, so of course there's nothing. Let's go inside, I've already ordered people to prepare a banquet. If there's anything, let's talk inside." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Thus, the group once again returned to the main hall. Kong Lan naturally wouldn't be so thick-skinned to enter again. He and his guard elder could only leave with incomparable resentment. However, not long after they left, someone immediately found them. "Are the two of you from the spiritual martial pavilion?" A middle-aged man bowed slightly in front of Kong Lan and the half-step emperor. This middle-aged man looked ordinary, but he had the strength of a high-level Empyrean. The half-step emperor blocked in front of Kong Lan and asked, "Who are you? You know we're from the spiritual martial pavilion, but you still dare to block our way. Please move, my lord has something to discuss with you too." The middle-aged man took out a token and whispered. The quasi-emperor glanced at the token and instantly understood who it was. He immediately turned around and whispered something to Kong Lan. There was some hesitation in Kong Lan's eyes, but she finally nodded and followed the middle-aged man to the newly built inn in the city. In one of the guest rooms of the inn, there were already two people waiting for Kong Lan. One of them was an old man, and the other was a young woman. The old man's aura was restrained, and his eyes were deep. The woman's face was gorgeous, and her white hair was especially eye-catching. They were none other than Gu Xing and Gu Xiaohe from the Gu family. They had already snuck into the city for a few days. Gu Xing originally wanted to kill his way into the city lord's mansion, but he calmed down after recalling the deaths of the ancient Ming and the others. He had sent people to gather information on Ling Xiao after he arrived at Wind Cloud City, and he was shocked. It turned out that Ling Xiao's strength was no longer at the earthly sovereign realm, but a high-level heavenly venerate. Not long ago, he fought against 10,000 people alone and killed a true mystic emperor, for half-sovereigns, and many heavenly venerates and earthly sovereigns. That battle had been confirmed by many people, and Gu Xing had no choice but to believe it. He also felt that the ancient Ming and the others had fallen to Ling Xiao's evil hands. It was only now that he had truly taken Ling Xiao's existence seriously. It turned out that a nobody that he could crush with one hand was now a threat to him. He deeply regretted that he didn't crush Ling Xiao himself all those years ago. Now, he had become a nuisance. In addition to Ling Xiao's formidable strength, there seemed to be two emperor-ranked powerhouses in the group, as well as a large number of mercenaries. Therefore, Gu Xing could only bide his time and think of the best solution. Now that Ling Xiao had matured, unless he returned to the family and summoned more mystic emperors, there was nothing he could do to him. But then, where would he put his old face? He had already boasted in front of his juniors that he would bring back Ling Xiao's head. He had contacted the Assassins organization, but there had been no response. This made him even more anxious. The Gu family kept an eye on the city lord's residence every day. He wanted to know how many experts there were in Ling Xiao's residence and what kind of people came and went. Therefore, he paid attention to Kong Lan today. At the Enlightenment Pond, he remembered that she was a disciple of the martial spirit court. When Ling Xiao and the others invited everyone in except Kong Lan and a few others, he realized that he had an ally he could rope in. It had to be said that Gu Xing was a wily old fox. Kong Lan once again returned to her identity as a disciple of the martial spirit court. She looked at Gu Xing and Gu Xiaohe with cold arrogance. "Speak, what business do you have with us?" Gu Xing smiled. "If I remember correctly, you should be Brother Han Qian's disciple." Kong Lan did not expect Gu Xing to know his master. Her attitude softened. "That's right, Han Qian is my master. I wonder what old Master Gu wants?" From the moment he saw the token, Kong Lan knew that this was a member of the Gu family. He also remembered seeing Gu Xing at the Enlightenment Pond, but he did not have a deep impression of him. Gu Xing smiled faintly. "Your master and I can be considered old friends, so I'll call you Martial Nephew." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Did you suffer a loss in the city lord's mansion?" Kong Lan's expression immediately turned ugly. "Old Master Gu, what do you mean?" Gu Xing pressed his hand down. "Don't be angry. I'm just asking if you want to get back at them." This time, Kong Lan and his half-emperor guards understood Gu Xing's meaning. They all thought of the 3 words, ancient killing token. "Old Master Gu, forgive me for not being able to help you," Kong Lan said, then turned around to leave with his men. Gu Xing laughed. "I thought that senior brother Han Qian's disciple would be a bit angry, but I didn't expect him to be a coward. Let's just pretend that we never met today." Kong Lan instantly stopped in his tracks. The guard elder beside him pulled on his sleeve and said, "Let's go." Gu Xing's words were obviously meant to provoke him. However, this move was effective against Kong Lan. As one of the best true disciples of the spiritual martial pavilion, Kong Lan naturally had a proud character. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach the Sky Sovereign realm at the age of a few decades. If he left with his tail between his legs, then the humiliation that Ling Xiao had given him would become a demon in his heart, hindering his future advancement. "Old Master Gu, what are you going to do? There is an emperor in Ling Xiao's mansion, and my senior uncle Daoan seems to have a good relationship with him. The few of us can't deal with him." Kong Lan turned around and said bluntly. He hated Ling Xiao to the core, hated the humiliation that Ling Xiao had given him today, and he had to wash away his humiliation. The only way was to make Ling Xiao disappear from this world. Gu Xing revealed a triumphant smile. "Of course we can't deal with him, but we can't fight him with force, but we can outsmart him." "Old Master Gu, what brilliant plan do you have?" Kong Lan revealed a look of eagerness, his eyes showing that his plan had succeeded. As time passed, the day of the auction drew closer and closer. Bu Qing, who had come to the city lord's mansion a few days ago, had already left. She had wanted to seduce Ling Xiao into selling the Spring of Life and the half-step sacred artifact to her in advance, but as soon as she arrived at the city lord's mansion, she was defeated. In the end, she could only resign herself to fate and go to the auction to see if she could get it. As for Dongfang Jing, she could not accept that Ling Xiao had so many beautiful women, so she did not stay in the city lord's mansion and brought her family to stay outside. She had to think about it calmly, whether she, the little princess of the Dongfang family, was willing to be someone's concubine. The more outstanding Ling Xiao was, the more she wanted to conquer such a man. However, in this situation she had to change her strategy. She had to think about what she really wanted. Was it for the interests of the family, or for her future? These days, Daoan and his 2 friends stayed in the city lord's mansion. As the host, Ling Xiao naturally accompanied them. At the same time, he thought about the situation of his 2 brothers, Hua Xiaogui and Tangguoda. The 2 of them had long been arranged by Xian Yao to go to the spirit martial city. After all these years, they had not had any contact and were rather worried about them. It was just that Daoan and the other 2 the arch-stage martial experts had never heard of their names. Back then, Xian Yao had said that Hua Xiaogui and Tangguoda's opportunities were in the spirit martial city. After all these years, they should have made some progress. Why didn't they attract any attention? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, Daoan was also a good friend. He promised Ling Xiao that when he returned to the spirit martial city, he would help him keep an eye on the 2 of them. Once there was any news, he would send someone to inform him. Only then did Ling Xiao feel slightly relieved. For Daoan's promise, Ling Xiao took out 3 drops of Spring of Life and wanted to give them to Daoan and the other 2 mystic thearchs. The 3 of them did not expect Ling Xiao to be so generous. This spring of life could be considered a rare encounter in 10,000 years. It was abnormally precious to them. The three of them did not decline. However, they were also embarrassed to take Ling Xiao's money for free. They took out many good things to trade with Ling Xiao. At the same time, they also said some polite words. For example, they said that they would definitely treat Ling Xiao well when he visited the Spirit Martial Pavilion. Ling Xiao was purely trying to make friends with a few experts to avoid future conflicts with the Spirit Martial Pavilion. The #1 pavilion in the central region had existed for tens of thousands of years. There would definitely be experts like Elder Han in there. It was best not to offend them if possible. What he needed now was a stable opportunity to develop himself. One day, when he became a saint, he would truly have nothing to worry about. The day of the auction had finally arrived. Forces from all over the central region rushed over, and Wind Cloud City became extremely lively for a time. The auction had yet to begin, but Wind Cloud City had already become a famous city in the central region. This was the first auction in Wind Cloud City. Ling Xiao and the others would naturally be there to watch this grand event. As it was her first time acting as an auctioneer, Yao Qingmin was extremely excited. However, she also knew the importance of this auction. Naturally, she would give 120% to face this challenge. She did not know that because of this auction, she would become the chief auctioneer of Wind Cloud City. She would also become the most popular auctioneer in the central region. Chapter 750. On the day of the auction, the sky was clear and blue. It was a sunny day that made people feel that it was incomparably cheerful. The auction house was built in the center of Wind Cloud City, occupying the square on the ground. It was built in an extremely beautiful and grand manner, like a castle. The auction had not yet begun, but many warriors had already gathered in the open space at the entrance. These martial artists were all discussing this grand event in low voices. I didn't expect that Hell City would reopen one day, and that so many people would gather here. It's not inferior to the auction held by the 18 major forces. That's right. It seems that City Lord Ling Xiao really intends to take root here. I wonder if the Black Demon sect will sit back and watch it develop. That's hard to say. If the Black Demon sect really wants to take over Wind Cloud City, then everything City Lord Ling Xiao has done will go down the drain. Who said it wasn't? However, I heard from the City Lord's mansion that a few days ago, a lord from the Spirit Martial Pavilion stayed in the City Lord's mansion. Does this mean that City Lord Ling Xiao has some kind of relationship with the Spirit Martial Pavilion? Let's not talk about this. I heard that there are many rare and precious things in this auction. That's why so many people have come. If there's a chance, we must go in and take a look. The entrance fee is so expensive. Each person needs at least 500 mid-grade Xian crystals, and the private rooms need to be at least 10,000 mid-grade Xian crystals. Moreover, only people with status can book them. As time passed, the auction finally began. Ling Xiao and the others were already in a private room, watching everything that was happening. Looking at the noisy scene, Ling Xiao felt very proud. He finally had his own territory and income. He was filled with lofty sentiments, and he was determined to properly protect this foundation that he had obtained with great difficulty. It would definitely exist in the central territory for a long time. Ling Xiao turned to Xian Yao and asked, "Fraud, you recommended that girl Qingmin to be the auctioneer. Will there be any trouble?" Yao Qingmin's careless personality was already deeply ingrained in Ling Xiao's mind, and he was always a little worried. Xian Yao lightly waved his white paper fan and said with a faint smile, "Although Miss Qingmin's personality is a little strange, she is lively and bold, and does not lack humor. No one is more suitable for this position than her." Hearing Xian Yao's certainty, Ling Xiao didn't say anything more. He immediately changed the topic and said, "Now that the auction has been built, with the start of this auction, it must be held once a month in the future. I can't bring so many good things to auction every month." Most of the items in this auction were Ling Xiao's treasures over the years. Although it was only a small portion, it was enough to make him feel heartache. If he continued to provide for them in the long run, he would become a pauper sooner or later. This was not the result that Ling Xiao wanted. Xian Yao faintly smiled and said, "Now that Vanguard and the others have joined, Are you afraid that there won't be anything to auction? Furthermore, we have made a name for ourselves this time, and there will be many mercenaries who will take out their things for us to auction. These are not problems, and the scale of the auction doesn't need to be so big. It's already very good to have such a grand event once or twice a year. Ling Xiao said, that's for the best, but we are a little lacking in pills and spirit artifacts. Although this young master can refine a lot of pills to auction, this young master also needs to cultivate, so I don't have that much time to do this. Furthermore, I don't know anything about artifact forging, so what should I do? At this point, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guigua. If they had succeeded in their studies, they would have been able to help him with these things. As for Han Kai, although he was a saint alchemist, it would be a bit beneath his status to let him take action. In the end, Ling Xiao still felt that he lacked good helpers by his side. There's no need to worry about that. With young master's current reputation, there will definitely be some capable people who will come to join us. When the time comes, everything will be resolved. Let's take a look at the auction first, Xian Yao said calmly. At this time, the auction had truly begun. Hidden auras could be sensed from nearly 30 private rooms. According to the information Ling Xiao had received, there were 7 or 8 major forces in these private rooms. Nearly half of the major forces had already arrived here. This lineup was not to be feared. Moreover, the forces and strength of the people in the other private rooms were not ordinary. Ordinary warriors could not afford to provoke them. In the hall that could accommodate thousands of people, all the cultivators sitting were powerful cultivators. Those who didn't have any profound crystals would be too embarrassed to enter. As the auctioneer, Yao Qingmin appeared. She was wearing a cyan satin dress that outlined her voluptuous figure vividly and vividly. Coupled with her pretty and delicate face, it gave people a soul-stirring and wonderful visual impact. Her beautiful eyes exuded a pure and unpretentious charm. As she walked gracefully, her posture was as graceful as a snake. The dual charm of purity and charm was displayed on her body, causing her to become the focus of the entire audience. She claimed to be the #1 beauty of the central region, and it was not without reason. All the male cultivators present were staring at her in shock. From this, it could be seen that his reputation was not undeserved. But just as everyone was looking at Yao Qingmin in a daze, her footsteps suddenly staggered, and her body was actually about to fall to the side. Everyone could not help bursting into an uproar. Many people wanted to fly out from their seats and catch this peerlessly beautiful stunner. In the private room, Ling Xiao's heart was already leaping to his throat. Crap, I'm going to make a fool of myself. Ling Xiao could not help exclaiming. But the next instant, Yao Qingmin made an astonishing performance. Only to see that when her body was about to fall to the side, her body was like a light breeze floating, and also as agile as a beautiful butterfly dancing lightly. She spun her body lightly, her tender arms lightly dancing, her movements extremely strangely elegant and flirtatious, as if there was a gentle breeze blowing over. It was so enchanting and dazzling, so astonishing. No idea who was the first to exclaim, "So beautiful, so beautiful." Is she the auctioneer? Why is she so beautiful? It would be great if she could be my wife. Go, how can you touch such a beauty? Look at the animals around you. Which one of them isn't more thirsty than you? You don't even need to think about it. I really didn't expect this Ling Xiao to have some ability to actually be able to use such a beauty as an auctioneer. What a waste of a heavenly gift. If it was me, I would definitely keep her in my private room and pamper her every night. Do you think everyone is as impatient as you? After Yao Qingmin danced a few times, she lightly stroked her chest and turned her head to look at the martial artists participating in the auction. She revealed a lovely smile and said in a voice that was like an oriole's, "Hee hee, seeing all of you so powerful people here, my legs have gone soft from fear. I'm really sorry." The moment she said this, everyone present immediately burst into laughter. They looked at this beautiful and somewhat pure and cute woman, and could not bear to be angry. "Little beauty, don't be afraid, we're not hungry wolves, we won't eat people. That's right, don't be afraid, we all think highly of you. When the auction is over, This young master will give you a few sets of exquisite clothes. Alright, let's start quickly. We can't wait any longer, let's see what good stuff there is. Yao Qingmin thought to herself, I almost smelled it big. I can't let young master down, I can't let them look down on me. Yao Qingmin calmed down and revealed a charming smile. I am the auctioneer of this auction, everyone can call me Yao Yao. First of all, on behalf of everyone in Wind Cloud City, I would like to welcome all of you to take time out of your busy schedule to participate in this auction. Yao Yao hopes that all of you can return with a full load. Next, we will auction the first spirit item of this auction. After Yao Qingmin regained her confidence, her personality of adjusting the atmosphere also returned. Her beautiful voice and cute and beautiful appearance caused everyone present to focus their attention on her. Many martial artists, in order to show off their wealth, began to compete fiercely. From time to time, Yao Qingmin would make a few coquettish sounds at someone who had shouted a high price. This lord is so bold. Her words simply took the lives of many male martial artists. Which man didn't want to be praised and paid attention to by a beauty? They became excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. As the auction progressed, the climax came one after another. The price of the auction was also much better than expected. This was all thanks to Yao Qingmin's outstanding performance. Ling Xiao, who was in the private room, also heaved a heavy sigh of relief. This silly girl really makes people worry. Xian Yao chuckled and said, this profession is the most suitable for her. However, young master, your troubles might also follow. The more charming and moving Yao Qingmin was, the easier it was to attract the attention of those animals. Therefore, it could be foreseen that in the future, there would definitely be many young talents coming to pursue Yao Qingmin. This matter also made Ling Xiao feel a little angry. He almost didn't want Yao Qingmin to be the auctioneer anymore. The auction was getting closer and closer to the end. The treasures kept coming one after another, causing everyone present to feel that this trip was not in vain. They all sighed to themselves, if I had known earlier, I would have brought more Xian crystals out from the sect. There are too many treasures in this auction. If it starts again next month, I must come and bid again. In the end, when the top-grade Emperor Xian Dan appeared, the auction reached its climax. In the end, it was auctioned off by a certain great power for 100 million high-grade Xian crystals. These mystic crystals were worth it compared to having a real mystic the Arch. As for the Spring of Life and a half-rank sacred artifact, they were the last items to appear. The prices they were auctioned off were even more shocking. In the end, the Spring of Life was auctioned off by the Dongfang family, and the half-rank sacred artifact was taken by the Bu family. The auction ended in the most perfect manner, causing the Wind Cloud City's auction to become a hit. This also caused every auction in the future to be extremely popular, causing Ling Xiao's wealth to accumulate rapidly. After a day of intense bidding, the auction came to an end. And a new round of conspiracies aimed at capturing and killing Ling Xiao also followed. Chapter 751. Wind Cloud City was not far from the Death Mountain range. Ordinary martial artists only needed 2 days to get there. Powerful martial artists only needed half a day to fly there. This was the reason why there were so many martial artists staying in Wind Cloud City all these years. After all, there were many rare treasures in the Death Mountain range. There were even rumors of people digging out crystal mines there. Unfortunately, they were mercilessly taken over by the Black Demon sect. This also caused many martial artists to think that they were lucky and wander around the periphery of the Death Mountain range. They all thought that one day, they would be lucky enough to obtain some high-grade rare herbs or crystal mines. Then they would be rich. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. Martial artists who were not strong enough would become the stomachs of the spirit beasts if they trespassed. Because there were many spirit beasts in the Death Mountain range, unless one was strong or not a strong mercenary team, no one dared to enter. The snake-mouth black crows had the most number of spirit beasts in the Death Mountain range. They were all 5th-tier upper-tier spirit beasts. To martial artists, they were only equivalent to upper-tier Earth sovereigns. They weren't too scary, but what was scary was their numbers. Ordinary snake-mouth black crows had thousands or even tens of thousands of them. Once they were provoked, Even a mystic the Arch could only run for his life. Because their collective attack power was extremely terrifying, and their speed was extremely fast, ordinary martial artists would avoid them. They lived in a place called Black Mountain Ridge in the Death Mountain Range. This was a place where black iron trees grew. Black iron trees were an important material for refining weapons. They were the favorite habitat of the snake-mouth black crows. In this pitch-black area, the cries of black crows could be heard. It was so ear-piercing that it made people feel strange and terrified. Snake-beak black crows, each of them was about the size of a human. Their beaks were as strong as a snake's, flat like a triangle, unlike the pointed beaks of ordinary crows, which looked very strange. Other than that, they were no different from ordinary crows, with pitch-black feathers, sharp eyes, and fierce claws. This place was rarely visited by humans, but now someone appeared here. This person was wrapped in a set of black armor, and layers of black mist constantly lingered around him. He also wore a mask on his face, revealing only his corn-like eyes and a high-curved nose. This person was dressed strangely, but from the attribute aura he exuded, one could tell that he was a dark attribute martial artist. His aura was very similar to the snakebeak black crow's dark attribute aura. When he stepped in, the snakebeak black crows on the black iron trees didn't immediately attack. However, as he walked deeper into the forest, a strange crow cry rang out. This sound was like a bugle call, and the snake-beaked crows on the black iron tree began to flap their wings, letting out ear-piercing and hoarse cries, as if they were preparing to attack the masked man en masse. However, at this moment, the masked man also spoke in a strange voice. Croak croak. This sound was similar to that of a crow with a snake's mouth. There was no difference, and it seemed to be transmitting some kind of message. Most of the snakebeak crows stopped crying and moving. So, a few larger snakebeak black crows swooped out from a few corners and stopped in front of the masked man. The largest one had already reached the high grade of the 6th order, which was 2 or 3 times stronger than ordinary snakebeak black crows. Its eyes were also filled with a strong bloodlust. It seemed to be the king of the snakebeak black crows here, and it looked down at the masked man with an incomparably cold and arrogant attitude as it let out a hoarse cry. The masked man was only a high-grade heavenly venerable, and he didn't fear these snakebeak black crows at the same level as him. His chicken eyes emitted a strange divine light that seemed to contain a bit of depth and confusion, making people feel extremely strange. At the same time, he let out a snakebeak black crow's cry, as if he was communicating with the snakebeak black crows. The man and the crow kept using their strange cries to transmit some kind of message, and the expression of the masked man's chicken eyes became more and more strange. In the end, it bloomed with obscure black rays of light that shot into the snakebeak black crow's eyes. After a while, the masked man let out an ear-piercing and unpleasant voice. "My darling, come here. Bring your children and follow me. I'll take you to eat meat." After the masked man finished speaking, he walked towards the snakebeak black crow king. The few snakebeak black crows beside the snakebeak black crow revealed deep hostility as they screeched nonstop. However, without the orders of their king, they did not act on their own. The masked man arrived in front of the snakebeak black crow king and gently stroked its lower jaw. Then he flipped over and landed on the snakebeak black crow king's back. "Bring your children and come with me," the masked man shouted in an incomparably proud voice. The snakebeak black crow king seemed to have been subdued by the masked man as it flew up with him. A series of hoarse voices soared into the sky, and the surrounding snakebeak black crows began to cry out as well. For a moment, the Black Mountain Ridge area was in an uproar. A large black mass of snakebeak black crows flew up, forming a black curtain as they moved in one direction. In Wind Cloud City, Guxing, Gu Xiaohe and Kong Lan were still gathered together. Besides the 3 of them, there were 2 other people that Guxing had not seen before, an old man and a young man. The old man was at the mystic the Arch realm like Guxing, but his aura was slightly strange. His eyes were like those of a venomous snake, and one look from them was enough to make one feel uncomfortable. The other ordinary-looking young man had an extremely arrogant expression on his face. His gaze swept over Gu Xiaohe, and his intentions were rather obvious. However, Gu Xiaohe's cold demeanor made others feel as if they were 1,000 miles away from him. That head of white hair made him look extremely cold and elegant. On the other hand, Kong Lan's attitude was cold, as if everything that happened here had nothing to do with him. Gu Xing frowned and asked the other old man, Sha Tian only sent a gold killer and a silver killer. Do they really think that they can kill that little bastard? These two men were from Sha Tian's organization. They were divided into jade, gold, silver, copper, and iron ranks of assassins. They were divided according to their abilities and killing methods. The old man and the young man in front of them had a small golden sword and a small silver sword respectively on their chests. This proved that one of them was a gold killer and the other was a silver killer. Sha Tian's abilities were not inferior to the 18 great factions. Their only goal was to kill people and earn a lot of money. Ordinary people did not know where their headquarters were. As long as someone wanted Sha Tian to kill someone, as long as they left a specific method of communication at a specific place, Sha Tian's men would automatically come to them. Gu Xing did not want his mystic crystals to leak out. However, with the strength he had brought with him, it was difficult for him to kill Ling Xiao. Hence, he could only team up with Sha Tian to kill Ling Xiao. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao and take back the golden dragon spear, Gu Xing would not hesitate to pay any price. But now, Sha Tian had only sent these two people over. This inevitably made Gu Xing feel displeased. The gold killer mystic the arch pouted and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Since we have accepted your mission, we will do our best to complete it. There aren't many assassination missions that Sha Tian can't complete." Gu Xing was a little annoyed and said, "As far as I know, there are several mystic thearchs in Ling Zhao's residence. Even if we join forces, it will be difficult to deal with them. Do you think we have a chance? Or are you planning to assassinate him?" All of Sha Tian's people knew how to hide their auras and had extremely superior assassination methods. Even if it was a weak assassin, they could still assassinate someone stronger than them. This was also the terrifying part of Sha Tian's assassins. Jin Sha shook his head and said, "According to our understanding that Ling Xiao has a strong defensive method, and ordinary assassinations are useless against him. Otherwise, he would have died at the hands of our silver killer back then in the medicine capital." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Our silver killer has already lost 10 people to Ling Xiao, and he has been in the limelight recently. Even an ordinary Emperor stage expert would not be able to do anything to him, and ordinary methods would be useless against him. However, this time we have sent out a top-notch gold killer, so Ling Zhao's life is definitely going to be taken. Just prepare the reward." Gu Xing couldn't help but have some suspicions when he heard how confident Jin Sha was. Kong Lan, who was at the side, said disdainfully, "I hope you don't ruin your reputation." He was a disciple of the Spirit Martial Pavilion, so he had always been rather arrogant. However, the two people in front of him were clearly even more arrogant than him, which made him feel very unhappy. The golden-haired old man ignored him. Instead, it was Silver Killer who licked his lips and said coldly, "If killing a disciple of the Spirit Martial Pavilion can make our Sha Tian's reputation even more famous, I don't mind killing you right now." Kong Lan suddenly stood up and shouted, "If you have the ability, come and try." That Silver Killer's calm eyes shot out 2 cold rays of light, and his palms were already trembling. Gu Xing had no choice but to stand up and say, "Stop arguing, we all have a common enemy, so we should unite against them." He then looked at Kong Lan and said, "Martial nephew Kong, go and coax your 3 martial uncles away first. Otherwise, it will be difficult to take action. When they leave, you will hear the news of Ling Zhao's death." Gu Xing had used Kong Lan for this purpose. After luring Dwayne and the other 2 Emperor stage experts away, he wouldn't have to worry too much about the future. Kong Lan clenched her fists and stared at the young Silver Killer for a while. Then, she snorted coldly and turned to leave the house. At this time, the old man narrowed his eyes and said, "Aren't you afraid that he will reveal our information?" Gu Xing waved his hand and said, "This old man still has some eyesight. This kid is arrogant and can't take even the slightest bit of humiliation. He was taught a lesson by that brat Ling Xiao, so he definitely won't help that brat. Moreover, he still has some use for now." the young silver killer suddenly pointed at Gu Xiaohe and said, "If I can kill that Ling Xiao, how about marrying her to me?" Gu Xiaohe's killing intent surged as he said coldly, "If you want to die, I'll grant your wish right now." Chapter 752. The auction ended perfectly. Ling Xiao and the rest held a banquet in the city lord's mansion to celebrate the success of the auction. It could also be considered as a celebration of the completion of Wind Cloud City. The entire city lord's mansion was filled with a festive atmosphere. Ling Xiao had originally wanted to keep the three of them for a little longer, but Kong Lan suddenly came to visit. He didn't know what she had said to them, but the three of them had no choice but to bid farewell to Ling Xiao and hurriedly return to the spiritual martial hall. Before he left, he couldn't help but politely chat with Ling Xiao for a bit more. As for Dongfang Jing, it was unknown if she hadn't considered whether or not to share Ling Xiao with other women. The day after the auction ended, she left with her people. However, before she left, she still solemnly said to Ling Xiao, "The 10-year agreement has not passed yet. I hope that one day you will come to our Dongfang family." After saying that, he didn't wait for Ling Xiao's reply and left with his people. On the Feng clan side, Ji Beixin was definitely going to stay, and Feng Yaxin and Feng Wuying had nothing to do for the time being, so they decided to stay in Wind Cloud City for a while. After everything was settled, the city lord's mansion returned to peace. Ling Xiao originally wanted to have a good time with Ji Beixin. After not being able to be together for a few years, he especially missed the wonderful feeling of exploring the true meaning of life with her and strengthening their strength together. However, just as he was about to walk out of the room to look for Ji Beixin, a sweet fragrance assaulted his nostrils. A delicate body wrapped around his strong body, and a coquettish voice sounded in his ears, "Young master, I've successfully auctioned all kinds of spiritual items for you at a higher price. How are you going to reward me?" With this deadly voice, Ling Xiao almost thought that it was Yu Laiyan, who he hadn't seen for many years. After all, not every woman could produce such a charming and seductive voice. Ling Xiao lowered his head to look at Yao Qingmin, who was in his arms. He gently caressed her soft hair and kissed her forehead. He smiled faintly and said, "What reward do you want? Young master will give it all to you, okay?" Yao Qingmin's delicate face was flushed red as she gently caressed Ling Xiao's sturdy chest and said angrily, "Young master, you really don't have any sincerity." When Ling Xiao heard her alluring voice that could take one's life, his anger flared up. He laughed and hugged Yao Qingmin by the waist. His thick lips immediately pressed against her tender lips and sucked on them with all his might. The sweet nectar flowed into their mouths, causing their hearts to tremble. After a battle of words, the two of them were entangled together like octopuses. The two of them kept probing each other, like dry firewood igniting a raging fire. Woo-woo. Yao Qingmin's jade lips were suffocated by Ling Xiao, and she repeatedly let out soft cries. She pushed Ling Xiao away with all her might, and shouted with a flushed face, "Young master, can you close the door first? If the madams find out, what will this servant do?" Her delicate voice was always so captivating, and her attitude of wanting to reject and welcome made one's desire surge, causing one's blood to surge endlessly. Ling Xiao emptied his hand, and with a light wave, he heavily closed the door. He couldn't wait to properly reward the beauty in his arms and let her experience the true power of his golden dragon spear. Ling Xiao rudely threw Yao Qingmin onto the jade bed and said with a smile, "You silly girl, this young master will give you your reward right now, enjoy it well." On the bed, Yao Qingmin assumed a seductive posture. Her jade-like legs lightly hooked, her jade-like tongue lightly licked, her jade-like fingers lightly lifted, her jade-like shoulders half exposed, her beautiful eyes filled with affection, and her voice coquettishly called out, "Come, this servant is already ready." This was truly unbearable. Ling Xiao's lust was already on the verge of erupting. Just as he was about to shake off the clothes on his body, a hurried voice came from afar. An anxious voice sounded, "Young master, are you there? The military advisor has an urgent matter to discuss with you." This was Bai Yuxi's voice. Before she arrived, her voice had already been heard. It could be seen how urgent the matter was. Ling Xiao instantly calmed down, and the anger on his body also decreased by a lot. On the other hand, Yao Qingmin, who was on the bed, felt as if she had been splashed with cold water, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. For the past 2 days, she had been in a state of happiness because she discovered that she liked the profession of auctioneer very much, and she had also successfully completed the role of an auctioneer for the first time. She really wanted to have a good talk with Ling Xiao, and also wanted to share it with Ling Xiao, who told her to have fallen hopelessly in love with this most outstanding man. Unfortunately, the strong interest that she had just stirred up was disturbed. This really made her feel shy and unwilling. She desperately jumped out of the bed and wrapped her body around Ling Xiao, saying, "I don't care, I want you." After saying that, she kissed Ling Xiao once again, and her jade-like hands were about to tear off Ling Xiao's clothes. Ling Xiao stopped her and patted her on the buttocks a few times. "Silly girl, look at how anxious you are. The young master is all yours tonight. The counselor wouldn't be in such a hurry to find me if there wasn't something important. I can't let it go to waste." This time, Yao Qingmin was completely out of the mood. She also knew that there were priorities, and she couldn't delay a man's important matter because of a woman's feelings. She could only droop her face and lightly nod, saying, "Then this servant will help young master bathe and change his clothes tonight." Ling Xiao kissed her again, tidied up his clothes, and walked out of the room. Bai Yushi hurriedly said, "Young master, the military advisor is looking for you." When she said this, she accidentally caught a glimpse of Yao Qingmin, who was in Ling Xiao's room. It was unknown what she thought of, but a few traces of red appeared on her pure white face, making her look incomparably charming. Then I'll go take a look now." Ling Xiao replied softly and immediately walked towards the main hall. Inside the main hall, Xian Yao, Yunfeng, Savage Leopard, Mad Tooth, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, and Ling Xiao were all waiting. Looking at everyone's anxious expressions, Ling Xiao asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Xian Yao immediately said, "I don't know why, but a large number of snake-beak black crows suddenly flew towards the city. I've already had people activate the defensive formation, but the number of snake-beak black crows is too large. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the formation is broken. At that time, they will all enter the city. If that's the case, the residents who have just migrated and the newly built houses will probably, once a large number of snake-beak black crows entered the city, Wind Cloud City would definitely suffer a tragic impact. Those weak warriors and commoners would have nowhere to run. If that was the case, then everything that had just been built would be destroyed in a single day." "Snake-beak black crows?" Ling Xiao exclaimed softly as information about them flashed through his mind. Then he said, "What the hell is going on? Don't they rarely leave their habitat?" Xian Yao shook his head lightly and said, "I'm not sure yet. I feel that things might not be that simple, I'm afraid." "What if this is man-made?" Yunfeng, who was at the side, exclaimed, "Who has the ability to summon so many snake-beak black crows? This is impossible." The savage leopard opened his mouth and said, "Nothing is impossible in this world. Don't forget that advanced beast tamers have this kind of ability. There are also some special people who can establish a friendly relationship with certain spirit beasts and control them." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Now is not the time to talk about this. Quickly go out and take a look. A mere group of snake-beak black crows is not a problem for us. If it is man-made, I will let them know the consequences of offending this young master." When Ling Xiao said this, his eyes revealed a strong killing intent. He thought to himself, "It seems that this young master's reputation is not enough. There is actually a clown who dares to cause trouble. He really doesn't know what's good for him." Ling Xiao gathered 5,000 men and horses in the city and rushed towards the entrance to the north of the city. Along the way, he saw that the people in the city seemed to be in a panic. It seemed that they all knew that something bad was going to happen. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and paused for a moment before saying to Xian Yao, "Fraud, bring your men over first. I'll appease them." Xian Yao did not waste any time and quickly led his men out of the city. Ling Xiao looked down from above and gradually emitted the aura of an emperor. He said to the people below in a clear voice, "Everyone, do not panic. Wind Cloud City is our home. With me, Ling Xiao, here, I will definitely not let any of you suffer any harm, unless I die. Everyone, do not panic. Wind Cloud City is our home. With me, Ling Xiao, here, I will definitely not let any of you suffer any harm, unless I die. Everyone, do not panic. Wind Cloud City is our home. With me, Ling Xiao, here, I will definitely not let any of you suffer any harm, unless I die. This voice reverberated throughout the city, and everyone in the city heard it. This voice carried an incomparably sonorous and resolute will, giving off an incomparably trustworthy and dependable feeling. At this moment, the panicking people all stopped what they were doing and looked up at the figure that was like a true dragon and son of heaven. Their eyes revealed incomparable respect. Before this, the matter of Ling Xiao dispelling the mystery of death in the city and fighting against 10,000 people alone had already been deeply engraved in their minds. It was already widely known. They had a deep sense of trust in Ling Xiao's words, as if as long as Ling Xiao was there, all the dangers would be easily solved. Everyone, do not panic. It's just a mere group of snake-mouthed black crows. With City Lord Ling here, they won't be able to enter the city. Let's all stay here. That's right. If we don't die this time, I will take root here and listen to City Lord Ling's management. We believe in City Lord Ling. You will definitely be able to destroy those snake-mouthed black crows. We believe in City Lord Ling. Cries of alarm rang out one after another. The weaker warriors and commoners all became incomparably determined. Hearing their voices, the blood in Ling Xiao's body began to boil. In the future, you will all be my citizens. I will definitely not let you down. Ling Xiao vowed in his heart as he quickly rushed out of the city. Chapter 753. Outside Wind Cloud City, the sky was filled with snake-mouthed black crows that screeched and screeched non-stop. A series of strange, unpleasant, and horrifying sounds echoed in the surroundings, causing people's scalps to go numb. That dense and dark mass seemed to cover the sky outside the city. It was completely pitch black as if demons had descended, and it was hard to see any color in the sky. The sky full of snake-mouthed black crows constantly launched dark attribute attacks, attacking the defensive array that enveloped the city walls. It was also fortunate that this was a Tier 7 defensive array. Otherwise, it would have been broken by the numerous snake-mouthed black crows long ago. Even so, this defensive array was not impregnable. Once the energy was exhausted, these tens of thousands of snake-mouthed black crows would have attacked, and it would be a devastating disaster inside the city. Right now, the person guarding the city entrance was General Wang Ting, Yang Xianfeng's sworn brother. He had received a supreme-grade Mystic the Arch elixir from Ling Xiao and had also advanced to become a low-tier Mystic the Arch. Beside him were several high-level heavenly venerables. They were all former battle generals of the Storm Mercenaries. They were all valiant generals who were used to seeing life and death situations, but when facing so many snake-mouthed black crows, they still felt that it was very troublesome, and they all felt fear in their hearts. Deputy Commander, what should we do? At this rate, these beasts will definitely attack. A heavenly venerable looked at Wang Teng and said worriedly. Wang Teng's expression was rather doubtful as he said, "Don't be anxious first. Young Master and military advisor have already received the news. I believe that there will be people coming to deal with everything very soon. It's just some Tier 5 feathered beasts, there's nothing to be afraid of." But this number is simply too shocking. That heavenly venerable said anxiously. So what? We've seen all sorts of situations before. With me, Wang Ting, around, these beasts can forget about flying half a step into the city. Wang Ting shook the large saber in his hand and shouted confidently. Becoming a true the Arch, he had enough confidence to face all dangers. Rumble. After a series of frenzied bombardments, the defensive light screen shook non-stop. One could even faintly see traces of cracks appearing on it. Presumably, it could not hold out much longer, and this array was definitely going to be destroyed. Wang Teng's body shook as he shouted, "Everyone, summon your spiritual beasts and prepare to kill these feathered beasts." With that, a Class 6 heavenly armor wolf appeared majestically by his side, a wolf howl soaring into the sky. The guards nearby all took out their weapons and summoned their spirit beasts, ready to fight to the death. The defensive barrier still hadn't broken. Wang Ting raised an eyebrow, and a look of joy appeared on his face. A large group of people is coming to support us. Everyone, let's cheer and kill all these feathered beasts. At this moment, it was Xian Yao who had rushed over with thousands of troops. Their forces had been completely formed, and they were no longer as weak as before in the face of these snake-beak black crows that filled the sky. The city guard shouted, "Kill all these feathered beasts! Kill these feathered beasts! Kill these feathered beasts!" An imposing aura soared into the sky, and for a moment, all the cultivators were filled with fighting spirit. Xian Yao saw the cracks in the defensive formation from afar, and he immediately said to the heavenly venerables beside him, "Quickly stabilize the eye of the formation. We must not let them break it." The heavenly venerables received the order, bowed, and immediately flew in different directions. Wang Teng brought his men to Xian Yao and said respectfully, "Greetings, military advisor." "Wang Teng, no need to be so polite. What's going on with these snake-beak black crows? Do you know the reason?" Xian Yao waved his hand and cut to the chase. Wang Teng shook his head and said, "They suddenly appeared 2 hours ago and gave me a huge fright. Fortunately, I saw the opportunity and activated the defensive formation. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Xian Yao nodded lightly, then looked at Mad Tooth and said, "Mad Tooth, sense and see if there's someone controlling from the front." Mad Tooth was the strongest person here, and with his strength, it wasn't difficult to find the person controlling from behind the scenes through the defensive formation. Without needing Xian Yao's order, Mad Tooth had already closed his old eyes, and his divine sense passed through layers of obstacles and swept through everything within a radius of 10,000 miles. In the end, he fixed his gaze on the weak aura of the largest snake-beak black crow hidden at the back. Mad Tooth revealed a slight sneer and said, "As expected, there's someone controlling from behind the scenes. Should I immediately capture and kill him?" Xian Yao was just about to give the order when the sound of wind being torn apart resounded behind him. Ling Xiao stopped moving and said indifferently, "It's fine as long as we know it's done by someone. They just happen to be testing the loyalty of our city guards. Disperse the defensive formation. Mad Tooth, you can't expose your strength for now in case they have something up their sleeves." Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard Ling Xiao's words. They didn't understand why Ling Xiao wanted to do this. After all, there were tens of thousands of snake-beak black crows here. Could they really resist them? Savage Leopard, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, and Wang Teng had a total of 4 true emperors. Ling Xiao himself could even kill emperors. In addition, the number of celestial venerables had reached nearly 400, and the number of earthly emperors was also nearly 1,500. In terms of numbers, Ling Xiao's group was lacking, but in terms of strength, they could withstand these snake-beak black crows. After all, the snake-beak black crows were only at the advanced 5th order. With a few emperors and hundreds of celestial venerables, it was enough to contend against them. Xian Yao pondered for a moment and said, "Young master, isn't this too risky?" Ling Xiao replied, "I'm sure they won't just use this trick. The best part is yet to come. We must not let them down." After a pause, he continued, "Cruel Leopard, Uncle Lu, Xianfeng, Wang Teng, and all those above the celestial master level, listen to my order. Once the defensive formation is withdrawn, you must immediately kill them. Don't let a single snake-mouth black crow break through the line of defense. Those below the celestial master level, all help in the rear. Once the line of defense is broken, immediately surround and kill them. Understood?" Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand and shouted out orders. His expression was extremely dignified, and there was no doubt that he was an overlord. "Understood." Everyone shouted in unison. Their voices were extremely loud and powerful. "Good, follow me to kill all these feathered beasts. We must not let them damage a single blade of grass or tree in our wind cloud city." Ling Xiao roared and summoned Xiao Jin. Together, they flew into the sky. Ling Xiao truly wanted to settle down in Wind Cloud City. This was the first time he had the feeling of protection. Other than protecting the people he loved, he also wanted to protect everything that had been hard to come by. He absolutely would not allow anyone to trample on and destroy it. Xian Yao also shouted, "Disperse the formation and kill the enemy." As his voice fell, the martial artists in the various formation cores immediately dispersed the formation cores, and the defensive light screen in midair immediately disappeared. Those snake-beak black crows seemed to have been freed in an instant, and they continuously screeched. A large number of snake-beak black crows were like arrows, rapidly flying towards the city. Countless dark attribute attacks continuously bombarded down. In an instant, a large expanse of black light covered the city. It was as if the heavens had fallen, causing people to feel incomparable panic and fear. The citizens who were watching from afar all cried out in alarm. Too many snake-beak black crows, too terrifying, this is simply a disaster. I wonder if City Lord Ling and the others can withstand it. Why are there so many snake-beak black crows attacking for no reason? Could it be that the curse of death has not been completely broken? We must believe in City Lord Ling. A mere snake-beak black crow is nothing. With an Emperor stage powerhouse here, no matter how many come, it will be futile. I hope so. As long as City Lord Ling and the others can withstand this disaster, I have decided to stay here for a long time. Come, all of you die for me. Ling Zhao's battle intent surged, and his fighting spirit soared as he brandished the golden dragon spear in his hand. The terrifying golden dragon descended from the sky and charged towards the snake-beak black crows. In a single move, hundreds of snake-beak black crows were blasted into a bloody mist. At the same time, Ling Zhao's world force was released, and his battle prowess was raised to the peak, blocking the attack of a snake-beak black crow. Savage Leopard, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, Wang Teng, and many other Empyreans released their world force at the same time, and the boundless power instantly formed a terrifying killing power. In just an instant, a large number of snake-beak black crows were blasted into smithereens, and fresh blood splattered across the sky. The merciless slaughter and merciless destruction shook the outside of the city, as if doomsday had arrived, causing everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. The snake-beak black crow's attacks were not completely one-sided. Many weaker Empyreans were also injured, and a few were even directly devoured. Fortunately, a large number of Earth Emperors immediately rushed over to fill the gap, preventing them from rushing in. Ling Xiao and the 4 Emperor stage powerhouses used all their strength to kill, and a large number of snake-beak black crows died. But these snake-beak black crows were like a suicide squad, still charging forward without stopping. And the strength of the snake-beak black crows that appeared at the back was also getting stronger and stronger, and some actually had the strength of rank 6 and above. Their impact force was even more terrifying, and their destructive power was even more formidable. Many Empyreans seemed to find it even more strenuous to deal with them. Kill with all your strength, don't leave a single one alive. Ling Xiao also became more and more valiant the more he killed, and his battle prowess reached the peak. Countless golden dragons were blasted out by him to strangle those snake-beak black crows. Not far away from him, Little Gold also had formidable battle prowess. Every time the third eye on its forehead opened, a swarm of snake-beak black crows would be blasted down. This third eye of his grew stronger, and not only could it freeze anything, it could even unleash terrifying killing moves. The few Emperor stage powerhouses and the spirit beasts that they summoned also reduced their horsepower, blasting down countless snake-beak black crows. The number of snake-beak black crows also dropped rapidly. Everyone put in more effort, they are about to be wiped out. Xian Yao, who was overseeing from the back, cheered for them. However, when everyone's attention was on the sky, a few figures blended into the crowd, and they quietly approached Ling Xiao. Chapter 754. Outside Wind Cloud City, the martial artists of the City Lord residence were killing the snake-beak black crows. A large number of snake-beak black crows were killed, and a large amount of fresh blood filled the air, dyeing the sky red. It was a disgusting sight. In this battle, apart from Ling Xiao and the 4 mystic emperors who killed the most snake-beak black crows, There were two other people who killed the snake-beak black crows in a shocking number. Both of them were women. They were Feng Xianyun and Ji Beixin, who had reached the mid-level heavenly venerate level. In terms of surface strength, the two of them were far inferior to many people. However, the strength they displayed was far beyond the reach of most people. Feng Xianyun had a heaven-gu body. Even if she did not pay much attention to cultivation, the speed of her advancement was still extremely fast. Her current strength had reached the peak of the mid-level heavenly venerate, and the world power she displayed was the Gu insect emperor's world. Its lethality was astonishing. The number of Gu insects that covered the sky did not seem to be inferior to the number of snake-beak black crows. They completely swarmed up and devoured the snake-beak black crows. At the same time, she held a pair of mother and child swords in her hands. When the two swords joined together, the power of her sword technique was equally astonishing. When the two swords danced at the same time, it was as though two people were attacking at the same time, killing the snake-beak black crows continuously. As for Ji Beixin, the combat power she displayed made people look at her in a different light. In the past, she was very afraid to attack and was even more afraid of killing people and spirit beasts. Now, not only was she decisive, but her killing speed was also extremely shocking. She did not even need to get close to the snake-beak black crows. She just sat in the air and a simple and elegant guqin appeared in front of her abdomen. Her slender jade-like fingers rested on the profound guqin, and beautiful and pleasing musical notes constantly leaped from her fingertips. This beautiful musical note did not sound threatening at all. However, when the musical notes came into contact with the snake-beak black crows, the snake-beak black crows seemed to be drunk and became extremely sluggish. One by one, they lost their combat power and even showed signs of falling. However, all of this was not surprising at all. The strangest thing was that the profound zither seemed to extend infinitely from the profound zither. These profound zither extended towards the black evil snake mouths. The zither strings seemed to have a life of their own as they wrapped around the drunken snake mouth black crows, trying to bind them firmly. However, when the zither profound art wrapped around it, the snake-beak black crow rapidly shriveled up and finally turned into nothingness. Not even a single feather was left. This scene was simply too unimaginable. The others didn't understand what kind of world power this was, but Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin, who hadn't made a move, understood. This was evolved from the Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi. Coupled with Ji Beixin's comprehension, the gray zither was actually the Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi. It had a strong corrosive effect, and it corroded the black crows one by one. Ji Beixin inherited the power of an ancestor of the Feng clan. As her power continued to be unsealed, her speed of advancement was not inferior to anyone else. At the same time, she also inherited the Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi. Later on, she accidentally interacted with Ling Xiao, which gave her the terrifying corrosive power of the Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi. Coupled with the Feng clan's auntie's wholehearted training in the past few years, she had such extraordinary combat power. In addition, Yi Yunfeng's five-fold combat power was also extraordinary. However, his world power was only at the low-grade spirit level, which was far from the two extraordinary world powers. As large swathes of the snake-beak black crows were killed, the outcome was very clear. However, Ling Xiao was still in the middle of a killing spree. These snake-beak black crows couldn't stop him at all. He looked in the direction of the dozens of stronger snake-beak black crows in the distance, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. "How dare you invade my wind cloud city? I will teach you a good lesson." However, just as he was rushing forward, he felt someone approaching from the side. Ling Xiao didn't pay too much attention to it. He felt that it was probably a comrade on his side and continued to rush forward. Suddenly, the wind at the back of his head felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. A strong sense of danger made his hair stand on end. This feeling was completely determined by his many years of experience. If he couldn't dodge this attack, then he might die here. However, just as he was about to escape, he discovered that two powerful auras had completely locked him in place. He was unable to move at all. "Oh no, it was premeditated," Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. His entire body instantly broke out in cold sweat. Just as the attack at the back of his head was about to pierce through Ling Xiao's head, the pressure on his body suddenly relaxed. He didn't know what was going on, but he didn't have time to think too much about it. His body rapidly sank down. Just at that moment, a sharp spirit weapon pierced over. In the blink of an eye, the sword still managed to cut off a few strands of Ling Xiao's hair. It didn't really take Ling Xiao's life. There was indeed an ambush. Wait for me to destroy these clowns. Mad Tooth, who was on the city wall, murmured. His eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Just as he was about to attack, Xian Yao said, "Since young master is out of danger, leave it to him. You and Elder Han are the trump cards of Wind Cloud City. Unless the city is in danger, you definitely can't reveal them." Mad Tooth hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he didn't make a move. He wasn't sure if there were more people lying in ambush. If there were, wouldn't he scare away all the small fries if he attacked? Ling Xiao dodged the attack, but in the next moment, he was attacked by several auras at the same time. Countless sword tips wrapped around him, and the power to stab and kill seemed to be poured into this one move. Two similar forces superimposed together, and there were two different types of metal energy mixed in on the outside, stirring up the wind and clouds. It seemed like they wanted to blast Ling Xiao into pieces with this combined move. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 4 different forces drowned Ling Xiao, and there was an earth-shattering explosion. Many people saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim. The savage leopard was even angrier. He roared, "Damn scoundrels, how dare you sneak attack young master? Go to hell." The savage leopard and the demon-armored leopard rushed towards Ling Xiao's side to rescue him. The dark attribute that they emitted covered this part of the world. The sticky blood-colored demonic world made people's hair stand on end. However, before he reached there, a familiar dragon's roar soared into the sky. A golden dragon soared into the sky, roaring for thousands of miles, and its aura shook the sky. The powerful sound wave and aura shocked the 4 people who surrounded Ling Xiao and made them retreat quickly. There was a little blood at the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth, and his clothes were a little torn, but other than that he was fine. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand, and his whole body was surrounded by thick glazed dragon scale armor. He looked incomparably mighty and extraordinary, like a real dragon descending to the world, making people have an impulse to worship him. Ling Xiao's ancient emperor divine art had reached the peak of the blood-refining realm, but he didn't have time to cultivate the 6th transformation of the sense-refining realm. His body was already comparable to an ordinary divine tool, and even a full blow from the 4 people couldn't kill him. When Ling Xiao was about to kill the 4 people, he raised his eyes and looked at them in surprise. "So it's you guys." Ling Xiao recognized Gu Xing and Gu Xiaohe at a glance, but he was surprised that Gu Xiaohe's hair had turned this color. He was sure that the other 2 were Sha Tian's men. After all, he had absorbed the soul memories of the Sha Tian Silver Killers, so he had a certain understanding of Sha Tian's organization. He could tell at a glance that these 2 people were Gold Killer and Silver Killer respectively. He didn't expect the Gu family to join forces with Sha Tian's men to deal with him. He couldn't help but suspect that the flock of snake-beak crows had something to do with them. At this time, the snake-beak crows on the other side were almost completely wiped out. Many experts surrounded Gu Xing, Gu Xiaohe, and the 2 Sha Tian's men. The 2 Sha Tian's men knew that they had lost, and they decisively fled in one direction. "Quick, run!" Gu Xing also grabbed Gu Xiaohe's hand and cried out in alarm as he fled as well. How could Cruel Leopard, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, and Wang Ting let them escape so easily? They quickly surrounded them with their spirit beasts. However, at this moment, another group of black shadows flew over from a short distance away, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Many of the cultivators who had just finished killing the snake-beak crows were in chaos again. "Oh my God, that's a flock of bloodthirsty bats. What the hell is going on?" Bloodthirsty bats are even more terrifying than the snake-beak crows. Fortunately, there are fewer of them. Cut the crap. Hurry up and kill them. Don't let them bite you, as they're extremely poisonous. Kill them all, kill them all. Ling Xiao shouted at the 4 emperor rank experts, "All of you stay here. I'll deal with them by myself. Right, go kill that fellow who's trying to escape. With that, Ling Xiao turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Young master, let us help you. Yang Xianfeng was eager to show his loyalty. He cried out in alarm and wanted to follow. Cruel Leopard blocked in front of him and said, "Don't worry, young master knows what he's doing. Let's take care of these guys first. I'll take care of the one behind." With that, he chased after the masked man who was slowly retreating. The masked man was only a high-level Empyrean, but he had been controlling the two groups of spirit beasts to attack from the back. Now that he saw that the situation was bad, he naturally had to start running. However, although his speed was fast, he couldn't be faster than the Mystic Emperor stage Cruel Leopard. Even a clown dares to jump around. Go to hell. Savage Leopard said coldly, his world force enveloping the masked man and the rank 6 snakebeak black crows. You can't take my life. The masked man stared coldly at Cruel Leopard, and a black light burst out from his eyes. Cruel Leopard was caught off guard by that gaze, and his figure instantly became sluggish. Consider yourself lucky. Next time, you won't be so lucky. The masked man glanced at the demon armor leopard that was pouncing towards him. He did not attack the Cruel Leopard and immediately fled. Chapter 755. The armored devil leopard stopped beside the savage leopard and did not continue to chase after the masked man. The savage leopard came back to his senses, and a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He murmured to himself, "It's the devil's eye, which is rarely seen in 10,000 years. No wonder he can control these feathered beasts. If this person is not eliminated, he will become a disaster." The devil's eye was a different kind of eye. It was an innate eye with a strong demonic nature. Any person or spirit beast with the dark attribute who was stared at by the demonic light would be confused and be controlled by the person with the devil's eye. Of course, it could only be used against those who were weaker than him or those whose minds were not firm. The savage leopard was caught off guard just now. He was much stronger than the masked man, so he naturally would not be controlled by him. However, the temporary confusion was very fatal. If the armored devil leopard hadn't arrived in time, his life would have been hanging by a thread. The savage leopard couldn't deal with the masked man, so he had to go back and kill the last of the bloodthirsty bats. He thought to himself, "I must tell the young master about this. Once this person grows up, he will be quite terrifying." In another direction, Ling Xiao chased after Gu Xing, Gu Xiaohe, and two Sha Tian's men. Originally, the four of them wanted to escape separately, but when they saw Ling Xiao chasing them alone, they did not do so. They all knew that united they were strong, and divided they were weak. Since Ling Xiao dared to chase them alone, it was just the right time to draw the snake out of its hole and take the opportunity to kill them. Could it be that Ling Xiao could deal with two emperors and two great heavenly venerables? Even if he really had the strength, when the time came, they wouldn't be able to stop him, right? Ling Xiao fell a kilometer behind them unhurriedly. He could have quickly caught up to them, but he didn't want to do so. He wanted them to die at the moment they were most pleased with themselves. That would be even more satisfying. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's mind was quite ruthless. It was really a far cry from his usual honest self. In fact, he had another idea, and that was to constantly increase his combat experience. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or in the future, he felt that using battle to nurture battle power would always be the fastest way for him to increase his battle power. Now that there were two true mystic Thear-cranked martial artists in front of him, he could fight with all his might. Although his current strength was only that of a high-level heavenly venerate, his combat prowess far surpassed those of the same level. Only by finding opponents stronger than him could he better hone himself. He wasn't blind enough to think that he was invincible. If it weren't for the many powerful helpers by his side, he wouldn't have been able to reach this step. He knew that it was safer and more reliable to be stronger than relying on external forces. The group of people chased each other and entered the Death Mountain range. Gu Xing sent a sound transmission to Jin Sha. "No one is chasing after us, let's kill this brat here." This was an opportunity that Gu Xing could not ask for more. His strength was already at the peak stage of a low-tier mystic the Arch. He was already halfway to becoming a mid-tier mystic the Arch. With Jin Sha by his side, there was no reason for him to be afraid of Ling Xiao. Jin Sha nodded lightly. All right, since he dares to come here alone, let's send him on his way. The four of them paused at the same time and turned around, waiting for Ling Xiao's arrival. Have you finally confirmed it? I thought that you two mystic thearchs were afraid of a mere heavenly venerate like me. If word of this gets out, it won't look good on your old faces. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and said with a look of disdain. Little B****, you are really arrogant. However, this is the last time you will be so arrogant. Gu Xing's face was ashen as he looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Beside him, Gu Xiaohe revealed a look of intense hatred and said softly, I am going to kill you. A cold voice, fluttering snow-white hair, intense hatred, and a powerful aura. Why did Gu Xiaohe become like this? It was all because of the misunderstanding between her and Ling Xiao in the chaotic abyss of war. Ling Xiao had saved her several times, and Ling Xiao had even risked his life to let the two of them escape. She had thought that Ling Xiao had risked his life to save them because he liked her. Ling Xiao had secretly pried open a crack in her heart. However, after Ling Xiao had escaped, he had forcefully taken the Gu family's golden dragon spear. Her big brother had wanted to ask for it back, but Ling Xiao had refused. This had caused a rift between them. In the end, after the enlightenment pool had ended, her big brother had gone to find trouble with Ling Xiao and never returned. It was obvious that her big brother had already died in Ling Xiao's hands. Gu Xing guessed that Ling Xiao must have approached her for the sake of the Gu family's golden dragon spear. This time, Gu Xiaohe thought that she had been deceived by Ling Xiao, which was why her love had turned into hatred and turned into her current state. However, it was a completely different story for her to become a high-level heavenly venerable. Ling Xiao naturally did not understand why Gu Xiaohe would have such intense hatred and killing intent. He only felt that Gu Xiaohe was the same as her big brother. Their conscience had been eaten by dogs. He cursed inwardly, I did save your life, but you're repaying kindness with enmity. Really, good people don't get good karma? The reason why he had taken possession of the golden dragon spear was because he had obtained Zhan Wang's soul memories and drank the Zhan Wang's blood essence when he was still alive. The golden dragon spear had recognized him as its master. Man and spear worked well together. Even if he returned the golden dragon spear to the Gu family, they would not be able to unleash its full power. That was why he had taken it for himself. It was a pity that Gu Yufei's actions had disappointed Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have explained things to them and given them some other compensation. Ling Xiao did not have much time to think. Gu Xiaohe had already summoned her spirit beast, the golden Jiao dragon. Holding a golden spear in her hand, she charged towards Ling Xiao like a female knight. The golden Jiao dragon's strength had risen from the peak of the 5th order to the mid-level of the 6th order. This speed of advancement was just too fast. He really did not know how the Gu family managed to do it. The other silver kill young man grinned and quietly moved to the side, blocking Ling Xiao's back to prevent Ling Xiao from escaping. Ling Xiao frowned. He opened his mouth and let out a dragon's roar. A powerful dragon-shaped battle intent filled the air. The golden Jiao dragon was startled by the roar. It was as if it could feel the might of the dragons, causing it to freeze for a moment. Ling Xiao dashed forward and grabbed Gu Xiaohe's neck with his golden claw. Gu Xiaohe quickly regained her senses and a golden dragon shadow appeared behind her. However, this dragon shadow was not in the shape of a real dragon, but a Jiao dragon. Its aura was much weaker than Ling Xiao's. A golden dragon-shaped armor appeared on her delicate body. The golden spear in her hand rippled with countless spear shadows. At the same time, her world energy began to deduce. In the world of gold, several Jiao dragons roared and golden spears rained down from the sky. This was a mid-grade spirit realm world force, and its attack power was indeed incomparably sharp. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. He ignored the world energy and continued to step forward. No matter how the Jiao dragons and golden rain attacked him, they could not hurt him at all. Let's stop here. Ling Xiao sensed Gu Xiaohe's killing intent. He had no intention of showing mercy to the fairer sex, so he threw a powerful punch at her. He crushed a Jiao dragon and destroyed the rain of spears with a single punch. His aura was magnificent and terrifying. Gu Xiaohe hadn't expected that she would not be able to block a single attack from Ling Xiao even though her strength had improved so much. Her heart sank to rock bottom. Gu Xing swiftly arrived in front of her and blocked Ling Xiao's punch. However, when he received the punch, he only felt a powerful force rushing into his body. Gu Xing's expression changed. Hidden energy. Not bad, kid. As expected of a veteran emperor rank expert, Gu Xing immediately sensed the abnormality in Ling Xiao's punch. He even forced Ling Xiao's hidden energy out of his body. At the same time, the Golden Slayer and Silver Slayer instantly concealed their auras and attacked Ling Xiao from two different directions. Sly Strike, Stealth Dismemberment. Both of them cultivated the Tao of assassination. Once they attacked, they positioned themselves in an unknown direction. The positions of their sneak attacks were also rather tricky and difficult to guard against. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's spiritual energy was freakishly strong. No matter how well they concealed themselves, they were still unable to escape Ling Xiao's senses. Since both of you are in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao licked his thick lips as he started to brandish his golden dragon spear. Tyrant Dragon Spear Mantra's third technique, Coiling Dragon Rises. A peerless true dragon burst out of the ground and roared in all directions, shocking the surroundings. Both the Golden Slayer and Silver Slayer were startled, and they retreated decisively. However, the Golden Dragon was incomparably domineering. It flipped its body and whipped its tail wildly. Yin Sha, who was only a celestial master, was ruthlessly whipped by Long Zhan. He let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was blasted into a bloody mist and dissipated in the air. Gold Slayer, on the other hand, was very strong. He stabbed repeatedly and finally destroyed the dragon's body. However, the webbing between his thumb and index finger, which was holding onto his sword, was already covered in blood. It was obvious how much effort it took for him to block this attack. Let's not waste any more time. Let's join forces and kill him. Gold Slayer was shocked. He now believed that Ling Xiao had the strength to kill mystic Thearcranked martial artists. He immediately shouted at Gu Xing. At the same time, he summoned his Spirit Beast Protector. It was a rat-type spirit beast, and it was already at the low level of a grade 7 martial artist. Gu Xing also left Gu Xiaohe far behind and shouted, "Hurry back to the clan and tell the clan leader to be prepared. This little B** starred has already grown up." With that, he also summoned his Spirit Beast Protector. It was a grade 7 lion-type spirit beast. The two mystic Thearcranked martial artists and the two grade 7 spirit beasts surrounded Ling Xiao. Their auras soared into the sky, causing the surrounding air to ripple and turn into a vacuum. Countless gusts of wind howled and blew wildly. Faced with such a siege, Ling Xiao revealed an expression of extreme enjoyment. He murmured, "Come on, let me fight to my heart's content." If other mystic Thearcranked martial artists heard Ling Xiao's words, they would probably smash their heads against a block of tofu and kill themselves. Any ordinary mystic the Arch would have run for their lives. But Gu Xing, a high-level heavenly venerable, was facing two mystic Thearcranked martial artists and two grade 7 spirit beasts. Not only did he not run, but he was actually so excited. He was a freak. Chapter 756. As the supreme elder of the 18 great factions, Gu Xing had fought countless battles in his life. His strength was not something that ordinary low-level mystic thearchs could compare to. His boundless world power had also reached the strength of a low-grade spirit grade. Countless golden mountains moved like the stars, smashing towards Ling Xiao. Ordinary half-thearchs would probably find it hard to block even one of the golden mountains. His protective spiritual beast was extremely powerful as well. With its majestic and robust physique, it was definitely a king among lions. Its lion roars shook the heavens and the earth as it stared fiercely at the prey it was about to besiege. From time to time, it would spit out powerful golden lights. These golden lights were powerful enough to destroy several mountain ridges. Its might was extremely terrifying. As for Jinsha's boundless world power, it was a world of swords. Countless swords formed a storm that swept in all directions. Every sword chi could cut jade and split gold. His rat-type spirit beast looked around with its sinister eyes. Its body kept moving, its sharp fangs waiting for the final opportunity to bite its opponent and deal a fatal blow. 2 emperors surrounded him. 2 7th-grade spirit beasts glared at him. Such a situation was enough to make any low-level mystic the arch tremble in fear. However, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was high. The golden dragon image roared continuously above his head. His power increased by 20 times, and his aura kept rising. 5-colored glazed dragon scale armor covered his body, making him look extraordinarily mighty. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand. He looked like a god of war and an emperor. A desolate world gradually spread out. The tree vines, the ice thorns, the baleful death aura, the heavenly fire, the divine beasts, formed a desolate world. It directly enveloped the 2 men and 2 beasts. Ling Xiao was only a high-level heavenly venerate. However, the boundless world power that he released was not any weaker than the 2 emperors' boundless world power. In fact, it was even stronger. The power that he released was even more terrifying. The 3 boundless world power clashed with each other, emitting earth-shattering sounds. Rumble! Countless elemental energies fell from the sky and smashed into the mountain peaks below the mountain range, instantly razing them to the ground. Countless trees were destroyed and many spirit beasts fled in all directions in fright. As the 3 powerful forces clashed, the 3 of them were shocked. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that the combined strength of the 2 mystic thearchs was enough to make him feel strained. What's more, the 2 in front of him were much stronger than Yao Kuang, whom he had killed previously. They were definitely not on the same level. On the other hand, Gu Xing and Jin Sha were shocked by Ling Xiao's world energy. They hadn't expected that Ling Xiao's world energy would be so miraculous and powerful that it could resist 2 emperor-ranked great worlds. This was simply inconceivable. But what shocked them was yet to come. This was because their large world energy was unable to suppress the small world energy of the other party, and they were constantly suffering from the backlash. First, Gu Xing's Golden Mountain world was burned by the terrifying power of heavenly fire that was spewing out from the volcanoes. Before it could even get close to Ling Xiao, it was completely destroyed. At the same time, the purple flames formed a terrifying Qilin mythological beast and raged towards him. As for Jin Sha's world of sword shadows, it was completely blocked by a powerful ice mountain. Countless icicles counterattacked, freezing the sword shadows so that they had nowhere to hide. At the same time, countless chilly winds and death chi flew towards him fiercely, corroding the sword worlds into pieces of scrap metal. As for the lion spirit beast and the rat spirit beast, they were not much better off. In front of the powerful golden dragon mythological beast, they seemed so vulnerable. Moreover, there were several 3-eyed wolf king and countless snake-like tree vines assisting them from the side. The 2 powerful mythological beasts found it extremely difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, those were illusory attacks condensed by Ling Xiao, and not real mythological beasts. They were still able to rely on their strong bodies to support themselves, so they did not suffer much damage for the time being. It was just that there were many wounds on their bodies. Ling Xiao, who was maintaining the world energy, did not have it easy either. If not for his powerful mental energy and the extraordinary power of his world energy, he would not have been able to block the attacks of the 2 emperors. Even so, it was extremely strenuous for him to fight 1 against 4, and the consumption was enormous. These 2 emperors and 2 7th-order spiritual beasts were not people that Yao Kuang and the others could compare to. To be able to restrain them with pure strength, Ling Xiao could already be proud. I have to get rid of 1 first. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and his gaze fell on Jin Sha. Ling Xiao did not immediately kill him, because he still had some value. He had already mastered the high-level mental curse, and it was the best time to use it. After all, to deduce the world energy, one needed the spiritual world as a bridge in order to maintain the battle for a long period of time, and to display even more power. If he were to catch Jin Sha off guard and cast an advanced mental curse on him, it would definitely be effective. Ling Xiao also did as he thought of it. He split his attention, maintaining the world energy to continue emitting powerful might, and at the same time, mysterious mental runes quickly overflowed from his sea of consciousness. Jin Sha was using all his strength to block the endless Yin wind and baleful qi. He only felt that his powerful aura was constantly being corroded, and it even made him feel an instinctive fear. It was a threat of death. As an assassin for many years, he was very clear about this kind of intuition. What kind of power is this? It's so strange. Jin Sha's eyelids twitched, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. He had the thought of escaping, because he felt that if he were to be touched by even the slightest bit of this strange energy, only death awaited him. However, just as he was about to summon his spirit beast to retreat, something seemed to have barged into his spiritual world, causing him to fall into great danger. In his two-layered spiritual world, the top was the scene of his world energy, and the bottom was naturally the sea of consciousness. However, compared to Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, his sea of consciousness paled in comparison and was not worth mentioning. Ling Xiao's advanced mental curse carried an extremely complicated method as it continuously suppressed Jin Sha's sea of consciousness. At the same time, Jin Sha's image appeared in his sea of consciousness. He cried out in fear, "What's going on? Why are there these runes here?" Although Jin Sha was panicking, he immediately took action to disperse the runes. However, these runes seemed to have a mind of their own. They could actually dodge his attacks and entangle his soul. Just as Jin Sha was about to disperse these runes with all his might, his body was invaded by a strange power, causing his soul power to decrease greatly. His mind became extremely panic-stricken. The mental runes that had been forced into his body formed a heavenly net that suppressed his weakened soul power. Arg! Jin Sha let out a blood-curdling scream as he clutched his head and rolled around. His world energy had completely disappeared, and his power was completely withdrawn at this moment. All he could do was scream in pain. On the other side, Gu Xing was shocked by Jin Sha's screams. Although he did not know what was happening to Jin Sha, he could already imagine that Jin Sha was definitely going to die. He compressed his world energy and smashed dozens of golden mountains towards the Qilin divine beast. At the same time, he raised his long sword and flew in front of his protective spirit beast. His long sword slashed at the tree vines that were entangling his spirit beast, and he hurriedly shouted, "Let's go!" The lion spirit beast did not hesitate when it heard the call and was ready to escape with Gu Xing. However, the situation suddenly changed. The rat spirit beast that belonged to Jin Sha actually pounced towards Gu Xing's lion spirit beast. The lion spirit beast was caught off guard and a large piece of flesh was bitten off its neck. Blood dripped down wildly, and it was truly a frightening sight. Roar! The lion spirit beast let out a cry of pain, and at the same time, it swung its two huge front claws at the rat spirit beast. The rat spirit beast was much smaller than the lion spirit beast, and its reaction speed was extremely fast. It dodged the attack in an instant and was about to bite the lion spirit beast in other places. How could the lion spirit beast be willing to be bullied by a mere rat? It immediately turned around and began to fight the rat spirit beast. Gu Xing was dumbfounded for a moment. Had the rat spirit beast contracted some kind of plague? It had actually attacked his protective spirit beast. "Damn it, old friend, let me help you." Gu Xing could not bear to abandon his spirit beast, so he shouted and charged towards the rat spirit beast with his sword. Just as his long sword was about to hit the rat spirit beast, a strange sword chi stabbed towards him from the side. Gu Xing's reaction was also extremely fast. He quickly spun his body and luckily dodged the sword. He retreated 100 meters away and stared at the person who had launched a sneak attack with disbelief in his old eyes. "You! What's going on with you?" Gu Xing shouted at Jin Sha, who had launched a sneak attack on him. He had thought that Ling Xiao had sent someone else to ambush him, but it turned out to be Jin Sha, who had joined forces with him to kill Ling Xiao. How could he not panic? Jin Sha did not speak. The long sword in his hand rippled with endless sword chi, which wrapped around Gu Xing. The strong killing intent was real. Gu Xing could not figure out what was going on no matter how hard he racked his brain. However, when he saw that Ling Xiao was calmly watching the show with his arms crossed, he knew that this matter had something to do with Ling Xiao. How did this little B** do it? Gu Xing exclaimed in his heart. He did not continue to get entangled with Jin Sha. Instead, he forced Jin Sha's sword chi aside and summoned his protective spirit beast once again to flee with all his might. Unfortunately, before he could escape more than 1,000 kilometers away, a figure blocked his way. Ling Xiao crossed his arms and smiled calmly. "Old thing, didn't you want to kill me and take back your Gu family's golden dragon spear? Why are you running away now? This is a disgrace to your Gu family's reputation." Little B***, don't get too full of yourself. You won't be able to keep me here. Gu Xing snorted coldly. A few pills appeared in his hand and he threw them into his mouth. Chapter 757. Ling Xiao didn't know what elixir Gu Xing had consumed, but his aura instantly soared. His frail body seemed to have swelled up, and blue veins appeared on his forehead and arms. He actually broke through to the mid-stage mystic the Arch Cultivation. Not bad. It should be the Chaos the Arch Elixir, but this old man can forget about advancing in the future. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He squinted and watched Gu Xing increase his strength. At this time, Jin Sha also retreated to Ling Xiao's side and said very respectfully, "Fang Chen greets master." Fang Chen was the name of this Jin Sha. He was controlled by Ling Xiao's high-grade spiritual incantation. Ling Xiao's spiritual will had already occupied the deepest part of his soul. All his will and thoughts were under Ling Xiao's control. There was a big difference between the high-grade spiritual incantation and the mid-grade spiritual incantation. The person who was cursed still had their own independent thoughts and could continue to cultivate and advance. It was just that the dominant part of the consciousness was already completely loyal to Ling Xiao. It was as if Ling Xiao was his second parent. He absolutely obeyed Ling Xiao's words. This was the most magical essence of the spirit-controlling art. Think about it, if Ling Xiao used his spiritual power to control many experts, who in the central region could be a match for him? And, follow me from now on. Ling Xiao said very indifferently. For this enemy who once wanted to assassinate him, it was already a great blessing for him to stay. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't treat him as well as Cruel Leopard, Lu Kun, and the others. "Master, his strength is increasing. If we don't make a move now, it will be too late." Fang Chen reminded. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Just call me young master in the future. I want to wait for him to become stronger. Otherwise, it won't be fun." Just as he finished speaking, Gu Xing's medicinal power had completely exploded. Gu Xing's strength had already reached the mid-stage mystic Thearka's cultivation. Moreover, he seemed to be unable to control that power. His old eyes had become scarlet. "Little bastard, to be able to force me to this point, you can die proud." After Gu Xing said coldly, his body trembled slightly, and the clothes on his upper body were shaken off, revealing his full body soul. His world force once again began to deduce, and the golden mountains became even more magnificent. The number was also much denser than before. "Die!" Gu Xing shouted and pushed the golden mountains towards Ling Xiao. His speed and strength were much faster than before. Ling Xiao raised his golden dragon spear and plunged into the ancient golden mountain world. Several golden dragons rushed out, their roars spreading for thousands of miles. Their tails swept across, shattering the golden mountains one after another. However, these golden mountains seemed to be endless. They continued to smash towards Ling Xiao. Gradually, it became more and more difficult for Ling Xiao to block them. The web between his thumb and forefinger was so shaken that it was bleeding. The power of a mid-stage mystic the Arch is indeed terrifying. However, this is not enough to kill me, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, he roared and used his world force once again to deduce. Two different world force once again smashed into each other, creating a deafening explosion. At this time, Ling Xiao's ancient desolate world force could not gain any advantage at all. This was because the ancient Golden Mountain world force was too terrifying. It was not something that a low-stage mystic the Arch could compare to. His tree vines, ice thorns, sinister winds, death aura, heavenly fire, and divine beasts, all kinds of energy were smashed into pieces by the powerful Golden Mountains. Although most of the Golden Mountains were also destroyed, in comparison, Ling Xiao was in a much worse state. Ling Xiao had no choice but to raise his Golden Dragon Spear and use the Tyrant Dragon Spear art to attack together with his world force. He didn't know how many times he had been smashed by the Golden Mountains. If it wasn't for his body that was comparable to a saint artifact, he would have already died at this moment. Ling Xiao was like a small boat in a storm. He was being ruthlessly ravaged, as if the boat could be destroyed at any time. Gu Xing looked at the suppressed Ling Xiao and revealed a sinister smile. He shouted, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now? Watch this old man smash you into a meat patty. Gu Xing laughed complacently as he continued to control the Golden Mountains to smash towards Ling Xiao. The concentrated and violent attacks completely destroyed Ling Xiao's ancient desolate world. The mountains, trees, and flowers beneath them had all been destroyed by the energy that splashed down, leaving behind only bottomless pits. Ling Xiao's rainbow glass dragon scale armor also gradually cracked. Golden blood was already flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He had already suffered significant internal injuries. However, his face still had the excited expression of being oppressed. He didn't feel afraid or depressed because he was being suppressed. If anyone else saw him like this, they would definitely curse him in their hearts. What a masochist. Old man, your strength is still too weak. Put in more effort. If you continue like this, I will never die. Ling Xiao shouted as he raised his Golden Dragon Spear and continued to deal with the Golden Mountain's energy. Gu Xing was furious. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such ability. Not only did he not let Fang Chen attack, he still had the strength to resist the world force that was blocking him. Since you want to die a little faster, I'll grant your wish. Gu Xing's expression darkened. The long sword in his hand slashed down toward Ling Xiao's head, leaving a streak of golden light in its wake. Hee, perfect timing. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly, feeling quite pleased with himself. He had purposely provoked Gu Xing to come and kill him. Otherwise, he would have to go through a lot of trouble to destroy the power of this world before he could reach Gu Xing. Furthermore, he didn't want to use his spiritual power to kill a powerful opponent like Gu Xing, which was why he was taking such a risk. He naturally had his own considerations for doing this. His other arm, which had remained motionless this entire time, stretched out in the direction Gu Xing was coming from. His finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens, and it carried with it an indescribable aura that was enough to stun anyone who saw it. For some reason, Gu Xing was struck by a sense of stage fright when he looked at this ordinary finger. No matter what, you're still going to die. His golden sword slashed down toward Ling Xiao's head. Just as the sword slashed down on Ling Xiao's head, Ling Xiao's finger suddenly emitted a ray of light. This ray of light was the same color as his lapis lazuli battle armor. It was particularly dazzling. This ray of light was a ray of light, a powerful five-colored ray of light that could split jade and gold and destroy heaven and earth. This was the source of all the spiritual power in Ling Xiao's body. He had also absorbed all the spiritual energy in his surroundings and concentrated it on his finger. 3 split divine finger, jade splitting golden finger. Swoosh! The ray of light instantly expanded, and an ear-piercing sound that seemed to tear the heavens and the earth rang out. Gu Xing's sword slashed down like a profound artifact colliding with a spiritual artifact, instantly shattering into pieces. However, the ray of light was still hurtling toward Gu Xing at an extremely fast speed. Gu Xing's pupils shrank. He wanted to escape immediately, but unfortunately he found that he was too close to the other party, and the speed of the finger was so fast that he didn't even have time to blink before it was already right in front of him. No! Gu Xing roared in indignation, but unfortunately, he still couldn't change his fate of being hit. Bang! Gu Xing's body was directly smashed into pieces by the terrifying ray of light, and a puddle of blood splattered on the spot. The ray of light continued to fly far into the sky like a rainbow, and only completely dissipated after a long time. What a terrifying finger, a finger that could destroy heaven and earth. Ling Xiao had rarely used this jade-splitting golden finger, because every time he used it, it would drain his spiritual power completely. Fortunately, his strength had greatly increased. Now that he had used the jade-splitting golden finger, he didn't have as much spiritual power left. In his current state, he could use it 2 or 3 more times. Once Gu Xing died, the Golden Mountain world would definitely disappear with him. The pressure on Ling Xiao lessened, and his aura instantly dissipated by more than half. He revealed a bitter smile. The 3 divine finger is really powerful. With my strength, I should be able to use the second finger, 3 divine finger, but if I do that, my spiritual power will be drained again. I should wait until I reach the Emperor stage before practicing it. Then, Ling Xiao's figure flew in the direction where Gu Xing had been killed. He grabbed with his bare hand, and a golden bead appeared in his hand. Ling Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Fortunately, the Emperor pill hasn't been destroyed. That's right, the bead in Ling Xiao's hand was the Emperor pill that Gu Xing had condensed when he was alive. Although the Emperor pill couldn't be absorbed directly, it was the only material to refine a supreme-grade mystic Emperor pill. Although Ling Xiao had gained a lot in the chaotic abyss of war, he would never complain about having too many good things like this. Feng Chen came to Ling Xiao's side and asked with concern, "Young master, are you all right?" Ling Xiao shook his head, "I'm fine." Then he glanced at Feng Chen and said, "Tell me everything you know about Sha Tian." Feng Chen didn't hesitate and immediately told Ling Xiao everything he knew. Feng Chen was a gold assassin, and he knew much more than silver assassin. It turned out that the true headquarters of Sha Tian's organization was located in an extremely secluded place in the central region, a place that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Their organization was actually very powerful, so much so that Ling Xiao found it hard to believe. He had always thought that Sha Tian's organization was at most as strong as a 4th-grade sect, and that was already heaven-defying. However, after listening to Feng Chen's explanation, he realized that Sha Tian's organization wasn't much weaker than the 18 major forces. In fact, it was even stronger than the weaker forces. Jade, gold, silver, copper, and iron assassins had different numbers. They were scattered all over the place to take on missions, and rarely gathered together. If they were to gather together, then they would be a very terrifying force. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a strong interest in Sha Tian's organization. If he could make this power his own, what kind of scene would that be? Perhaps he could directly challenge the Black Demon sect at that time. However, Ling Xiao wasn't an idealist. He didn't think that it would be easy to deal with Sha Tian's organization. Everything would have to wait for the future. Chapter 758. After killing Gu Xing, Ling Xiao had a new understanding of his own strength. He could defeat low-tier mystic Thearchs, but there was still a huge gap between him and a mid-tier mystic the Arch. One had to know that Gu Xing was only a pseudo-mid-tier mystic the Arch. He had relied on elixirs to break through. If he was a real mid-tier mystic the Arch, Ling Xiao might not be able to handle him without using his spiritual energy. I have to wait until I'm stronger before I challenge a mid-tier mystic the Arch. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Previously, he had used the Khanate in Wind Pearl to absorb a huge amount of death aura. He thought that his strength would increase a little, but in the end, only a little bit of energy was returned. Ling Xiao was not complaining. After all, the Khanate in Wind Pearl had used up too much energy to deal with the Golden Split Dark Pearl. The death aura was only used to help it recover and improve. It was normal that there was no extra energy returned. As for Gu Xiaohe, who had escaped, Ling Xiao did not chase after him. Sooner or later he would have to fight with the Gu clan. There would be a day when they would face each other again. When that time came, he would settle this once and for all. Gu Xing was dead. Naturally, his protective spirit beast had to die as well. The master-servant contract was just that unfair. Ling Xiao took out the lion spirit beast's beast core and fed it to the golden wolf king. It was time for it to enter the ranks of the 7th tier. If it wanted to reach this critical bottleneck, It would need more beast cores. What's more, the Golden Wolf King was a dual attribute spirit beast. It needed 2 times more beast cores than ordinary spirit beasts. After doing all this, Ling Xiao brought Feng Chen back to Wind Cloud City. Outside Wind Cloud City, the ground was littered with the corpses of black crows and bloodthirsty bats. Blood was still trickling down the ground, and the stench of blood was extremely unpleasant, causing people to have the urge to vomit. Among the corpses of these 2 kinds of spirit beasts, there were also many human corpses and limbs. Obviously, there were many casualties in the previous battle. Xian Yao ordered people to take out all the beast cores of the spirit beasts and split up the materials that could still be used. This was not a small amount of wealth. Young Master hasn't been back for a long time. Should I go and have a look? Mad Tooth frowned and said to Xian Yao. After the trip to the basement, Mad Tooth thoroughly admired and revered Ling Xiao. His loyalty to Ling Xiao had also skyrocketed. The promise of 10 years had long been thrown to the back of his mind, and he was determined to follow Ling Xiao and do great things. Xian Yao shook his head. Don't worry, nothing will happen to the young master. Mad Tooth hesitated for a moment and did not say anything else. On the other hand, Feng Wuing and Feng Yaxin, who were standing on the city wall, were shocked by the massacre just now. I didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to reach this step. I'm afraid in less than 100 years, he'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with our Feng clan. Feng Wuing couldn't help but sigh. How old was Ling Xiao now? 2 or 3 years ago, he was only a middle-level earthly sovereign. Now, not only was he a high-level heavenly venerable, but he also had a group of capable people under him. He had even occupied a city and become the king. This made Feng Wuing sigh in his heart, and he had a faint sense of respect for Ling Xiao. Feng Yaxin also nodded. I have a feeling that what we have seen now is not Ling Xiao's full strength. Maybe he has more things that we can't think of. I can only say that the Gu clan's ancient kill order will be invalid from now on. Perhaps this is also the biggest mistake they have made. It may be that our so-called 18 great powers have been at ease for too long. Our Feng clan has always been ranked at the bottom. If it wasn't for Ant, I'm afraid we would have been eliminated. Originally, the clan placed their hopes on Cousin, but she didn't grow up in our Feng clan. Yaxin, the Feng clan's future still depends on you and me. Feng Wuing drank a mouthful of wine, and a resolute expression appeared on his face. These years, he had been indulging himself too much. Perhaps it was time for him to regain his confidence and work hard again. Feng Yaxin glanced at Ji Beixin's figure not far away and murmured, perhaps the rise of our Feng clan is just as Ant said. Sister Exen might be our Feng clan's lucky star. There was an inexplicable complex expression in her beautiful eyes, as if there was envy and confusion. Whoosh whoosh. 2 whooshing sounds could be heard from afar. Everyone saw Feng Chen, who was following behind Ling Xiao, and their expressions changed slightly. Savage Leopard rode his demon armor leopard and raised the blood-devouring devil blade. Young master, step aside, let me kill him. Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, and Wang Teng also surrounded Feng Chen from several directions to prevent him from escaping. Ling Xiao stopped them. Don't be impulsive, Feng Chen is one of us. The faces of the emperor rank experts stiffened. They couldn't wrap their heads around this and didn't understand what he meant. Savage Leopard anxiously said, Young master, Sha Tian's people didn't betray us. If they failed their mission and were captured, they would usually choose to commit suicide. He must be faking. Before he could finish, Ling Xiao interrupted him. I know what you are worried about. Feng Chen has been moved by my words. He is sincerely surrendering to us. You don't need to say anything about this matter. I know what I am doing. Feng Chen was already under a high-level curse. In Feng Chen's eyes, Ling Xiao was closer to him than his own parents. How could he betray him? Unless Ling Xiao died one day, Feng Chen would be able to escape from Ling Xiao's control. Savage Leopard hesitated for a moment. He seemed to understand something from Ling Xiao's resolute eyes. He immediately bowed to Ling Xiao and didn't say anything else. Since Savage Leopard had expressed his stance, Lu Kun, Yang Xianfeng, and Wang Ting naturally didn't say anything else. However, in their hearts, they found it strange. How did their young master subdue this gold assassin? They didn't believe that a glib tongue could make a mystic the arch willingly follow him. As soon as Ling Xiao landed on the city wall, Xian Yao glanced at Fang Chen with a bit of surprise in his eyes. However, he wasn't as worried as Savage Leopard and the others. Instead, he happily said, "Congratulations, young master, you got another capable assistant." Ling Xiao lightly raised his eyes and smiled. "A fraud is a fraud. It seems that nothing can be hidden from you." He paused for a moment, then asked, "How were the casualties just now?" 56 celestial venerables and more than 400 earthly emperors died. The others more or less suffered some injuries. Xian Yao replied. Ling Xiao lightly nodded and said indifferently, I got it. It's enough to be proud to stop those tens of thousands of spirit beasts at such a small price. Go back and make a list of the names, then we'll go back and reward them." In fact, if Ling Xiao had let Mad Tooth take action at the beginning, there probably wouldn't have been these casualties. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to reveal his trump card too early and let others know that there was a saint in Wind Cloud City. At the same time, he also wanted to know if the people he recruited had the consciousness to work for him. If they couldn't even stop these small dangers, then how could they guard the city for him forever and work for him loyally in the future? A general's success was made into ashes. The road to becoming a king or emperor was destined to bleed and die. Those without strength would naturally be eliminated. Ling Xiao didn't intend to guard one side by himself forever. Only after experiencing the baptism of battle would everyone maintain a high sense of crisis. Whoever didn't want to die would constantly strive to improve themselves. Only the stronger one was, the longer they could live. After this battle, everyone in the city realized that the strength of the city lord's mansion was quite formidable. Many warriors, merchants and commoners also felt that nothing would go wrong if they stayed in Wind Cloud City. Hence, many people started to settle down in Wind Cloud City. At the same time, many people started to move over from other places. Wind Cloud City started to move towards a stable stage of development. Various types of shops started to increase and the number of citizens increased. Free trade also became more common and there was an endless stream of warriors coming and going. After all, Wind Cloud City was north of the Death Mountain Range. It was a place where many warriors liked to search for treasures. Wind Cloud City became the closest place for them to settle down and naturally, it would develop very quickly. Businesses such as restaurants and brothels also began to flourish. The Chancellor's residence didn't directly interfere with the participation of foreign merchants. They only cared about collecting a certain amount of income every month. At the same time, they sent people to manage the largest businesses. Apart from these, the Chancellor's residence's biggest source of income was the high Xian crystals collected from the transmission formation, the fees for entering the city and the income from the monthly auctions. These were the main sources of income for every city. Once everything was on track, Ling Xiao rarely managed the affairs of the city. As for the defense and management of the fortifications, he handed over full authority to Xian Yao. Xian Yao's authority was second only to Ling Xiao. A few mystic thearchs also had to be respectful to him. Xian Yao first set up a level 7 large array formation around the city to prevent further enemy attacks. He also set up various array formations within the Chancellor's residence. At the same time, he selected a group of heavenly venerables to be the elder of the Chancellor's residence to manage the operations of the city. Every important position was carefully selected by Ling Xiao and the rest. Only those who could pass the test of loyalty would be hired. Not only that, Xian Yao also selected a group of talented warriors and started to let them practice the combination formation. Once these offensive formations were successfully practiced, they could work together to stop martial artists who were of a higher level than them. Xian Yao did this for Wei Yu's sake, to prepare for future challenges. As Ling Zhao's strength advanced by leaps and bounds, Kai Shiyue, Bai Yushi, Bing Ruoxue, and Yao Qingmin, who were slower in advancing, didn't dare to be negligent anymore. They entered a closed state one after another, striving not to be left too far behind by Ling Xiao. Otherwise, one day, they would lose the chance to follow Ling Xiao. At that time, they could only be eliminated. Ling Xiao was never stingy with his women. He provided them with many good cultivation resources so that they could quickly increase their strength. It was a smooth period without too many shocking waves. Just as Ling Xiao was about to choose seclusion to cultivate, someone suddenly came to visit. Chapter 759. The person who came made Ling Xiao a little surprised. It was the 7th grade alchemist Wu Fu who had some grudges with the Gu clan. His current mental state was already much better than before. After all, being betrayed by his only disciple was a very painful thing. Back then, Ling Xiao used the quick knot flower to save him. He had hoped to take in this 7th grade alchemist, but at that time, Wu Fu's state of mind seemed to be dead, and he did not have the slightest sincerity to follow him. Ling Xiao did not wish for a walking corpse to follow him, so he only wanted half of his treasures and did not request for him to follow him. Unexpectedly, he actually came knocking on his door now. I didn't expect Master Wu to visit my small place. I apologize for not going out to welcome you. Ling Xiao was still very polite as he cupped his hands towards Wu Fu and said. In the next moment, Wu Fu did something that surprised Ling Xiao. He knelt down on one knee and said to Ling Xiao, Wu Fu had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I didn't expect City Lord Ling to already be a genuine 7th grade alchemist. Master Ling, please accept me, Wu Fu. Wu Fu is willing to follow City Lord Ling, even if I have to die 10,000 times. It had been 2 years since the elixir meeting competition. Wu Fu had long received the news that Ling Xiao had taken first place in the elixir meeting competition. He had actually refined a 7th grade elixir in one go, and he had even refined 2 supreme grade Mystic Emperor elixir in one go. This alchemy method had thoroughly shocked many people. When Wu Fu was in the Gu clan, when Ling Xiao was in seclusion, strange phenomena would often appear. At that time, he and Gu Qin felt that Ling Xiao was a 7th grade alchemist, but at that time, he was still at the lowest point of his life and did not care about all of this. After that, Wu Fu left the Gu clan with a disheartened heart. After a period of deep contemplation, he gradually walked out of his grief. It was also at this time that he heard the news from the medicine capital. Ling Xiao had suppressed many alchemy geniuses and won first place in the elixir meeting competition. This news shocked Wu Fu, and he gradually felt some regret in his heart. After all, with Ling Xiao's potential, being able to reach the realm of a 7th grade alchemist at such a young age, it would not be difficult for him to reach the next level in the future. If he followed him, his level of alchemy might be able to reach the next level in the future. Later on, he heard that Ling Xiao had been issued an ancient killing order by the Gu family, and he had even disappeared from the medicine capital. Wu Fu thought that something bad had happened to Ling Xiao and felt sorry for Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, recently, news of Ling Xiao's shocking deeds in Wind Cloud City had spread. First, he solved the death mysteries of Wind Cloud City. Then, he fought against 10,000 people and killed the Mercenary Alliance army. Not long after, he led his men to kill tens of thousands of spirit beasts and even killed the mystic Arch, who had joined forces with the Gu clan and Sha Tian. For a time, Ling Xiao's might was boundless, and it shook every single corner of the central territory. Wu Fu was also deeply shocked. Finally, after a serious discussion, he still came to Wind Cloud City. Now that Ling Xiao had just established his faction, he was definitely in need of manpower. If he joined him, it would be like sending charcoal in the snow. He believed that Ling Xiao would not reject him. It was precisely because of this that Wu Fu was kneeling in front of Ling Xiao. This time, he came with full sincerity. Otherwise, with his status as a 7th grade alchemist, there was no need for him to kneel in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the current Wu Fu and felt that his state of mind was indeed different. Seeing his sincerity, his heart was moved. Master Wu, you don't have to do this. You are making this kid look bad. Ling Xiao politely helped Wu Fu up. Wu Fu insisted on kneeling and said, I request City Lord Ling, Wu Fu to follow me. Ling Xiao said, Master Wu, an outstanding alchemist like you will be treated as a distinguished guest no matter which faction you join. Why do you want to join this kid? Indeed, with Wu Fu's status, no matter which sect or clan he went to, he would be worshipped. He did not understand why Wu Fu had changed his mind. Wu Fu said in a serious manner, "There are two reasons why I am willing to follow City Lord Ling. Firstly, City Lord Ling has saved my life. I, Wu Fu, am extremely grateful. Secondly, City Lord Ling is already a 7th grade alchemist at such a young age. With City Lord Ling's talent, becoming an alchemist saint in the future will not be a problem. Therefore, Wu Fu only wishes to bask in City Lord Ling's good fortune and see if I can improve my alchemy skills." Ling Xiao said, "Get up first, let me think about it." This time, Wu Fu did not insist. He stood up and looked at Ling Xiao with anticipation. He had always been obsessed with alchemy. Otherwise, he would not have been able to refine 7th grade pills with his half-step emperor cultivation. Alchemy was a part of his life. Naturally, he hoped that one day he could become an unparalleled alchemist saint. He did not have any background, nor did he have any alchemy recipes or alchemy techniques above the 8th grade. Becoming an alchemist saint was just wishful thinking. Unless he could join a faction with an alchemist saint, he might be able to interact with them and improve. However, it was impossible to get an alchemist saint to teach him everything. Therefore, he could only place his future on Ling Xiao's shoulders. From Ling Xiao's performance in alchemy and tenbin, he was sure that there was an expert guiding him from behind. Otherwise, he would not believe that Ling Xiao could reach his current realm at such a young age. Now that he had sincerely come to join, he believed that Ling Xiao would not treat him unfairly. It had to be said that Wu Fu's schemes were very experienced. He also saw that Ling Xiao was a person who would do great things and would definitely not be stingy with his subordinates. Since Wu Fu had already stated his reasons, Ling Xiao had no reason to reject him. Moreover, he was currently in need of talents. With Wu Fu joining, there would be someone who would help him solve the problem of the alchemy at the auction. He could also stay behind the scenes and be the lord of the city. "Master Wu, since you have sincerely come to join us, then this will be your home from now on. You will be our Wind Cloud City's inner palace elder. I hope that we can work hard together and carve out a place for ourselves." Ling Xiao said happily. When Wu Fu heard that Ling Xiao was willing to let him follow him, he was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, City Lord Ling." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Everyone calls me young master, so you can call me that too. Otherwise, you can just call me Ling Xiao." Alchemists were not easy to find, so Ling Xiao naturally would not use his status to pressure Wu Fu. His way of handling matters had also shortened the distance between him and his subordinates. This was also one of the reasons why his subordinates were willing to give up on him. "Yes, young master." Wu Fu was also a shrewd old fox. He immediately entered his role and said respectfully. At this time, Ling Xiao was no longer in the mood to go into seclusion. Previously, he had been thinking about where to find 1 or 2 high-level alchemists and blacksmiths. Now that Wu Fu had delivered himself to his doorstep, he had already taken care of 1 alchemist. If he could find another high-level alchemist, then that would be even more perfect. "Elder Wu, do you know of any high-level blacksmiths?" Ling Xiao asked. "Young master, you want to find a high-level blacksmith to join us?" Wu Fu asked. "Yes. Currently, there are many things to be done in the city. We urgently lack all kinds of talents." Ling Xiao sighed heavily. Although Ling Xiao had already sent Xian Yao to recruit talents, the number of people who came were too few or their standards were limited. This really made him feel vexed. It was impossible to establish a force without an alchemist and an armament master holding down the fort. Wu Fu was silent for a moment before saying, "There are many blacksmiths everywhere. However, those who have reached the 7th tier are also rare. Most of them are recruited by sects or families. It is not easy to find people in this aspect." "That's right, this young master is sick of it." Ling Xiao sighed. Wu Fu furrowed his brows and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Perhaps there is someone who fulfills young master's requirements, but..." Ling Xiao was a little impatient as he asked, "But what?" "It's just that this person's temperament is extremely eccentric. He has always hidden his name, and very few people know of his existence. It was only by chance that I found out that he is a high-level spiritual blacksmith. If not for that matter, perhaps his standards would not be so low." Wu Fu said with a regretful expression. Ling Xiao did not interrupt Wu Fu. He knew that there was more to it. Wu Fu continued, that person offended a powerful enemy in his early years, and he fled with his wife and child. Unfortunately, in the process of escaping, his wife's head was injured by the enemy in order to save him, causing his wife's knowledge to be damaged and her mental state to become abnormal. He deeply loved his wife, and so he searched everywhere for a way to treat her, but unfortunately, no one was able to help his wife recover her knowledge. He became disheartened and hid his identity, wholeheartedly taking care of his wife. Back then, he also came to me to ask for help to refine a pill to cure his wife, but I did not have the ability to help him. Hearing Wu Fu's words, Ling Xiao revealed a look of joy and said, you mean to say that if he has the ability to cure his wife, he might be able to leave the mountain and join us? Wu Fu said, perhaps there is such a possibility. His wife is the person he loves the most. I think that if anyone has the ability to cure his wife, he would be willing to work for them. That's good. That's good. Quickly take me to see this person. Maybe I have a way to treat his wife. Ling Xiao laughed and said. Wu Fu continued, young master, listen to me first. That person's wife's strength is not ordinary. She has already reached the emperor stage, and the injury to her spiritual world is difficult to repair. She has visited many alchemists from large powers, but none of them were able to repair this kind of injury. Young master, you should think it through. That's even better. It seems that he is a hidden super expert. If I can treat his wife, then both of them will join our city. Our city's strength will increase greatly. Ling Xiao said even more excitedly. Wu Fu looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment and said, does young master really have a way to solve this problem? Cut the crap. If I say there is a way, then there must be a way. Quickly take me to see this person. Ling Xiao did not have time to explain to Wu Fu. He could not wait to find the high-grade spirit tool master. Young master, this trip is not a short one. Don't you need to make some preparations? Wu Fu reminded. Ling Xiao slapped his forehead and said, all right, I'll go inform the others so that they won't worry. Ling Xiao went back and gave some instructions to Xian Yao and the others. Then he quickly left with Wu Fu to find a high-grade weapon refiner. Chapter 760. It was a village that couldn't be any more ordinary, and there were numerous simple and crude cottages that were next to each other. Smoke curled up from the wind, and occasionally, the sound of children playing could be heard. It was like a tranquil and peaceful Pure Land. This place was far away from Hot City, far away from all the killing, and far away from all the worldly disputes. In a relatively large courtyard, a rather charming middle-aged woman was sitting on a bench, fiddling with something with her head down. After a while, she raised her head and revealed a charming smile. She called out to the house, Daddy, come out quickly. See if Xiaohua's bonnet is pretty. A middle-aged woman spoke with the tone of a 14 or 15-year-old child, making people feel that it was very strange. A deep voice came from the house, Little flower, I'm coming. It wasn't an old man who walked out of the house, but a burly middle-aged man. This middle-aged man had sharp features, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a high-nose bridge. There was a hideous knife scar on the left side of his face, giving off a resolute and unyielding aura. The muscles all over his body bulged, giving people the feeling that they were filled with incomparable explosive power. On his two steel-like arms, green veins stretched out like snakes, giving people the same feeling of strength. His rough palms were covered with calluses, obviously caused by holding heavy objects for a long time. The two of them were clearly middle-aged, but the woman called the man Daddy. This contrast was a little confusing. The middle-aged man looked at the middle-aged woman in front of him tenderly, mixed with a bit of sadness. It didn't look like a father looking at his daughter, but more like a husband looking at his wife. Xiaohua's bonnet is so beautiful. The middle-aged man took the simple grass-like thing from the middle-aged woman's hands and praised. I knew I was good. I'll make some more later. It'll be nice to have them dance in the courtyard, the middle-aged woman said with a look of intoxication. The middle-aged man's expression was a little sad, but he still forced a smile and nodded, As long as you like it, you can make as many as you want. Actually, the middle-aged man and the middle-aged woman weren't father and daughter. After all, they were a real couple. All of this was due to fate making a fool out of them, allowing them to continue living like this. The middle-aged man was called Du Tai, and the middle-aged woman was called Song Minghua. Looking at their temperament, no one would think that they were ordinary commoners. They had lived here in seclusion for 100 years. "Daddy, you're so good to your daughter," the middle-aged woman said happily. The middle-aged man said bitterly, "Xiaohua, can you not call me daddy?" "But you're clearly my daddy. Daddy, do you dislike your daughter for being naughty?" As the middle-aged woman spoke, her eyes became a little teary, making people feel pity for her. The middle-aged man said with a pained expression, "No. Whatever." "Dad, are you unhappy about something? Why do you keep saying things like that? If that's the case, I'll be very sad." The middle-aged woman pulled on her husband's sleeve coquettishly. Just as the middle-aged man was about to say something, his eyes suddenly turned cold. He said in a deep voice, "Xiaohua, quickly go into the house. Don't leave the house before I come back." As he finished speaking, his aura suddenly soared and he immediately flew towards a direction at high speed. Outside the village, he shouted in a deep voice, "Since you're here, come out. Why hide your head and show your tail?" "Hee, I didn't expect your scrap iron hand to have some ability. You can actually detect our arrival." A cold voice sounded, and then many figures flew out from a hidden direction. There were a total of 15 people, including 2 mystic thearchs and 13 heavenly venerables. They were all wearing the same clothes, and it seemed that they belonged to the same faction. "You're really haunting us. We've been hiding for so many years. Are you really going to kill us?" Du Tai said with a wooden face. The person who spoke just now stood up and stared at Du Tai. "It's really hard to find you guys hiding in such a remote place. However, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Suddenly, Du Tai laughed wildly. "How hateful. Come, back then your brother couldn't kill me and was killed by me. I wonder what you can do to me today." After saying that, a red giant axe appeared in his hand. This giant axe was extremely overbearing, and the image of a ferocious beast roared out, its aura shocking all directions. Shockingly, this was a weapon that had reached the half-saint level. In addition, a huge fire tiger appeared beside Du Tai. Its aura was incomparably majestic and frightening. The tiger's roar caused hundreds of birds to fly away in all directions, and the villagers were panicking. Seeing this weapon, the expressions of the 2 mystic thearchs became greedy. These 2 mystic thearchs were called Rong Su and Shibingguang. They were both low-level mystic thearchs, and the one who had been talking to Du Tai was Rong Su. The group of people also took out their weapons and summoned their spirit beasts, surrounding Du Tai. "Come, I'll kill to my heart's content today." Du Tai seemed to have become ferocious. His eyes were red with anger as he roared. He raised the giant axe in his hand and chopped towards Rong Su. Rays of axe light brought with them an incomparably strong flame, giving people an incomparably oppressive feeling. His fire tiger did not mind it either. Following Du Tai's attack, it also pounced forward to deal with the spirit beasts brought by the other party. Rong Su and Shibingguang also exploded with a strong aura as they went towards Du Tai. For a moment, there was an earth-shaking rumbling sound in the vicinity. The trees and flowers were all affected and turned into fine powder. In a village not far away, the villagers seemed to have sensed the disaster and screamed. They abandoned their homes and fled far away, hoping that they would not be affected by this disaster. Song Minghua, who was in the house, also felt the strong fluctuations, and her heart was inexplicably in a mess. Could it be something happened to Daddy? Although Song Minghua's mind was in a mess, she still had emotions. She hesitated for a moment, but still decided to walk out of the house and flew out of the village. Don't look at her weak appearance, she actually has extraordinary strength. She saw Du Tai being surrounded from afar and shouted angrily, "You bad people, why are you attacking my daddy? I'll fight it out with you." After Song Minghua said that, She actually raised her pink fist and smashed it towards one of the celestial venerables. She actually did not know how to use the strength that she displayed, nor did she have any moves to speak of. At best, it was just like some flowery but impractical moves. When Du Tai heard Song Minghua's voice, he somewhat lost control of his mind. He shouted without turning his head, "Little Hua, quickly run, quickly run." Rong Su obviously knew Song Minghua and immediately shouted, "Catch that woman for me." Du Tai was very concerned about Song Minghua. He roared and deduced a large amount of world power. His fist fire axe forced Rong Su and Shi Bingguang away, and he wanted to fly towards Song Minghua and take her away. However, how could Rong Su and Shi Bingguang allow him to escape so easily? The two of them used all their strength to smash Du Tai's world power, restraining his movements. Du Tai actually disregarded everything and risked his own injuries to go and rescue Song Minghua. Du Tai was attacked from both sides, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood from the powerful attribute attacks. He had already suffered internal injuries, but he finally broke through the attack of the two of them. However, he was still a step too late. Song Minghua's neck had already been grabbed by one of the celestial venerables, and he threatened him, "Don't come over, or I'll kill her." Du Tai forcibly stopped and shouted at the celestial venerables, "If you dare to hurt her in the slightest, I'll destroy your family." Unfortunately, as soon as he said that, two powerful auras enveloped him at the same time. Boom! Du Tai was smashed into the ground by the two powerful attribute attacks, leaving only a bottomless pit. And now I can finally avenge my brother. Rong Su looked down at the deep pit and laughed. Shi Bingguang said, "He shouldn't die so easily." Rong Su said, "I know he's not dead yet, but with this bitch here, are you afraid that he won't give in?" At the same time, he flew in front of Song Minghua, who was caught, and grabbed Song Minghua's hair. He said ferociously, "Damn bitch, if it wasn't for you, my brother wouldn't have died." Below the deep pit, a figure quickly flew out. It was Du Tai, who had been blasted to the ground just now. He was in a sorry state now, and there were many cracks on the high-level armor on his body. There were many bloodstains all over his body, and it was obvious that he was already injured. "Let go of her, you can do whatever you want to me," Du Tai said with a determined look. Even if he died, he didn't want to see Song Minghua get hurt at all. "Father, are you okay? You bad guys, let go." Song Minghua looked at the injured Du Tai and cried out with tears streaming down her face. Slap. Before she could finish her words, Rong Su slapped her face hard, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. You bitch, your injuries from back then haven't healed yet. He's not your father, he's your man. Rong Su laughed very straightforwardly. Du Tai clenched his fists, and his eyes were red with anger. He shouted, "Damn it, don't hit her. If you want to hit her, come at me." "Hee, don't worry, I won't kill her. I'll let you see your good daughter get gang raped," Rong Su said with a lewd look, and then said to the celestial master he brought, "This woman is for you to play with, do whatever you want. You bastard, I'll kill you." Du Tai roared with a flushed face, and raised his giant axe to chop at Rong Su. However, Rong Su was one step ahead and grabbed Song Minghua in his hand, facing Du Tai's attack. "Chop her if you have the ability." Du Tai was forced to stop once again, and Shi Bingguang suddenly attacked from the side, slashing fiercely at Du Tai's back. Shi Bingguang didn't intend to let it go just like that, and his sword moves became more and more fierce, as if he would only be satisfied after cutting Du Tai into pieces. It was also at this time that a disdainful voice sounded, "Bullying the few with numbers, and bullying a woman, you really aren't men." Chapter 761. Shi Bingguang was not going to let Du Tai off easily. His world energy smashed down on Du Tai, and countless sword chi slashed towards Du Tai. Du Tai's mind was already in a mess, and Shi Bingguang's sneak attack had succeeded. Du Tai's situation was extremely dangerous. Just as he was about to be swallowed by the sword chi, a ghost-like figure rushed over and dragged Du Tai to the side. The figure muttered disdainfully, "Bullying a woman with numbers? You guys are not men at all." Shi Bingguang did not expect that someone would be able to rescue Du Tai from right under his nose. He was both shocked and angry. Rong Su also did not expect such a thing to happen. He looked at the newcomer and frowned. Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of our Ghost Abyss sect? Are you tired of living? The person who came was very young, looking to be in his 20s. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and an imposing appearance. His jet-black hair fluttered in the wind, and his demeanor carried a bit of the aura of an emperor. His somewhat demonic smile was enough to kill any woman. The person who saved Du Tai was actually Ling Xiao, who had rushed over from Wind Cloud City. Ling Xiao released Du Tai and looked at Rong Su as he said, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that you release that sister. Otherwise, even if you are from the Ghost Abyss sect, this young master will still have to ask for some advice from you. Who do you think you are? You'd better scram now, or you'll die together with this scrap iron hand." Rong Shuyo said coldly, and then winked at the celestial master companion she brought. Those heavenly venerables understood and prepared to cooperate with Shi Bingguang to deal with Du Ju and Ling Xiao. "Little brother, many thanks for your help, but this is my, Du Tai's, matter. There's no need for you to get involved in it." Du Ju swallowed 2 pills and glanced at Ling Xiao. A strong gust of wind could be heard from afar. Rong Su and Shi Bingguang were slightly nervous. They did not need to guess to know that this person was not from the Ghost Abyss sect. "Master Du, long time no see." The figure stopped in front of everyone and cupped his hands. This person was Wu Fu, who had accompanied Ling Xiao here. Just now, Ling Xiao sensed that something was happening here, so he sped up and rushed over first. "So it's Grandmaster Wu." Du Tai was stunned for a moment before replying. Then he said, "Grandmaster Wu, you should leave first. This lowly one has some matters that must be resolved." Du Tai did not have the time to care about Wu Fu. His eyes were fixed on Rong Su, his face full of worry as he looked at Song Minghua in his hands. He was really afraid that if Rong Su used a little more strength, Song Mingzhu would immediately perish. "Scrap Iron Hand, I thought you didn't want this B***Ts anymore. Do you want her to wait for you at the Yellow Springs Road?" Rong Su tightened his grip on Song Mingzhu. Song Minghua's face flushed red. Her expression was indescribably uncomfortable and her beautiful eyes were filled with pity. Don't hurt her. I'll do anything you want me to, I beg you." Du Tai looked at Song Minghua with a pained expression and pleaded with Rong Su. This was the woman he loved the most in his life. He was absolutely not willing to let her die before him. Rong Su revealed a happy expression and said, "You go kill the 2 of them first and I'll let her go. How about it?" Ling Xiao and Wu Fu's expressions jumped. They really didn't expect the other party to dare say such a thing. What a good way to sow discord. Du Tai clenched his teeth and his eyes revealed a scarlet color. "Fine, I promise you." "Grandmaster Du?" Wu Fu looked at Du Tai speechlessly and exclaimed. Unfortunately, Du Tai seemed to have lost his mind and slashed at him with his giant axe. The intense fire attribute and powerful world energy made it hard for Wu Fu to breathe. Although he was a half-step emperor, he couldn't withstand a single blow from a veteran emperor. Ling Xiao appeared beside him and pulled him back. He shouted, "Stop. I'll help you save that woman." How could Du Tai believe Ling Xiao's words? He continued to crazily attack Ling Xiao and Wu Fu. "Damn it, why did I meet a madman?" Ling Xiao cursed inwardly and threw Wu Fu far away. "Elder Wu, go to the side first. We'll talk after I deal with this madman." After shouting, Ling Xiao left a series of afterimages in the air and got far away from Du Tai. He then withdrew his mental power from his sea of consciousness. Of course, he didn't want to control or kill Du Tai. He just wanted to use the elementary mental curse to make Du Tai feel disoriented and distracted. This way, it would be easy to deal with Du Tai. As expected, Du Tai was disturbed by Ling Xiao's elementary mental curse and his movements paused. Rong Su was startled. Just as he was about to threaten Du Tai again, Ling Xiao suddenly appeared beside Du Tai. "You madman! This young master saved you and you still don't know what's good for you. Go to hell." Ling Xiao shouted angrily. Countless golden fists bombarded Du Tai. Bang bang. Du Tai was like a sandbag as he was smashed to the ground by Ling Xiao. Looking at the surging aura around Ling Xiao, it was obvious that he didn't show any mercy. He looked like he wanted to get rid of Du Tai. Rong Su, Shi Bingguang, and the rest were puzzled. Song Minghua, who was being controlled by Rong Su, looked at Ling Xiao as if she wanted to swallow Ling Xiao alive. Finally, Du Tai was smashed into a deep pit not far away by Ling Xiao's clenched fists. A stream of blood formed a beautiful parabola. Don't think that just because this young master saved you, you can repay kindness with enmity. You should know your own worth. Ling Xiao spat disdainfully. Rong Su, Shi Bingguang, and the rest were dumbfounded. Although Du Tai was injured, he was still a genuine mystic, the arch-tier martial artist. How could he be beaten by this young man to the point that he couldn't even retaliate and was defeated without any suspense? At the same time, they didn't understand the relationship between this young man and Du Tai. He had suddenly lent a helping hand just now. How did he destroy Du Tai in the blink of an eye? Could it be that this kid was really a meddlesome kid? Wu Fu, who was not far away, was also shocked by Ling Xiao. He thought to himself, Du Tai won't be destroyed by young master just like that, right? Young master's battle power is indeed unparalleled. Ling Xiao seemed to be afraid of dirtying his hands. He dusted them off and looked at Rong Su, Shi Bingguang, and the rest. Throw that girl over to this young master. Otherwise, this young master will take care of all of you. Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Rong Su and said lightly. Looking at Ling Xiao's lecherous eyes, it seemed that he was very interested in Song Minghua. Rong Su looked at Ling Xiao nervously and said, "Who are you? What do you want? Since when did the Ghost Darkness sect need you to tell us what to do?" Rong Su saw that Ling Xiao was only a high-level heavenly venerable. Although he was suspicious of Ling Xiao's identity, he wasn't frightened by Ling Xiao. This young master has never changed his name. I am the top martial emperor in the Central Region, the top of the Elixir Association, the most handsome, kind, and pure city lord of Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao revealed a wicked smile and said rather narcissistically. At the same time, his battle power increased by 20 times. A golden dragon shadow roared in midair. That emperor's aura spread out. Those heavenly venerables had an uncontrollable urge to kneel. It was as if they were subjects who had seen the emperor, and they were filled with reverence. Rong Su and Shi Bingguang were also slightly affected. However, they were at the mystic the arch stage after all. Their hearts were firm and not easily shaken. You are the city lord of Wind Cloud City, Ling Xiao? Rong Su exclaimed in surprise. Now, Ling Xiao had become a rising star in the Central Region. He had become the most dazzling star. Almost everyone knew about him. He was an existence that could be compared to the older generation. This was because everything he did caused a stir in the Central Region. Everything he did was worthy of admiration. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to suddenly appear in this desolate place. That's right, it is me. Ling Xiao flipped his bangs and made a handsome face. Ling Xiao was also very proud. He didn't expect that even the people of the Ghost Darkness sect would know about him, Ling Xiao. It seemed that his reputation had risen. I wonder why City Lord Ling is interfering in the affairs of the Ghost Darkness sect. Could it be that you think that the Ghost Darkness sect is not worthy of your attention? Rong Su narrowed his eyes and asked. If this young man was really Ling Xiao, they might not be a match for him. One had to know that the Gu clans Gu Xing and Sha Tian's the archstage expert had fallen at the hands of Ling Xiao. They didn't seem to be enough. I don't have time to care about your stupid business. I just can't stand to see you guys bully a woman. I don't want to see such a delicate beauty get hurt. We're all men, hee, you know what I mean. Give her to me. Ling Xiao licked his lips and stared at Song Minghua with a lecherous look. Rong Su and Shi Bingguang looked at each other and communicated via voice transmission. Senior brother, what do you think? I heard that Ling Xiao is the only successor of the demonic the Arch. He should have inherited the demonic Thearcha's style. Perhaps he really has taken a liking to this woman. Then you mean to give this woman to him? You've already gotten what you wanted to avenge your brother. As long as Du Tai is dead, there's no need to care about this crazy woman. Since Ling Xiao likes it, just give it to her. Let him be happy. There's no need to fight to the death with him. That's true. Rather than letting this bitch die, it's better to let her become someone else's plaything. It's more satisfying. The two of them communicated for a while before Rong Su smiled and said, if City Lord Ling likes her, then I'll give this woman to City Lord Ling to enjoy. After saying that, he pushed Song Minghua towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, of course, caught it without hesitation. Song Minghua was freed and punched Ling Xiao with her fist. You killed my father. I will kill you, you bad guy. Ling Xiao didn't even think before hitting the back of her neck, knocking her unconscious. Then, he threw her towards Wu Fu and said, take care of her first. I still have to communicate with the Lords of the Ghost Darkness sect. Chapter 762. Rong Su didn't dare to use his status to pressure Ling Xiao, so he cupped his hands and said, what else does City Lord Ling want to say? His attitude was much better now, so they didn't want to offend Ling Xiao. I want to discuss something with you, Ling Xiao said, keeping them in suspense. There was a strange smile on his face. Rong Su was surprised. City Lord Ling, if you have something to say, we are all ears. As long as it's within our power, we will definitely help. If it's something we can't do, then it's better not to say it. Rong Su lowered his stance because he wanted Ling Xiao to leave as soon as possible. They still needed to check if Du Tai was dead or alive. Although they felt that they couldn't beat Ling Xiao, they were still confident that they could escape. Therefore, Rong Su didn't need to accommodate Ling Xiao too much. He just wanted to compromise for the time being. Don't worry, you can definitely do it, and it's very easy. Ling Xiao said faintly. Oh, then tell us. Rong Su was led by Ling Xiao, so he agreed. I want to borrow your head. Ling Xiao sneered, and his psychic powers surged out like a tide. An invisible golden dragon spear appeared, and he brandished the powerful tyrant dragon spear art towards Rong Su's sea of consciousness. Rumble! Rong Su felt that his sea of consciousness had suffered a powerful impact. It was as if the two layers of his spiritual world were about to be torn apart by something. The pain was like his head was about to explode. He lost his balance, and as he fell, a figure swept past like the wind. With a flash of silver light and a flash of sword light, Rong Su's head was immediately separated from his body. Blood gushed out, looking extremely hideous and nauseating. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Before anyone could react, Rong Su had already died. The people of the Ghost Darkness sect were all stunned. Even Shi Bingguang, who was at the Emperor stage, was in a daze. You killed my junior brother. Shi Bingguang stuttered. Hee, if your eyes aren't deceiving you, I think so. Ling Xiao looked at him from the side and said with a malicious smile. Shi Bingguang shuddered. Only then did he remember to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ling Xiao's spiritual energy blasted over again, and he soon followed in Rong Su's footsteps. The people from the Ghost Abyss sect were scared out of their wits. Each and every one of them led their spiritual beasts and fled with all their might, fearing that they would die a violent death if they were any slower. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let them escape. He had already provoked many strong enemies. If the people of the Ghost Abyss sect were to find out that he had killed their people, it would be troublesome and his enemies would have another ally. With Ling Xiao's speed and spiritual energy attacks, not a single one of them could escape. They were all killed by Ling Xiao at the fastest speed possible. Wu Fu had also thoroughly witnessed Ling Xiao's fearsomeness, and a sense of worship arose in his heart. He sighed in his heart. Only a legendary figure like the demonic emperor could produce such a monstrous successor. Only when this young master shows his prowess will he know how to write the word death. Ling Xiao said with extreme disdain as he returned with Rong Su and Shi Bingguang's heads in his hand. Young master, why are you still holding their heads? Wu Fu asked in confusion. He was thinking that the young master wouldn't declare war on the Ghost Darkness sect, would he? Go and bring that madman along. Ling Xiao ignored Wu Fu's words and pointed in another direction. Wu Fu looked in that direction and saw that it was the place where Ling Xiao had sent Du Tai crashing. He's not dead? Wu Fu thought suspiciously, but did not ask any further questions and immediately flew in that direction. Indeed, Du Tai had only fainted, and his aura was still present. However, his protective spirit beast had already been attacked by Rong Su and the others and had long since been eaten. A day later, Ling Xiao and Wu Fu appeared in a desolate mountain range. Young master, are you really confident that you can restore her consciousness? Outside a cave, Wu Fu asked with a puzzled expression. Ling Xiao nodded his head lightly and said, "We will know very soon. When the time comes, you will naturally know." If that's really the case, then Du Tai will definitely be willing to follow you. Wu Fu said excitedly. We'll see. What an infatuated person. He didn't even ask for the reason. For a woman, he can repay kindness with enmity. I'm really afraid that this kind of person is not easy to control. Ling Xiao sighed. A man who could repay kindness with enmity for a woman, he was also afraid that in the future he would betray him because of a woman. If that was the case, he really didn't dare to use it. He wanted to use a high-level mental spell to control them, but he felt that it was too unkind of him to take advantage of them. It was better to wait until everyone woke up before making a fuss. After a long while, a soft voice came from the cave. Why am I here? Young master? She seems to have woken up. Wu Fu said somewhat excitedly. And don't worry. Maybe she thinks we're bad guys. Ling Xiao replied softly and said calmly. He was very confident in his own pills. Song Minghua would definitely wake up, which should be within reason. Sure enough, a powerful explosion sounded out in front of the cave entrance. The restrictions were destroyed, and a lot of stone fragments flew out. A figure with an extraordinary aura walked out from the cave. Who else could it be other than Song Minghua? Her demeanor was even more alluring than before, and her temperament had completely changed. The mature woman's aura was even more flirtatious, and her beautiful eyes revealed a strong sense of vigilance. She looked at Ling Xiao and Wu Fu, frowned, and said indifferently, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said, "Let someone else explain." Ling Xiao did not expect the woman in front of him to have such a terrifying aura, to actually make him feel a little oppressed. Based on his experience, he could guess that this woman was at least at the middle stage of the profound emperor. It was really hard for him to imagine that a day ago, she was still a weak woman who did not know how to use energy. Now, in the blink of an eye, she had become a strong woman. Song Minghua did not understand the meaning of Ling Xiao's words. Wu Fu explained from the side, "Madame Du, Master Du is over there. He will tell you everything." Song Minghua's expression changed slightly. She anxiously looked in the direction that Wu Fu was pointing and saw a rather miserable figure lying on the ground not far away. "Brother Tai!" Song Minghua cried out involuntarily and quickly flew to Du Tai's side. Looking at the wounds on his body, her heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. She looked angrily at Ling Xiao and Wu Fu and said, "Did you guys hurt Brother Tai? I want you all to die." With that, she actually put down Du Tai and released an incomparably powerful aura. Everything in the surroundings was shaken by the aura and was sent flying. From the looks of it, she wanted to attack Ling Xiao and Wu Fu. Wu Fu could not stand the aura of Song Minghua's middle stage profound emperor and was forced to retreat a long distance. Ling Xiao stood in front of him and said faintly, "Here are 2 healing pills. Take them and wake him up. At that time, you will naturally know everything." At the same time, Ling Xiao threw the pill in his hand towards Song Minghua. Song Minghua caught it and brought it up to her nose to sniff it lightly, as if afraid that it was poison. Even after confirming that there was nothing wrong with the pill, she still remained vigilant. Then she helped Du Tai up and fed him the 2 pills. Ling Xiao was not afraid that Song Minghua and Du Ju would disappear. He directly flew to the top of a nearby tree and narrowed his eyes. He knew that when Du Tai woke up, this old couple would definitely have many things to talk about. With the nourishment of the pill's energy, Du Tai regained some consciousness and slowly woke up. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Song Minghua. A look of agitation flashed across his eyes. Xiaohua, are you all right? Song Minghua looked at the man she loved and listened to his weak voice. It was as if a long time had passed. Her beautiful eyes could not help but tear up. She caressed Du Tai's resolute face and choked with sobs. Big brother Tai, I am fine. Who was so cruel to hurt you like this? Are those people from the Ghost Abyss sect still not willing to let us go? Song Minghua obviously did not remember the past few years of her mental illness. She was still stuck in the beginning memories of the 100 years before she was hunted down. What did you call me? Du Tai shivered and grabbed Song Minghua's hand. Big brother Tai, what's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere and feeling uncomfortable? Song Minghua said with some concern. Suddenly, 2 streams of tears flowed down from Du Tai's eyes, and a choking sound came from his throat. I'm not dreaming, right? Xiaohua, you called me Big Brother Tai. A man as tough as steel, under absolute tenderness, finally began to cry. Men shed blood but not tears because their love has not reached the deepest depths. This sentence was the best interpretation of Du Tai's current situation. Ever since the woman he loved was hurt in the spiritual world, he had been calling him father. From the identity of a husband to father, that kind of bitterness and discomfort was not something anyone could bear. After 100 years, his woman had finally recovered. How could he not be excited and happy? Big brother Tai, what's wrong? Did something happen? Tell me. Song Minghua did not understand Du Tai's situation and asked anxiously. In her impression, Du Tai was so strong that she had never seen him cry. But now, he was crying like this, which made her very sad. I'm fine. I was just happy for a moment. I will be fine later. Du Tai replied embarrassedly. Oh yes, Big Brother Tai, did those 2 people beat you up like this? I will take revenge for you. Song Minghua pointed at Ling Xiao and Wu Fu and asked. Du Tai looked in the direction that Song Minghua was pointing at and suddenly seemed to understand something. It's not them. You go to the side first. I will recover from my injuries. I will tell you later. Du Tai struggled to sit up and said. Song Minghua listened to Du Tai's words and immediately went to the side to protect Du Tai. Du Tai began to absorb the power of the 2 pills to recover from his injuries. Chapter 763. Song Minghua's sea of consciousness was damaged, causing her mental state to be abnormal. That was why she kept calling Du Tai, Daddy. As a mystic the Arch, Song Minghua's spiritual realm was in a mess, causing her soul consciousness to be in a mess as well. Such a state could not be treated by ordinary elixirs. Only elixirs that healed the sea of consciousness and the spiritual realm were effective. Such elixirs were very rare. Ordinary alchemists did not have such elixir recipes. Even if they did, those high-grade spirit herbs that healed the sea of consciousness were extremely rare and hard to find. Thus, to refine such a high-grade elixir was extremely demanding. However, such a task was not difficult for Ling Xiao. That was because when he was in the medicine capital, he had accepted 3 7th-grade missions. One of them was to refine a mystic the Arch spiritual realm elixir. This mission was extremely difficult. No one had accepted it for more than 10 years. Ling Xiao had received the divine alchemist's inherited memories. He had all kinds of elixir recipes in his mind. There were more than 10 kinds of elixir recipes that healed the spiritual realm. Among them, there was a 7th-grade elixir called the Realm Cultivation elixir. It was a good elixir that could heal a damaged mystic the Arch spiritual realm. As for the main spirit herbs that it needed, they were stored in the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao only needed to use spirit herbs of the same grade to exchange for it. He only needed 1 elixir to complete the mission. Ling Xiao used the heaven fire and the divine cauldron to refine 4 elixirs at once. Thus, he still had 3 realm cultivation elixirs left after completing the mission. When Wu Fuzuan mentioned that Du Tai's wife, Song Minghua, also had a problem with her spiritual realm, Ling Xiao immediately became interested. Song Minghua could heal her spiritual realm and regain her spiritual consciousness because of the realm cultivation elixir that Ling Xiao gave her. Du Tai did not know how Song Minghua was saved or how she regained her consciousness. When he saw Ling Xiao and Wu Fuzuan, he could guess that it must have something to do with them. No matter what, Du Tai was already indebted to them. However, he felt very guilty. He had wanted to kill them previously. If he had really killed the other party by accident, then his wife would not be able to regain her consciousness. However, Du Tai was also shocked. How could that young man's strength be so abnormal? He was inexplicably beaten to the point where he didn't even have the strength to fight back. At that time, he thought he was going to die. Fortunately, the other party had held back. After meditating for 4 hours, Du Tai had recovered a little. After catching up with Song Minghua for a while, he walked towards Ling Xiao and Wu Fu. No matter how stupid Du Tai was, he knew that the young man was their benefactor. He immediately pulled Song Minghua to bow to Ling Xiao and said, "Thank you, little brother, for saving our lives. We will never forget it." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "Don't thank me yet. Let him talk to you. I came here with a purpose. If you didn't have value, I wouldn't have saved you." Ling Xiao's words were somewhat cold, but he was also expressing his attitude. He wasn't a good person, and it wasn't his duty to meddle in other people's business. Song Minghua was somewhat annoyed, but seeing Du Tai's eyes, she suppressed her anger. Wu Fu walked over and said, "Master Du, you disappoint me. I brought my family's young master to treat your wife out of goodwill, but you actually want to attack us. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness." Wu Fu was also a smart person. He knew that Du Tai cared about Song Minghua the most, so he first stirred up the cause. Du Tai revealed a look of guilt and said, "I'm really sorry. I was just eager to save my wife." What a good eager to save my wife. If this young master died, who would save her? Ling Xiao said with some resentment. At the mention of this matter, Ling Xiao became angry. He had saved her out of goodwill, but was still bitten in the back. It really made him feel indignant. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't think that just because you helped us, you can humiliate us. Song Minghua didn't understand what had happened and couldn't get used to Ling Xiao's sarcasm. She glared at Ling Xiao and shouted in dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue with a woman. He immediately said to Wu Fu, "Elder Wu, make it short. I don't want my elixirs to go to waste." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he flew forward. Song Mingfeng was still a little unwilling and said, "You're running out of excuses. Do you really think we're easy to bully?" Du Tai said from the side, "Minghua, say a few words less. Let's listen to Master Wu's intentions first." Wu Fu also ignored Song Minghua's complaints and immediately explained their intentions to Du Tai. At the same time, he also emphasized that Ling Xiao was specially invited by him to treat Song Minghua. "My young master is the only successor of the 4 great legends, the romantic evil emperor. At the same time, he is also the most recent first emperor, the champion of the Dan Alliance's pill competition, and a genuine top 7th grade alchemist. It was precisely because of the pills provided by my young master that she was able to recover, otherwise." Wu Fu boasted for Ling Xiao. Before he could finish speaking, Song Minghua shouted from the side, "What do you mean by that? When did I become abnormal?" Wu Fu did not explain and said to Du Tai, "Master Du, you have already seen our sincerity. The decision is still up to you." After he finished speaking, he also retreated to Ling Xiao's side, who was not far away. After all, this matter still required the two of them to discuss and consider. Song Minghua impatiently said, "Brother Tai, let's ignore them. Their strength isn't that great. With me here, they won't be able to keep us here. Let's quickly find a place to hide our names and live the life we want." Du Tai held Song Minghua's hand, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Minghua, listen to me calmly, there are some things you might not be clear about." With that, Du Tai began to recount what had happened in the past 100 years, allowing Song Minghua to understand the whole story. At the same time, he also told her about how he had been besieged by Rong Su and the others yesterday. Minghua, all of this is over. From now on, we can be together forever. Du Tai said to Song Minghua in a very infatuated manner. Song Minghua was momentarily stunned by these things. She really couldn't imagine how she had survived these past 100 years. After a long while, Song Minghua firmly hugged Du Tai and said with extreme tenderness, "Brother Tai, it's been hard on you all these years." Du Tai's strong wind was softened by Song Minghua. He gently caressed Song Minghua's hair and said, "It's all right, don't think too much. Aren't we all fine now? There's still a long way to go." With tears streaming down her face, Song Minghua nodded heavily and said, "We will all be together in the future." After pausing for a moment, she said, "Then what do you think about their suggestion just now?" Du Tai hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your decision is my decision. As long as I can be with you, it's fine." It had to be said that Du Tai was truly an infatuated man. He was infatuated to the point that he was a little silly. Song Minghua caressed Du Tai's resolute face and said, "Brother Tai, refining is your greatest love in this life. You said that one day you will become a saint weapon master. If I let you hide your name with me, it will only be a grievance to you. If it wasn't for me, your family wouldn't have been exterminated. I will never forgive myself in this lifetime. So, Brother Tai, I hope that you can pull yourself together. I hope to see the day when you can become a true saint weapon master and restore the prestige of the Du family." Song Minghua could be considered a righteous woman. She didn't want to see her man become decadent. She also understood his man's goals and ambitions, so in the end, she decided to stand in his position to consider. Du Tai's tiger eyes lit up. "Minghua, you mean to say? You want me to agree to them?" Song Minghua nodded and said, "That's right, that young man named Ling Xiao was able to save us from Rong Su and the others, and he was able to help me recover. It's obvious that he has some ability. We can agree with him first, and see if he's really a person who can achieve great things. If he's really a dragon among men, then there's no harm in following him. If he's just an ordinary person, then we can return the favor and leave. We won't lose anything." After hearing Song Minghua's words, Du Tai fell into deep thought. After a while, Du Tai clenched his fists and revealed an expression of fighting spirit. "I know what to do. I must become a sacred weapon master. One day, my Du family will be restored to its former glory. I will definitely make the Ghost Dark sect regret their actions." He had been dispirited for many years, but his passion for refining had not changed. He had always hidden it very well. In his life, apart from Song Minghua, refining could be said to be an indispensable part of his life. In his heart, he really did not want to give up refining. Now that Song Minghua had expressed her support for him, he began to face his own heart. His fighting spirit and confidence were restored. "And, Brother Tai, in the future, whatever you want to do, you can do it. I will always support you," Song Minghua said very considerately. The relationship between her and Du Tai was indeed incomparably loyal and respectable. After the two finished talking, they walked towards Ling Xiao and Wu Fu. Just now, their conversation was separated, so Ling Xiao and the rest couldn't hear it. Wu Fu stepped forward and asked, "Master Du, what do you think?" "My young master came with great sincerity. As long as you are willing to join, the position of Inner Palace Elder will not be lacking." Du Tai waved his hand and said, "Master Wu, there's no need to say anything. I agree to your request, but I have a request." Wu Fu glanced at Ling Xiao. This time, he didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "As long as you are sincere, you can directly say your request." Du Tai said very seriously, "I need an independent forging workshop, I need to recruit my own assistants, and you also need to help me purchase all kinds of refining materials. If you can agree, I, Du Tai, will work for you with my life." Ling Xiao didn't even think about it and said, "That's not a problem at all. As long as you are a good refiner, we will definitely do our best to help you find all kinds of precious materials." Then Du Tai will follow City Lord Ling's orders. Du Tai bowed deeply and replied. He did not kneel down. It could be seen that his heart was not firm enough. Ling Xiao didn't mind. He threw Rong Su and Shi Bingguang's heads in front of Du Tai and his wife and said, "Hee, you won't regret today's decision." Chapter 764. Du Tai and Song Minghua looked at the two bloody heads that Ling Xiao suddenly threw out, and they were both startled. They did not know what method Ling Xiao used to save them from Rong Su, Shi Bingguang, and the others. It was already unbelievable that a high-level heavenly venerable and a half the arch could save them from a mystic the arch. However, now that they saw the two heads clearly, they realized that they belonged to Rong Su and Shi Bingguang. They had actually been killed by Ling Xiao. They could not wrap their heads around it as they thought to themselves, could he have been hiding his strength all along? For a moment, the two of them were a little fearful of Ling Xiao. Their strength was considered top-notch in the central region, but they were not invincible. Since Ling Xiao could kill Rong Su and Shi Bingguang, he might be able to kill the two of them as well. They did not dare to underestimate Ling Xiao at all. Du Tai chose to follow Ling Xiao, so Song Minghua naturally followed his husband's lead. Ling Xiao had profited greatly this time. Buy one get one free, and the value of the gift was very worth it. He was overjoyed. The group started to return to Wind Cloud City. Their current location was rather remote, and it would take close to half a month to fly to the nearest city with a teleportation formation. Moreover, after reaching the teleportation formation, they would have to pass through more than 10 cities and fly for a long distance before returning to Wind Cloud City. It would take at least 3 months to do so. The four of them hurried and spent 2 months to cover more than half of the distance. On this day, they arrived at a place called Peach Love Valley. This Peach Love Valley and the Gu family's Maple Flame Valley were quite famous in the central region. They were both 5th grade sex, and the valley was made up of women. There would not be a single man in the valley. It wasn't that all of them were pure, it was just that the cultivation method they cultivated was extremely strange. It could be said that the reputation of the women in their sect was that they were wanton, seductive, and fickle. It could be said that all of them were enchanting to the bone, and their postures were moving and captivating. They were capable of bewitching any man to the point of being infatuated with them and forgetting about their duties. Therefore, Peach Valley was definitely a paradise and paradise for men. If they could find 1 or 2 beautiful women, their days would be as happy as gods. Ordinary warriors would not dare to casually take even half a step into the Passion Valley. After all, the women here were all extraordinary and they were not easy to take away. However, on this day, a ghostly silhouette quietly appeared in the Love Peach Valley. However, no one noticed it. In a dense forest where peach blossoms were in full bloom, peach blossoms were blooming all over the mountains and plains. They were colorful and exceptionally beautiful. One after another, young ladies shuttled back and forth from time to time. Their playful voices rang out incessantly, bringing a lot of liveliness to the peach forest. In a corner of the peach forest, there were 2 stunning women chatting intimately about something. These 2 stunning women each had their own merits. They were extremely beautiful and their figures were extremely alluring. They were truly more beautiful than flowers, causing the peach blossoms that covered the mountains and plains to lose their splendor. A woman was wearing a set of pink satin. She had an embroidered hairpin on her head that was sparkling and sparkling. Her pair of autumn eyes seemed to be rippling with a few waves of spring water at any moment, causing people to have endless thoughts. Her figure was delicate and curvaceous, just like the golden ratio, so in perfect harmony. The woman beside her was wearing an incomparably gorgeous set of pure red satin, and her entire person was extremely eye-catching. That charming face, that pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to be dripping with tenderness, bloomed with a seductive and moving feeling, and her figure was even more fiery than the pink-clothed woman. Her towering twin peaks, perky and round buttocks, carried a fatal attraction to everyone. The pink-clothed woman lowered her voice and said to the red-clothed woman, "Junior sister, we have already been in the Peach Blossom Valley for a few years, but we have never had the chance to see the Valley Master. Those elders and her disciples all look down on us people who come from small places. If this goes on, what will happen?" The pink-clothed woman's beautiful eyes were filled with unwillingness, and her tone was filled with resentment. The red-clothed woman whose clothes were as fresh as blood said, "How could I not know that? Back then, Master sent us here because we have the extremely strong Tenbin, hoping that we can become stronger and bring glory to the sect when we return in the future. However, the people here all look down on us and can't see our potential. They really deserve to die. If this goes on, I will go crazy. When will I be able to go back and save my man?" The red-clothed woman's face was filled with anger. She was just as unhappy as the pink-clothed woman. The pink-clothed woman laughed lightly. "You still have the mood to think about your man? How many years has it been? Sigh, our current situation isn't much better either. If we stay in this place all day, we will go crazy sooner or later. Senior sister, I've already thought about it. The next time we leave the valley, let's escape." The red-clothed woman bent down in front of the pink-clothed woman and said seriously, "But we have the mark of that witch on us. No matter where we escape to, we will be caught." The pink-clothed woman said worriedly, "I'll plan this in the future. I don't want to wait here. I've already asked around. That witch has a few days to meet her biscuits every month. At that time, we'll escape." The red-clothed woman said with a determined expression, "I understand, I don't want to stay here any longer. Sooner or later, we will be sent to her lover to enjoy. Last month, a few of us were already in the same boat." The pink-clothed woman replied, "Stop talking, someone's coming." The red-clothed woman lowered her voice and said. The two of them immediately put away their thoughts and pretended to be picking peach blossoms. These peach blossoms were not ordinary peach blossoms. They were all level 4 spirit flowers. Using them to bathe for a long time could whiten the skin and slow down the aging of the face. They could also produce a floral fragrance that increased their charm. A middle-aged woman wearing extremely revealing clothes brought another young girl with her. They twisted their waists and swayed their buttocks as they walked in front of the two of them. The pink-clothed woman and the red-clothed woman immediately bowed to the middle-aged woman and said, "Greetings, Lord Deacon." The middle-aged woman in front of them was the witch that the two of them had just mentioned. She was a deacon of the Peach Blossom Valley, and her name was Gon-in. She had the strength of a middle-stage Empyrean. She often went out to seduce strong men, plucked in to replenish her young, and cultivated a seductive cultivation technique. Following behind her was her disciple, who was also a little slut. Gon-in coldly looked at the pink-clothed woman and the red-clothed woman with a condescending attitude and said indifferently, "What are you two discussing in private? Hurry up and pick more. Tomorrow, follow me out of the valley and let you two relax. You two have been in the valley for a few years and have been bored out of your wits. This deacon will let you two go out and have fun." Looking at the rippling expression on her face, one could tell that nothing good was going to happen. The disciple behind her said in a coquettish voice, "Why aren't you two thanking my master yet? This opportunity isn't given to just anyone. With your status as foreign disciples, it's your honor to be chosen by my master." She raised her head high, her eyes filled with disdain and jealousy. He was disdainful because of the strength and status of the two women in front of him, but he was jealous because the appearance of these two women was definitely one of the best in the valley. Perhaps it was because they were too outstanding that they were always pushed aside and suppressed by their companions, which was why they never had a chance to stand out. The two girls had been here for a few years and rarely went out. They were arranged to stay outside the valley and do some work like servants. They knew almost nothing about the outside world. When the two girls heard Gon-in's words, they immediately panicked. They knew that nothing good would happen if they went out. The pink-clothed woman said, "Thank you, Lord Deacon, for your kindness. Our statuses are low, so if we go out with Lord Deacon, will it lower your status?" The red-clothed woman also said, "That's right, how can the two of us be worthy of Lord Deacon's favor? Why don't you give this opportunity to the other sisters?" Before Gon-in could say anything, her disciple angrily said, "If I tell you to go, then go. Why do you need to talk so much nonsense? Could it be that you don't listen to my master and want to be punished?" The two of them lowered their bodies and did not dare to say another word. The so-called punishment was very cruel. There were shaving faces, breaking limbs, crippling martial arts. All kinds of terrifying punishments. Gan Yin lightly frowned and said, "You guys have to go even if you don't want to. You really don't know what's good for you." "Hehe, since the two beauties don't want to go, why don't you come with me?" Suddenly, a gloomy voice came from a corner. A strange fragrance wafted out, and a figure swept out like the wind. "Who dares to trespass into my peach love valley?" Gan Yin was shocked. She did not expect that there would be a man's voice here. She immediately shouted, and at the same time, her palms struck towards the direction of the figure. Unfortunately, before she could release any spiritual energy, she felt dizzy and her vision blurred. "The poison," she said with a confused expression, and her entire body became powerless. As for the other two female disciples beside her, they immediately fainted. "Don't worry, there's no poison. It's just some fragrant powder. After 4 hours, it'll be fine. These two beauties are mine," said the figure proudly. His hands immediately went to grab the fainted pink-robed woman and red-robed woman. "Who dares to be so presumptuous in my peach love valley?" Another voice sounded out. However, this voice came from an elder of the peach love valley, and its aura was extremely powerful. A few figures quickly rushed over in this direction. The figure grabbed the two of them and immediately used his body to quickly escape out of the valley. His speed was extremely fast, like a ghost. In an instant he was 1,000 meters away. "Not good, it's that perverted pervert. He actually dared to come to our peach love valley to steal people. He's courting death." An elder of the peach love valley cried out. She seemed to recognize the person who came and led the other elders to chase with all her might. However, the pervert's speed was extremely fast. In just a few blinks of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Chapter 765. 10,000 Miles. Piao Xiang was a nickname that referred to a person. He was a rapist, and he was quite famous in the central region for being a rapist. No one knew his real name, and they only knew that his origins were a little mysterious. Every time he appeared, his strength would increase by a lot, and his speed was said to be unparalleled in the central region. Every time he plucked a flower, he would use his unparalleled speed to escape without a trace. This was a headache for many of the powers that had lost their daughters. There was once when 10,000 Miles Piao Xiang accidentally plucked a woman from a hidden power and was chased for thousands of miles by a mystic emperor stage patriarch. He was even heavily injured, but he still managed to escape. This showed that 10,000 Miles Piao Xiang's ability to pluck flowers and escape were not just for show. Now, he was carrying the two women as if they were weightless, and his body was as slippery as a loach. The heavenly venerable stage elders of the Peach Love Valley chased after him at full speed. They had even taken pills that increased their speed, and they were determined to catch 10,000 Miles Piao Xiang. Unfortunately, even if they increased their speed, they could only see 10,000 Miles Piao Xiang's afterimage. In the end, they could not even see his afterimage. Damn it, this rapist's speed is comparable to the arch. If the Valley Master does not appear, it will be difficult to pose a threat to him. The leading elder of the Peach Love Valley stopped and cursed. His strength is at most that of a high-level heavenly venerable, but he has the speed of the arch. It is truly inconceivable. What should we do now? He has captured 2 female disciples. If news of this gets out, where will our Peach Love Valley's face go? But we can't even find a trace of him now. What else can we do? It should only be 2 outer disciples. Let's go back and order the entire valley to be on guard. We cannot let him have another opportunity to take advantage of us. Tens of thousands of miles away, 10,000 Miles Piao Xiang had already brought the 2 women from the Peach Love Valley to a barren mountain. You must have gotten rid of those witches. It's a good opportunity to enjoy these 2 beauties. Boundless Fragrance turned around and only relaxed when she saw that there was no movement. At this moment, he finally took a good look at the 2 beauties in his arms. His eyes revealed an incomparable astonishment, then an extremely greedy look appeared in his eyes, and his saliva almost dripped out. Top quality, as expected of the beauties of the Peach Love Valley. These two are much more beautiful than the ones I stole before. This face, this figure. Hey, there's nothing more to say. Without thinking, he was about to bring the two girls down. Suddenly, his eyes twitched as he looked into the distance, and his expression became unsightly. What a powerful aura! I must hide immediately. He murmured and immediately plunged towards the barren hills below. He concealed his presence and brought the two girls to hide in the crevices of the rocks. At this moment, a few powerful figures flew over. Their terrifying auras caused the air to ripple. These people happened to be Ling Xiao, Wu Fu, Du Tai and Song Minghua, who were rushing back to Wind Cloud City. The few of them stopped in the air above this barren mountain, and boundless fragrance Piao Xiang became extremely nervous. Although he was only a high-level sky sovereign, he had the ability to sense that these four people were not ordinary. If he was discovered by them, it would be troublesome. Young master, what's wrong? Wu Fu asked Ling Xiao from the side. Ling Xiao slightly furrowed his brows and looked towards a direction. Du Tai and Song Minghua seemed to have sensed it as well, and they also looked towards a rock. I found a mouse, but it hid pretty fast. Ling Xiao laughed lightly. After pausing for a moment, he then said, "Let's go, I can't be bothered to care so much about it. In any case, it's none of our business." Yes, in another day we will be able to reach the Peach City in front of us. That is a city directly under the Peach Love Valley. It is a pretty good place to have fun. Wu Fu replied. Peach Love Valley? That's an interesting name. Ling Xiao said with a hint of a smile. The entire Peach Love Valley is filled with beautiful women. There are no men, but that doesn't mean that they don't need men. It is said that they often go out of the valley to seduce men, and take their yang to nourish their yin, Wu Fu said with a smile. From the looks of it, there seemed to be some lust in his eyes. This Wu Fu was also a man of passion. Song Minghua, who was at the side, furrowed her brows and said, "Young master, there is no need for a young and talented man to worry about not having a woman. Let's hurry on our way." She was not afraid that Ling Xiao would go looking for a woman, but she was afraid that he would lead her man Du Tai astray. "When we came here, we didn't pass by this place," Ling Xiao said, changing the topic. Wu Fu nodded and said, "That's right, we are now taking the shortest route. From Peach City, we only need to go through 2 more cities before we reach Wind Cloud City." "That's good, then let's hurry up." Ling Xiao replied and took the lead to fly forward. The other 3 immediately followed from behind. When 10,000 Miles saw that the 4 of them had flown far away, he also heaved a sigh of relief. "Damn, that scared my little heart. I really don't know who those people are. Their auras are so terrifying, and they are all at the Emperor realm. That young man in the middle seems to be the weakest, but his cultivation is also the most unfathomable. Those 3 seem to be following him. Could it be that he is a proud son of heaven from one of the great powers?" 10,000 Miles patted his chest and revealed an expression of relief. He paused for a moment and then said, "Forget it, when I reach the Emperor realm, I will also go secretly to those big powers, young ladies and princesses." It had to be said that 10,000 Miles's lust was very strong, but he had the ability to do so. It had only been a short 200 to 300 years since his debut. When he first appeared, he was only a mid-level Earth Emperor. At that time, he only dared to make a move on ordinary or powerless women. Later, as his strength continued to increase, his courage grew. When he became a low-level heavenly venerable, he dared to steal the female disciples of 6th grade sections. Now that he was a high-level heavenly venerable, he no longer cared about 5th grade sects or families. Unless it was a true mystic Thear-cranked super expert who came out to kill him, no one would be able to deal with him. He was a rogue cultivator, so how could his strength advance by leaps and bounds in just a few hundred years? Of course, this was inseparable from his fortuitous encounter. He was originally an ordinary King realm martial artist. Through an opportunity to become an idol, he obtained the inheritance of the solitary rapist, Nen Shui, in a mystic realm 10,000 years ago. Nan Shui had an illustrious reputation 10,000 years ago, and there was a saying in the central region: fire, theft, and theft. From this, one could see how powerful Nan Shui's nickname of stealing fragrance was. Not only had 10,000 miles fragrance inherited Nan Shui's cultivation inheritance, but he had also inherited his lecherous character, as well as all of Nan Shui's treasures. Among them was a low-grade sacred artifact, which was what he had relied on to escape from an emperor-ranked expert. 10,000 miles carefully walked out of the stone crack and looked around. Just as he was about to find a place to have fun, the soft fragrance powder that the two women were in had worn off. The two women woke up at the same time and looked at the man who was very close to them. Both of them were shocked. The pink-robed woman cried out, "Who are you? Why did you bring us here?" The red-robed woman was even more straightforward. She immediately took out a fire-colored spirit artifact and guarded herself. When they saw this masked man, they could definitely guess that he was not a good person. When they felt that their bodies were still intact, they slightly relaxed. 10,000 miles laughed sinisterly and said, "Didn't you want to leave Peach Valley? Didn't Big Brother bring you out now?" As he spoke, he walked towards the two women. His eyes scanned the two women's sexy bodies without any scruples, and his saliva almost dripped out. The two women immediately realized that something was wrong, and they simultaneously flew backwards to escape. Unfortunately, the two women's strength was only at the high-level king realm. The difference between their strength and that of a heavenly venerable was too great. 10,000 miles arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said playfully, "With your strength, you won't be able to escape. You'd better obediently listen to Big Brother. Once Big Brother is done enjoying you, I'll naturally let you leave." The pink-robed woman was just about to attack 10,000 miles when the red-robed woman gave her a look. Then she looked at 10,000 miles with a coquettish smile and said, "Hee hee, is that so? You want us to serve you together? Aren't you a bit too greedy? Why don't I accompany you alone?" The red-robed woman's voice seemed to carry an incomparably seductive tone, and her eyes rippled with tenderness. Any man who heard this would feel their beastly blood boil. The pink-robed woman didn't want to stand idly by, and she revealed a charming expression as well. She lightly tugged at her clothes, and her shoulders were slightly revealed. Her smooth and round skin seemed to be dripping water. She lightly licked her lips and said coyly, "That's right, men are so bad. You still want to have a threesome? I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it." Any man wouldn't be able to endure being seduced like this by two stunning beauties. Especially a lecherous man like 10,000 miles, he couldn't endure it. His eyes flashed with a trace of bewilderment and greed as he said, "Fine. Big Brother has even fought against 7 of them, let alone 2. 2 beauties, let Big Brother kiss you." After he finished speaking, he actually pounced towards the 2 women without any hesitation. The 2 women thought that 10,000 miles had been bewitched by them, and the 2 women simultaneously thrust their swords towards his vitals. Just as the 2 swords were about to pierce 10,000 miles, the look in his eyes instantly recovered. His body lightly floated and he dodged the 2 swords. At the same time, he said with a lewd smile, "You 2 beauties are too passionate, Big Brother can't endure it." After he finished speaking, he flashed behind the 2 women, and a powerful aura pressed down on the 2 women, imprisoning them. "Bastard, let go of us." The 2 women cursed at the same time, their faces filled with anxiety. "Don't worry, I'll let you go, but not now." 10,000 miles flung the 2 women to the ground, and took out 2 stalks of spirit grass that had a strange smell, and fed them to the 2 women. "This is albizia flower. In a moment, you 2 will serve Big Brother to the best of your ability, ha." 10,000 miles said with a very proud smile. Then he opened a large hole in the rock wall beside him, and brought the 2 women into the hole. The 2 women were about to face the fate of being ravaged. If there was no miracle, it would truly be a pity. Chapter 766. You goddamn bastard, if you dare to touch us, my man will definitely not let you off. The woman in red cursed as tears streamed down her face. Hee, even if your man is the god of heaven, I still won't be afraid of him. 10,000 Miles said proudly. He was not in a hurry to do anything to the two women. He wanted to wait for the effects of the drug to take effect, and then slowly enjoy the taste. You bastard goddamn! The woman in pink cursed incessantly. At this time, the effects of the drug gradually began to take effect. The albizia flower was naturally a very potent aphrodisiac. For both men and women, as long as they took a single stalk, they would quickly lose their rationality, causing them to be in a state of excitement and thirst for the nourishment of love. Without the nourishment of the opposite sex, they would eventually explode and die. This 10,000 Miles mind could be said to be very sinister and lecherous. Who knew how many good women he had harmed with this trick? Although the two women used their willpower to grit their teeth and maintain their last bit of calmness, the strange feeling coming from their lower abdomens was too much for them to bear. They began to fumble with the clothes on their bodies, and in the end, it turned into tearing, revealing bits of their spring scenery. Their delicate faces were flushed red, and their mouths incessantly let out low moans. It was like a soul-stirring song, causing people to lose their sense of direction. 10,000 Miles' eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and saliva continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth. This is really killing me. Both of you are so mesmerizing, I've really struck gold this time. Thousands of miles of fragrance's lust was ignited. He tore off the hood that was covering his head, revealing an extremely ugly face. His head was almost completely bald, with only a few strands of hair remaining at the top of his head, making him look especially funny. His eyes were much larger than normal people, but his nose was so flat that it could not be seen, and his mouth was shaped like a duck's. With such a combination of facial features, it was impossible not to look ugly. If anyone couldn't sleep in the middle of the night and saw such an ugly man, not only would they fall asleep, they might even be scared to death. At this time, the two women bit their lips so hard that the skin broke, and blood began to flow. Senior sister, you have to endure. The woman in red tried her best to restrain herself from tearing her clothes, but her hands didn't seem to listen to her. She just couldn't control them. She felt as if there was a ball of fire burning around her. It was the same for the pink-robed woman. Her beautiful eyes began to turn misty. I'm so hot, so hot. The pink-clothed girl moaned as she tore off her clothes. Her upper body was only left with a small undergarment to cover her towering virgin peaks. That pure white and tender skin was like a peerless jade, round and without fragrance, but also like the nectar of the finest jade, making people unable to resist the temptation to suck it to their heart's content. Two beauties, here I come. 10,000 Miles had already shaken off all the clothes on his body, revealing his skinny body. He cried out in alarm and impatiently rushed towards the two women. Just as the two beauties were about to be defiled by him, a loud explosion sounded. The restrictive spells at the entrance of the cave seemed to have been destroyed. The cave began to shake, and a lot of stone chips fell from the top. Who dares to ruin my business? 10,000 Miles hurriedly turned around and shouted. A cold-faced young man walked in with dragon-like strides. His gaze was fixed on the two women who were in the throes of pleasure, and his dragon eyes were filled with thick killing intent. 10,000 Miles' fragrance recognized this young man with a single glance. He was actually the young man who had just flown over from the sky above. He originally wanted to attack and kill this young man, but when he thought about the 3 emperors following him, he didn't dare to act rashly. He forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice, "Could it be that you don't know that ruining someone else's business is an extremely hateful thing to do?" Not many people had seen 10,000 Miles' true mask. He also didn't think that this young man had come specifically to deal with him. At most, he was just a busybody. Normally, if he was interrupted, he would immediately kill the other party. If he knew that the other party was powerful, he would immediately flee. He absolutely wouldn't give the other party the slightest opportunity to capture him. However, the two beauties in front of him were people that he had rarely encountered in many years. They had already taken the acacia grass, so he didn't want to let someone else eat the fresh meat that was already in his mouth. At this time, the red-clothed woman also saw the person who had come. She still had a sliver of consciousness left, and her eyes burst with disbelief. Junior? Junior brother? You've come to save me? I knew you would come to save me. She bit her lip again, allowing the pain to stop her from losing herself. She tried her best to crawl towards Ling Xiao, but she found that her entire body was powerless, and the heat was making it difficult for her to move. The pink-clothed woman couldn't take it anymore. She glanced at the person who had come and muttered, "No. Impossible. How could he appear here? I can't take it anymore, I'm so hot." The pink-clothed woman had already lost the last bit of her consciousness. She tore off the last bit of clothing that was left on her body, revealing a perfect body that was as white as a cake. Even Piao Xiang couldn't help but glance over, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. He suppressed his desire and glared at Ling Xiao, saying, "That's enough, if you don't leave now, don't blame me for being impolite." Piao Xiang's aura instantly surged, and a silver hook appeared in his hand. The silver hook flickered with a sharp light, emitting a biting cold aura that made one's body shiver. This was a low-grade divine artifact, and it was of the wind attribute. He had obtained it when he had received the Nan Shuai's inheritance, and it was also because of this divine artifact that he had managed to escape from danger. Now, no matter what, he didn't want to give up on these two beauties in front of him. He hoped that he could scare this young man away. Who else could this young man be other than Ling Xiao, who had returned? His killing intent was finally about to explode. Before Piao Xiang could even react, he felt a light breeze blow against his face, and a powerful and oppressive aura formed into the shape of a true dragon that roared towards him. This true dragon had an unparalleled aura, as if it wanted to tear the heavens and split the earth, destroying everything in its path. In the next moment, Piao Xiang's throat was gripped, and the divine artifact in his hand had changed owners. His eyes were wide open and filled with panic. At the same time, there was also a strong sense of shock. He never thought that this young man would be so terrifying. Not only in terms of aura and speed, but he also felt that he was far inferior to him. However, he was so easily caught by Ling Xiao because this space was too small, and he was too close to Ling Xiao. If they were outside, he believed that he would not be caught so easily. After all, it would not be easy for a mystic the Arch to catch him. At least, that was what he thought. However, if Ling Xiao had heard this, Ling Xiao would have thought that this person was overestimating himself. In terms of speed, Ling Xiao had never been afraid of anyone. Junior brother. The red-robed lady forced herself to call out once again. She let out a shrill scream, and like a broken dam, she tore at the clothes on her body. Ling Xiao's eyes turned scarlet, and he glared at the struggling Piao Xiang like a wild beast. He roared, "You deserve to die." After he roared, he swung his other empty fist. Bang! An incomparably strong gust of wind, with 20 times the spirit force, was like the full force of a divine artifact. Piao Xiang's head was smashed into smithereens by this punch. His blood and brain matter all burst out. It was like a watermelon being smashed, and it was a disgusting and uncomfortable feeling. Ling Xiao did not stop because of this. He continued to roar like a wild beast. "Who told you to touch my woman? Who told you to touch my woman?" Ling Xiao's fists were like raindrops, and each punch landed on Piao Xiang's corpse. The terrifying fist force directly smashed Piao Xiang's corpse into the rock wall, and the corpse became a pile of mud. Blood splattered on Ling Xiao's face, making him look incomparably fierce and frightening. Ling Xiao didn't know how many punches he had thrown, but he seemed to have forgotten to stop. Suddenly, a fiery body stuck to him from behind. No, it should be two fiery bodies simultaneously entangled him. Like an octopus, they firmly entangled him. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, they began to tear at his clothes. So hot, I want. The two women's sleep-talking voices rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Their delicate hands continuously touched and pulled, causing Ling Xiao to stop his crazy movements. His mind also instantly calmed down. "Senior sister, calm down. I am Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao held one of the women in his arms and called out. However, when he saw the delicate body in his arms that was not covered at all, another kind of heat rose in an instant. The breath that smelled like orchids came to his nose. The delicate and smooth skin, the towering and plump jade peaks, the slender waist like a snake, and the perky jade buttocks, all of them showed the most primitive temptation. This delicate body was like a stunner. Even Lu Xiaohui couldn't help but want to get close to it. Moreover, there was not only one here, but two perfect works of art. Even a saint would break his precept, let alone a hot-blooded man like Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes widened, and he swallowed his saliva heavily. He cursed, "Damn bastard, he actually drugged them with aphrodisiac." Ling Xiao wanted to push the two women away, but looking at their red faces, if he didn't save them in time, even if they were powerful martial artists, they would explode and die. I can't make it in time to refine the antidote pill. Could it be, do I really have to take advantage of others? Ling Xiao thought anxiously in his heart. Ling Xiao had never thought of himself as a gentleman, but the woman in front of him was his senior sister Yu Lian in the Purple Heaven sect. Although he did not know why she was here, he definitely did not want to deliberately take advantage of her. He still preferred the taste of a canal to this kind of unconscious possession. Junior brother? Yu Lian did not know whether she was lost or she really recognized Ling Xiao. There was a soft moan coming from her mouth, and her hands had already torn apart Ling Xiao's clothes. Chapter 767. Yu Lian's words were like an aphrodisiac, ringing in Ling Xiao's ears, causing his lust to surge to the extreme. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and made up his mind, "Senior sister, I know you like me. From now on, just obediently be my woman." When they were in the Purple Sky sect, Yu Lian had constantly teased him. In the end, he was prepared to take both her and Bing Ruoshui, but many unforeseen events occurred, causing them to miss each other. Now that they actually met in this vast and boundless central region, and such a thing happened, wasn't this the best opportunity that the heavens had created for them? Ling Xiao allowed the two women to do whatever they wanted to him. With a light wave of his hand, he burned the deformed corpse that was drifting for thousands of miles to prevent it from affecting his mood. At the same time, he said, "Elder Wu, Elder Du, help me seal off the surroundings. Don't prepare for anyone or spirit beasts to come within a kilometer of us." Two voices sounded from outside. Ling Xiao's clothes had already been completely torn by the two women. His sturdy body was like a golden wave, with bulging muscles that were full of explosive power. This young master's illustrious reputation will be destroyed in a day. I only hope that the two of you can be a little gentler. I'll be in pain. Ling Xiao simply took out some clothes and placed them on the ground. He laid down with a bitter expression, allowing the two women to torment him. If other men were to hear Ling Xiao's words, they would probably use their eyes to look at him with disdain. Damn it, if you're afraid that your illustrious reputation will be destroyed in a day, why don't you let me try? Even if I die, I'll still be dissolute. The battle on the night of spring was extremely intense. Ling Xiao was like a small boat that was submerged in the storm. The feeling of pain and happiness made him want to die, but he couldn't stop. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Du Tai quietly came to Wu Fu's side and whispered, "Master Wu, young master. He's been in there for so long, will he be all right?" Wu Fu laughed and said, "You don't have to call me Master Wu. From now on, we're all on the same side. You can call me Old Wu and I'll call you Old Du." After pausing for a while, he continued, "Young master is going to rescue those two beauties. Naturally, it will take some time. We're all men, you know, hee." Wu Fu had a disrespectful look on his face, and Du Tai naturally understood what he meant. Du Tai was obviously not interested in the affairs of any woman other than Song Minghua, so he changed the topic and said, "Old Wu, I remember that you haven't joined any forces. Why did you suddenly follow young Master Ling?" Wu Fu lightly sighed and said, "It's a long story. In this world, there are only a few people that can make me, Wu Fu, admire them. Young master, you happen to be one of them." This matter started 2 years ago. Thus, Wu Fu began to recount his enmity with Ling Xiao in the Gu family. He even told Du Tai about Ling Xiao's deeds in the past 2 years. When Du Tai heard this, he thought that Wu Fu was deliberately boasting. But looking at Wu Fu's serious expression, his heart was completely shaken. The first emperor's name and the Elixir Guild's first emperor were already very resounding, but hearing Wu Fu talk about Ling Xiao's valiant battle record in Wind Cloud City left him speechless. Wu Fu patted Du Tai's shoulder and said solemnly, "Old Du, don't doubt me. Although I didn't see these things with my own eyes, many people have confirmed it. You saw that the 2 emperors from the Ghost sect couldn't even withstand one move from young master. You should know that I'm speaking the truth." Du Tai recalled the heads of Rong Su and Shibingguang that Ling Xiao had thrown out, and he didn't have the slightest doubt in his heart. He thought to himself, it seems that young master is a very ambitious person. Who knows, he might be able to help me take revenge in the future. The Du family was originally a famous and prosperous family, but because of Du Tai and Song Minghua, they were exterminated by the Ghost sect. Not many people knew about this, but Du Tai always remembered it. Previously, he hid his name for the sake of a woman, but now that he followed Ling Xiao out of the mountain, he had another purpose. Inside the cave, the 3 naked bodies were leaning against each other, completely exposed to the outside world. After 3 days of torment, Ling Xiao was even more exhausted than when he fought Yuan Zhantian. The albizia flower's medicinal effect was too strong. At first, the 2 women tossed and turned without any regard for their lives, giving Ling Xiao a taste of the pleasure of being pushed down. Later on, for some unknown reason, the 2 women exuded a bewitching charm that made Ling Xiao gradually lose his sense of direction. Although his willpower was especially strong, facing the temptation of 2 beauties who had a relationship with him, how could he defend himself? Therefore, he went from being passive to taking the initiative. He crazily invaded the 2 women, giving them almost no time to stop. In the end, the 3 of them were lying together like mud. Ling Xiao hugged the beauties on each side, and he almost felt like he was dreaming. Although he had always been served by stunning beauties, he had never been so crazy, so tired, and so refreshed like this. That kind of feeling was not something that other women could give him. Those difficult moves that he had never used before were simply asking for his life. If it were not for his combat power, being a little stronger and the gap between him and the 2 women, he was afraid that he would really be squeezed to death. Looking down at the 2 perfect bodies, Ling Xiao felt somewhat guilty. He had feelings for Yu Laiyan long ago, so it was not a big deal for him to have her. However, he had only met the other beauty dancer once or twice, and they could not even be considered friends. But such a thing happened between them. How was he going to explain it when he woke up? At this time, Yu Laiyan, who was on the right side of Ling Xiao, trembled slightly. Ling Xiao saw that her eyes were still closed, and her curled eyelashes were trembling slightly. The flush on her face had not receded from being moisturized, making her look so delicate and beautiful. Ling Xiao gently kissed her forehead and calmly exclaimed, "Senior sister, I know you're awake. Stop pretending to be asleep." Yu Laiyan suddenly opened her eyes and her charming eyes rippled with the color of a lotus. Her tender arms wrapped tightly around Ling Xiao's sturdy waist as she gently opened her red lips and exclaimed, "Am I not dreaming? Are you really my junior brother?" Back when she had left the Purple Heaven sect, Ling Xiao had still been trapped in the secret realm. She had wholeheartedly wanted to become stronger so that she could open the secret realm one day and rescue Ling Xiao. This had always been her wish. Even if Ling Xiao had died in there, she wanted to see his corpse. Hence, she had decided to join the Charm sect, one of the 3 great 7th grade sects in the Northwest. She hoped that she could receive the Charm sect's full support and see if she could quickly improve herself. She had indeed been acknowledged by the Charm sect because she was naturally seductive just like Mei Yang. Cultivating the Charm sect's seductive techniques would definitely take half the effort and double the effort. Unfortunately, the resources in the Northwest were limited. If she wanted to quickly improve herself, it would be very difficult if she did not have a lot of good resources to provide her. In the end, her master in the Charm sect did not want to delay her and Mei Yang's Tenbin and decided to send them to the central region to be nurtured. She hoped that they would become strong one day and repay the charm sect. At that time, her master had a friendly relationship with a deacon in the Peach Valley. Hence, she had brought along a token and traveled a long distance to send them to the Peach Valley as disciples. It was just that her master did not expect that the deacon did not have much of a position in the Peach Love Valley. She and her senior sister were arranged to be the worst outer sect disciples. They were not able to enter the eyes of the inner sect elders and were not able to receive good nurturing. Even so, as outer court disciples, the resources that they could obtain were much better than cultivating in the Northwest region. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the central region was much denser than in the Northwest region. Hence, with their Tenbin cultivation, they were able to advance from the spiritual master rank to the high king rank. However, the two of them had always stayed in the Peach Valley and did not have much time to go out every year. Hence, they did not know that Ling Xiao had come to the central region before them and that his name had already spread throughout the central region. If they had received news from the outside world earlier, they would have already left this place to search for Ling Xiao. Now, Yu Lian looked at the man that she had been thinking about day and night and thought that she was dreaming. Ling Xiao hugged her tightly so that her ample bosom was pressed against his chest. He said, "Feel the warmth of my body. How could it be fake? I am really your most handsome and adorable junior brother, Ling Xiao." Suddenly, Yu Lian opened her small mouth and bit towards Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao did not dare to circulate his strength and allowed her to bite him as he cried out in pain. "Hiss, senior sister, are you born in the year of the dog?" Yu Lian let go of Ling Xiao and licked the golden blood on her lips. Her beautiful eyes became slightly watery as she said, "When did you leave the secret realm? Why didn't you come to find me? Do you know that I have always been thinking about you to the point of going crazy? I hoped that one day I would be able to increase my strength so that I could destroy the secret realm and rescue you. But you heartless fellow, actually came to the central region to have fun. Do you not even have me in your heart?" Yu Lian spoke a lot of words with tears in her eyes. She seemed to want to pour out all the grievances that she had suffered over the years before she would be satisfied. Ling Xiao felt Yu Lian's sincere heart and was extremely moved. He kissed her tears and said in a gentle voice, "I'm sorry, senior sister. I will definitely not let you suffer any grievances in the future." "This is what you said. Now that I have been drugged and raped by you, you have to be responsible for me for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I will crush it." Yu Lian wiped away her tears and said to Ling Xiao emotionally. Her delicate hand even grabbed Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear and was extremely threatening. Chapter 768. Yu Lian's grip was truly deadly. The golden dragon spear, that had been hanging down instantly became mighty again. "Senior sister, don't be so easy to misfire," Ling Xiao said with a bashful look on his face. His appearance was indeed very different from his usual ferocious and murderous appearance. "You bad guy, you've been tossing and turning for so long, it's still not enough." Yu Lian's delicate face was incomparably red. She usually looked charming and open, but in reality, her heart was not as wanton as she looked on the surface. It was just that her passion was somewhat unbearable. She was definitely a seductive spirit, and a casual glance from her would arouse a man's desire. Ling Xiao felt Yu Lian's soft flesh rubbing against him. That kind of soft feeling made him yearn for it again. Yu Lian felt the change in Ling Xiao. Not only did she not refuse, she once again teased Ling Xiao's desire, and said in a coquettish voice, "My lower part is hurting, how about? Why don't you do something bad to senior sister? I don't mind, after all, we are already yours." On the other side of Ling Xiao, the beautiful woman seemed to have already woken up. Hearing Yu Lian's words, she was so scared that she didn't dare to move. Her beautiful eyes were tightly closed, and a rosy red color spread from her face to her ears. Ling Xiao also noticed that Wu Meinyang had woken up, but he didn't know how to face her or what to say. At this time, Yu Lian gently broke free from Ling Xiao's embrace, her plump jade peaks challenging Ling Xiao's optic nerves, Her slender waist gently twisted, her jade but actually directly sitting on Ling Xiao's body, the golden dragon spear, was once again wrapped up. Bad junior brother, it's one thing for you to have me, but you even dare to touch my senior sister. In order to punish you, I will squeeze you dry. Yu Lian caressed Ling Xiao's chest and began to twist crazily. Ling Xiao was so frightened by her punishment that his legs turned to jelly. Beside him, Wu Meinyang shrunk her body and buried her head in Ling Xiao's vagina, not wanting to listen to the soft moans. She thought to herself, how could she do this? It's so embarrassing. Ling Xiao finally understood that a woman who had been exploited was as terrifying as a flood or a ferocious beast. Even with his combat strength, he felt that he couldn't handle it. Yu Lian was like a knight, as if he didn't know fatigue. After galloping for a long time, he finally pulled her senior sister up and said, we have to punish this bad man. Wu Meinyang also became more and more frantic. Since things had already come to this, he might as well indulge himself completely for once. Even if he were to die now, he would have no regrets. This time, Ling Xiao had completely lost. For the first time in his life, he was completely convinced of his defeat. He finally understood the saying of the ancients, there is no such thing as a field ruined by plowing, only an exhausted ox. He wailed in his heart, the ancients did not deceive me. In the end, Ling Xiao had no choice but to cover his tears and drag his 2 weak legs out of the cave. He was afraid that if this went on, he would die here. Both of them were demonesses, peerless demonesses who had absorbed essence. When Wu Fu, Du Tai, and Song Minghua saw Ling Xiao come out, they all gathered around him. They looked at Ling Xiao, who was walking weakly with a pale face, and were very surprised. Wu Fu said worriedly, Young master, what happened? Why is your face so ugly? Ling Xiao waved his hand lightly and said, I'm fine. I just injured a little bit of my vitality. I'll be fine in 2 days. After saying that, Ling Xiao had no choice but to sit down cross-legged to meditate and rest. Wu Fu, Du Tai, and Song Minghua all had puzzled expressions on their faces. At this time, a wave of heaven and earth spiritual energy actually flew towards the cave dwelling not far away. What's going on? Someone is breaking through in the cave? The 3 of them looked towards the cave dwelling at the same time, their eyes filled with astonishment. Ling Xiao was also surprised. Then he said to the 3 of them, you guys guard them. He thought doubtfully, could it be that they are the same as Exemer and can also advance by doing that? The 2 girls in the cave were also somewhat baffled. After they finished with Ling Xiao, they suddenly realized that their comprehension of the heaven and earth spiritual energy had reached a bottleneck, and the power in their dantian was also constantly increasing. It was obvious that they were about to break through and increase their strength. The 2 of them were both surprised and happy. They were surprised that they had just reached the high-level king stage not long ago, so how could they break through? This made them feel a little surprised. Of course, they were also happy that they could finally take a big step forward. They didn't dare to be careless. They didn't even bother to put on their clothes and immediately used all their strength to absorb the surging spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed, and the surrounding spiritual energy finally calmed down. Outside the cave, Ling Xiao chuckled and said, they should have broken through successfully. This is really enviable. This young master fought with his life on the line and almost died, but they actually both advanced. Young master, are those 2 girls inside? Wu Fu asked from the side. Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes, it's them. Young master, there's something I don't know if I should say. Wu Fu revealed a hesitant expression. Ling Xiao said, if there's something you want to say, just say it. Wu Fu pondered for a moment and said, young master, you are now working hard to expand and establish a hegemony. It's better to reduce the longing for love. Moreover, even if young master wants to find a woman, you should find one who is worthy of young master status. Like these 2, their strength is still a little lacking. In the future, it won't be difficult for young master to become an emperor or a saint, but they can't keep up with young master's pace. Sooner or later, they will also. Wu Fu didn't continue. His meaning was already very clear. In other words, with Ling Zhao's tenbin, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a peerless expert. At that time, Ling Zhao's lifespan would increase without limit. As for the two girls inside the cave, the gap between their strength and Ling Zhao's was too large. In the future, it would be difficult for them to catch up to Ling Zhao's pace. In the end, they would only grow old and die. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would be too concerned about love. At that time, he would be too sad and would miss out on his hegemony. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Elder Wu, you can rest assured. With their aptitude, although it will be difficult for them to keep up with me, they won't be too far behind. Moreover, don't forget that I'm also a high-grade alchemist. Once I reach the 8th grade and become a saint alchemist, it will be difficult for them to improve even if they don't want to." When Ling Xiao said this, his face was full of confidence. He definitely wouldn't let his women gradually grow old and die. As long as he continued to grow stronger, the people around him would also become super experts and have an unlimited lifespan. Ling Xiao had always believed that he could do this. Seeing Ling Zhao's insistence, Wu Fu didn't say anything else. He could only think in his heart, as expected of the Lord Evil Emperor's disciple. It seems like his romantic personality is exactly the same. At this time, Yu Laiyin and Wu Meinyang walked out from the cave. One of them wore bright red clothes while the other wore pink satin. Both of their coquettish faces were flushed red as if blood was about to drip out from them. They were so charming and moving, like two flowers that had just bloomed, too beautiful to be imagined at the same time. When Wu Fu and Du Tai saw the true faces of the two women, they were slightly stunned. Song Minghua pinched Du Tai's waist and said, "If you look again, your eyeballs will fall out." Du Tai laughed dryly and said, "Minghua, don't misunderstand. I only have you in my heart. I just didn't expect young master's eyes to be so good. No wonder he came back at the last minute." Wu Fu also understood why Ling Zhao's face had turned green 3 days ago. In his heart he thought, young master is so lucky. He casually poked his nose into other people's business and earned 2 great beauties. "Junior brother, these 3 lords are?" Yu Laiyin came to Ling Xiao and asked Wu Fu, Du Tai and Song Minghua. Her voice shocked Wu Fu and the others. How could they have thought that this woman was actually their young master's senior sister? What was going on? Ling Xiao pulled her hand and then grabbed Wu Meinyang's hand. Wu Meinyang wanted to dodge, but she found that Ling Zhao's hand had already grabbed her wrist. Ling Xiao introduced them to the 2 women. "This is Elder Wu Fu, this is Elder Du Tai, and this is Madame Du, Song Minghua. They are all first-rate experts." He then introduced them to the 3 of them. "These 2 are my senior sisters from the Northwest sect, Yu Laiyin and Wu Meinyang." The 2 women could see that the 3 of them were not ordinary. They bowed slightly and said, "Lin and Meinyang greet the 3 seniors." Even if the 3 of them wanted to use their status to suppress them, they immediately returned the greeting and said, "Madams of the 2 city lords are too serious. This cannot be done." The 2 women were puzzled. City lord's wife? Hee, don't be so polite. We're all on the same side. Let's talk on the way. Ling Xiao said with a light smile. No one had any objections. They all listened to Ling Xiao and hurried on their way. But before that, Ling Xiao summoned the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King looked even more powerful now. Its body had grown a lot bigger, and its aura was especially mighty. The 2 women, who had just broken through to the Earth's sovereign realm, jumped in fright. They had seen their fair share of spirit beasts, but this was the first time they had seen such a majestic and mighty high-rank spirit beast. "You're too slow. Come sit on Xiao Jin's back with me. We'll have a good chat." Ling Xiao jumped onto the wolf's back. Yu Laiyin and Wu Meinyang hesitated for a moment, but they still flew up with some apprehension. Wu Fu also summoned his spirit beast. It was a high-rank 6 scarlet flame bird, and it just so happened to carry him and the Du couple. At this time, Yu Laiyin couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked Ling Xiao, "Junior brother, what rank is this spirit beast? Why do I feel like it's stronger than a 6th-rank spirit beast? Could it be a high-rank 6th-rank spirit beast or?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. It just broke through to the 7th rank. 7th? Only 7th rank. The two women exclaimed at the same time, their expressions incomparably shocked. Ling Xiao said, "Yes, this fellow's advancement is a bit slow." Compared to the prodigal and dragon lady, Xiao Jin's advancement speed was indeed slower. The main reason was that the prodigal and dragon lady had their own fortuitous encounters, while Xiao Jin's fortuitous encounters were slightly lesser. It could only rely on continuously swallowing beast cores to advance. The two women were shocked speechless. A 7th rank spirit beast was comparable to an emperor tier spirit beast. With such a spirit beast around, they could do whatever they wanted in the central region. Only now did they realize that Ling Xiao was completely different from before. It was as if he was no longer on the same level as they were. Chapter 769. Ever since Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang came to the central region, their strength had been steadily improving. This speed of improvement wasn't considered much in the central region, but it was considered to be above average. This was also because they hadn't received good training. However, at their current age, if they were to return to the northwest, this kind of strength would be considered very outstanding and could be compared to the older generation. They had always been glad that they could come to the central region to improve themselves instead of staying in the tiny northwest. They had always felt quite satisfied with their current situation. However, in front of Ling Xiao, who had also come to the central region, their little bit of happiness disappeared. Although they couldn't see through Ling Xiao's current cultivation, just the mount under his crotch was enough to make them feel like they could only look up to him. A rank 7 Wolf King was a very powerful existence no matter where it was. It could almost annihilate ordinary rank 7 or rank 6 sections. Don't be anxious. When I have time, I will accompany you to hunt 2 rank 7 spirit beasts and let them be your protective spirit beasts. Ling Xiao thought that they were envious, so he immediately promised. With his current strength, subduing a rank 7 spirit beast was no longer a difficult task. Ling Xiao, what's your strength now? Wu Meinyang came back to her senses and asked. Yu Laiyan also looked at Ling Xiao expectantly, waiting for Ling Xiao's answer. Can I not say this? Ling Xiao said as he scratched the back of his head. No. The two women said in unison. All right, as long as you don't get discouraged. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Then, he said, I can be considered to have the strength of a heavenly venerable. Heavenly venerable. The two women were shocked, and a storm was set off in their hearts. How old was Ling Xiao now? He wasn't even 30 years old, which was 2 or 3 years younger than them. However, he was already a full rank higher than them. How big of a gap was this? Ling Xiao didn't want to be entangled on this topic, so he immediately changed the topic and said, Right, tell me why all of you came to the Central Territory and were almost captured by that ugly fellow? It's all because of you, bad guy. Yu Laiyan answered first. Ling Xiao touched his nose and put on an innocent expression. He remembered that when he returned to the Purple Heaven sect, both Yu Laiyan and Bing Ruoshui had disappeared together. He didn't expect to meet them one after another in the central region. It seemed that the fate between him and the fire and ice had already been decided by the heavens. Ling Xiao couldn't help but wonder if he could find the woman he loved the most in his heart again. 6 people and 2 beasts rushed towards Peach City. Yu Laiyan also began to tell them how she had been captured if she had come to the central region. She even told them about how she had been captured. After listening to her, Ling Xiao couldn't help but put his arm around her shoulder and said, It's been hard on you all these years. From now on, you can stay by my side. No one can bully you anymore. Yu Laiyan was extremely satisfied when she heard this. She leaned her head lightly on Ling Xiao's shoulder with a happy smile on her face. Her many years of persistence had finally borne fruit. Wu Meinyang, who was at the side, was quite envious. She turned her face to the side and was very confused. She wasn't very familiar with Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao showed extraordinary talent in the secret realm, he had attracted her attention. However, she had never thought that she would suddenly have such a close relationship with Ling Xiao. It had to be said that it was the easiest to develop feelings between men and women. Especially as a woman, she valued chastity more. Moreover, she had been completely subdued by Ling Xiao's powerful physique in the past few days. Moreover, Ling Xiao wasn't as immature as he was in the past. Not only did he have a handsome and charming face, he even emanated a powerful and overbearing aura. His manly charm was unquestionable, and her heart had unknowingly been captured by him. Now that she saw Ling Xiao treating her junior sister so well and so kindly, she couldn't help but feel slightly unbalanced in her heart. Suddenly, a thick hand rested on her shoulder, and then her entire body was pulled back and nestled against a broad chest. Wu Meinyang struggled lightly and said, "What are you doing? You and junior sister are both my women from now on, understand?" Ling Xiao spoke in an indisputable tone. "Who's your woman?" Wu Meinyang said in a low voice with a blushing face. Her heart was inexplicably beating very fast, and a sweet feeling filled her entire body. "We've already been honest with each other, and you're not who I am. However, if you don't like me and want to find another man, I don't mind," Ling Xiao said with a somewhat naughty smile. "Who's going to find another man?" Wu Meinyang said with a somewhat anxious expression. "Hee, senior sister, you've been tricked by him. How could he tolerate being cuckolded?" Yu Lion covered her mouth and laughed lightly. "What a bad guy." Wu Meinyang looked at the smiling face of Ling Xiao and shyly bit Ling Xiao's arm. "Are you all born in the year of the dog?" Ling Xiao cried out in pain. Peach City was a city directly under Peach Love Valley, and it was famous in the central region for its prostitution. Most of the people who came here were scholars and poets, and most of them were warriors who liked to drink and drink. There were many brothels in the city, and they were all businesses of Peach Love Valley. There was also a lake outside the city, and on the lake, there was a boathouse for all kinds of refined people to seek pleasure. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived at the lake, they had already recalled their spirit beasts and started to retract their auras. They slowly walked by the lake, enjoying the rare peace and quiet. Originally, Ling Xiao wanted to return to Wind Cloud City as soon as possible, but he saw that the lake was bustling, so he specially went to sightsee. Furthermore, according to Yu Lian and Wu Meinyang's introduction, this was an important place in Peach Love Valley to fish for crystals. Ling Xiao also had an attitude of learning, and he wanted to see if Wind Cloud City could learn from them and create a similar prostitution ground for mercenaries and loose cultivators who hunted spirit beasts in the Death Mountain range all year round to seek pleasure. Presumably, this would also be a great source of income. There are quite a few boathouses in this lake. I wonder how many Xian crystals each one will cost? Ling Xiao opened his beauty fan, like an elegant young master traveling with a beauty, looking very carefree and at ease. Yu Lian replied from the side, "I heard that each boat costs 100 middle-grade Xian crystals a day, and depending on the size of the boat, the price is also different, and the girls on the boat have different looks, so the fees charged are also different. There are at least a few hundred boats here, and in a day, there would be tens of thousands of middle-grade Xian crystals. In addition to the fees charged by the girls in the boat, there would be no less than 100,000 middle-grade Xian crystals a day, and in a month, there would be millions of middle-grade Xian crystals." After hearing this, Ling Xiao calculated for a while and sighed. A glint flashed across his dragon eyes, and he was also thinking about how he could build such a good place in Wind Cloud City. The few of them strolled around. The man was extraordinarily handsome and the woman was gorgeous, attracting the attention of many tourists. "If I also build a place like this, can the two of you take care of it for me?" Ling Xiao asked Yu Lian and Wu Meinyang. The two girls looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Wu Meinyang frowned and said, "Don't tell me you also want to seek pleasure every day like these men?" In her heart, she was more disgusted with these women who had mistakenly fallen into the mortal world. In her heart, she was more against this place of prostitution. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said, "With you guys here, how can I have the energy to seek pleasure?" Yu Lian spat and said, "What are you talking about? Why do you want to build a place like this?" "Of course it's to fish for crystals. It's not easy to find crystal mines right now, and if you want to survive, how can you not have profound crystals? These women are willing to give up their bodies in exchange for crystals, and that's nothing much. In any case, as long as it's voluntary, I don't object, Ling Xiao said. In this world, no matter where it was, there would always be a place of prostitution. This had existed since ancient times, and even if he didn't do it, there would naturally be others who would. As long as he didn't force those women to do it, he didn't have anything to feel guilty about. After all, everyone was doing it for the sake of survival. Wu Mainyang pouted. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. This was because she knew that what Ling Xiao said was the truth. For example, when they were in the Peach Blossom Valley, there were many companions who liked to use yang to nourish their yin to increase their strength. To them, it was a kind of sorrow that there was no love between men and women. She couldn't help but think that she and her junior sister seemed to have broken through to the Earth Emperor stage after having intercourse with Ling Xiao. Could it be that junior sister and I are such women? No, that's impossible. Wu Mainyang didn't dare to believe it. Junior brother is right. If you can find a good place, senior sister and I will definitely be able to help you. Yu Laiyan seemed to be very interested in this matter, and she agreed with Ling Xiao's idea. After all, it was extremely difficult to travel in the central region without profound crystals, and Yu Laiyan didn't care too much about what others thought of her. As long as she had profound crystals, she would have resources, and her cultivation would naturally be greatly accelerated. She didn't want to be left further and further behind by Ling Xiao. Yes, we'll talk about this when we get back to our territory. Ling Xiao replied softly. He only wanted to let the two women manage the early stages of the development. Once they were on the right track, he naturally didn't want them to put too much thought into this aspect. Where exactly is our territory? Why did the three of them call you young master, and call our city lord's wife? Yu Laiyan asked eagerly. On the way here, Ling Xiao didn't clearly say which power he was in, and they were left in suspense. Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. Let's go back now. Ling Xiao looked around and found nothing interesting, so he said to them. The group was about to enter the city and use the transportation formation to hurry to another place, and then return to Wind Cloud City. However, it just so happened that some insensible people came knocking at their door at this time. Aya, I was wondering where you two junior sisters were. So it turns out that you followed a wild man outside. To think that my master was worried about you. Now it seems that you're living a very comfortable life. A seductive voice sounded not far away from them. Chapter 770. The one who spoke was a woman who was dressed very skimpily. Her arms, shoulders, belly button, and legs were all exposed. Only a few vital parts of her body were covered by silk. Her looks were also of the upper class. This kind of attire caused her to attract the scorching gazes of many animals. If it wasn't for the few men with extraordinary auras following behind her, they would have run over to strike up a conversation with her. This woman was called Miao Yin, and she was the disciple of Deacon Gan Yin. She had the strength of a mid-stage earth sovereign. Back in the Passion Valley, Gan Yin had wanted to bring Yu Laiyan and Wu Mainyang out of the valley. However, Piao Yin and Miao Yin had fainted after being poisoned by fragrance powder. When they woke up, they heard that Yu Laiyan and Wu Mainyang had been kidnapped by fragrance powder. Originally, Yu Laiyan and Wu Mainyang were only outer sect disciples. Even if they went missing, it wouldn't cause too much of a commotion. However, because of this, her master was punished by the elders of the sect. Now, seeing the two women snuggling up to an elegant young master and looking very happy, Miao Yin was very angry. She had heard that none of the women kidnapped by fragrance powder had survived. She couldn't understand why they would appear here. She didn't want to pursue this matter. She knew that she had to teach these two outer sect disciples a lesson. Otherwise, they would be too arrogant. At the same time, she also noticed that the two women had actually entered the Earth's sovereign realm. If they were discovered by the elders of the sect, they would probably be taken in as true disciples immediately. The jealousy in her heart became even stronger. When Yu Laiyan and Wu Mainyang saw the person who had come, they instinctively shrank back. Their faces were filled with stage fright. After all, they had stayed in the Passion Valley for a long time. They were already used to being bullied. Even though Ling Xiao was by their side, they still revealed expressions of fear. What? You don't even call me senior sister now that you have a wild man. Do you think that you have the ability to break away from the backing of my valley? Do you think that you can be so arrogant now? Miao Yin said very harshly. The two women tightened their grip on Ling Xiao's arms. They were with Ling Xiao and had no intention of returning to the Passion Valley. Junior brother, let's go, Yu Laiyan said, pulling Ling Xiao. Now, they just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible so that the deacons or elders in the valley wouldn't find out and cause more trouble. Hearing that Yu Laiyan wanted to leave, Miao Yin immediately waved to the men behind her and said, Look, these two are our Peach Love Valley's junior sisters. They look so coquettish. Whoever wants to go up to them, as long as you can subdue them, they will belong to you. The men behind her were all strong men who had been seduced by her. They were originally for her to enjoy, but now that she did not want to make a move, she would let them teach them a lesson on her behalf. In any case, her master was nearby. When he rushed over, these two sluts would have a good time. These men all possessed the strength of high-level Earth Sovereign Realm experts. Their bodies were filled with the aura of uncultivated savagery and killing intent. At the same time, their eyes revealed a strong desire for greed. Brat, this is none of your business. If you don't want to die, then scram. A middle-aged man glared at Ling Xiao as he pointed at Ling Xiao in disdain and shouted, That's right. While we're in a good mood, you little pinkhead, hurry up and scram. We want these two girls. Later on, in the private ship, you two beauties will serve us well. It will definitely make you remember it for the rest of your life, hee. Cut the crap, hurry up and take them away. A few strong men gathered around and spoke with a teasing tone. The two girls instinctively leaned closer to Ling Xiao. They knew that Ling Xiao had a level 7 spirit beast, so they were not so nervous. Ling Xiao lightly waved his beautiful fan and said indifferently, Throw these mad dogs into the lake to feed the fish. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible force came from the side. Puff puff. The few strong men were instantly crushed to the point that they bled from their 7 orifices. Before they could understand what was going on, their heart meridians had already been shattered. Before they could fall to the ground, a gust of wind blew over and threw them into the lake. Their blood instantly spread out and dyed the nearby lake a bright red. It was an incomparably beautiful sight. This time, the surrounding people were shocked. Many people immediately scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to stay and watch the show, afraid that they would be implicated. Miao Yin, who was standing in the same place, was scared silly. Those people just now were all experts that she thought highly of. They were not far from the Empyrean realm and were just right for her to absorb yang qi to improve her strength. However, the expert in her eyes had died inexplicably, and he had really been thrown into the pond to feed the fish. All this happened in a flash. She did not know what had happened, but an incomparable sense of fear immediately struck her whole body. What do you want to do with her? Ling Xiao asked the two women as if the people who had just died had nothing to do with him. The two women were still in a daze. They only came to their senses when they heard Ling Xiao's question. We'd better leave quickly. After all, this is the territory of the Peach Valley. If we attract other experts, it will be difficult. Wu Meinyang was a cautious person. She did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. What are you afraid of? Yu Laiyan, on the other hand, was relieved. She guessed that the 3 people who followed Ling Xiao should be quite powerful, so she was not afraid of anything. However, before she could finish her words, Miao Yin came to her senses and begged for mercy. Junior sisters, don't be reckless. I was just joking. I will leave now, and I will never appear in front of you again. As she spoke, she retreated, afraid that she would die inexplicably like those people. Stop. Who allowed you to leave? Yu Laiyan shouted. Miao Yin shivered. Her legs went soft. She knelt down and begged, Junior sisters, please let me go. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Faced with the choice of life and death, Miao Yin did not dare to be careless. As long as she was alive, she was not afraid that she would not be able to get back at them. Yu Laiyan took 2 steps forward. She raised her hand and fiercely slapped towards Miao Yin's face. Slap. You stinky girl, you always bully us sisters by relying on that witch's name. If I don't teach you a lesson now, I will not be able to calm down. When Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang were in the Peach Valley, they had been bullied by Miao Yin and her disciple many times. If they did not get back at them now, they would not be able to calm down. Junior sister, I was blind. Please do me a favor and let me go. Miao Yin did not fight back and continued to beg for mercy. She shouted in her heart, Master, quickly come and kill these 2 bitches. Slap, slap. Who told you to bully us? Yu Laiyan continued to slap Miao Yin. Miao Yin's face became extremely red and swollen. A lot of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Senior sister, come and slap me a few times. I feel much better now. Yu Laiyan turned his head and called out to Wu Meinyang. Wu Meinyang hesitated for a moment, but still walked over and gave Miao Yin a fierce slap. Hee, to think that you would have such a day. Wu Meinyang felt very good after slapping Miao Yin. After ridiculing Miao Yin, she continued to slap Miao Yin a few more times. Miao Yin was so ashamed that she wanted to die. She had been slapped in public. She did not even have the most basic dignity. Suddenly, 3 tyrannical auras flew over from not far away. You 2 bitches, you actually dare to hit my disciple. Are you rebelling? An angry voice resounded. A powerful wave of water rushed towards Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang. Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang were shocked. They knew that Miao Yin's master, Gan Yin, had come to kill them. Just as the wave of water was about to reach the 2 of them, a formless power destroyed it. Who is it? How dare you meddle in the affairs of our Peach Love Valley? Gan Yin landed not far away and shouted. There was a man and a woman beside her. They were both middle-aged. The man was a high-level celestial venerable, while the woman was a mid-level celestial venerable like Gan Yin. Master, you're finally here. Quickly kill these 2 bitches. Miao Yin cried out in fear. She wanted to get up from the ground and return to her master's side. Who allowed you to get up? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Miao Yin, who was just about to get up, was once again confined by a formless power. She was still kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Who are you? Could it be that you are the fragrance wafting 10,000 li? Gan Yin stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Hee, is that ugly freak as handsome as me? Could it be that your eyes have been blinded by eye wax? Ling Xiao lightly waved his beautiful fan and said with a faint smile. What a sharp-tongued brat. See how I tear your mouth apart. Gan Yin flew into a rage out of humiliation. She shouted delicately and condensed a water palm shadow, which blasted towards Ling Xiao. However, before her water palm shadow could reach Ling Xiao, an even more terrifying aura descended on her head. In-air, be careful. The male celestial venerable sensed that something was wrong and shouted in alarm. But, unfortunately, his words were too late. Gan Yin had already been sent flying like a cannonball. The male celestial venerable immediately moved his body and swept towards Gan Yin, catching her. However, the impact was too great. Even he was sent flying far away before he could stop himself. Emperor stage powerhouse. The male celestial venerable exclaimed in his heart. He was already a high-level celestial venerable. An expert with the strength of a celestial venerable would definitely not be able to send him flying so far. He could only think of an even more terrifying high-level opponent. He looked at Gan Yin, who was in his arms. Her face was completely distorted, and many bloody teeth had flown out. She looked extremely disgusting and ugly. Meng De, you have to avenge me. It hurts so much. Gan Yin was like a child as she sobbed in the male celestial venerable's arms. Shut up. The other party has a super powerhouse. We must not act rashly. The male celestial venerable shouted softly. He was now thinking whether he should immediately turn around and run. After all, with the other party's strength, it would be easy for them to crush them to death. It was not worthwhile for him to lose his life for Gan. All of you, come over here. Whoever dares to run will be killed without mercy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Since these people had run into his hands, he naturally had to avenge his woman. Why would Ling Xiao care about a mere Peach Love Valley? Chapter 771. Let's go! The male heavenly venerate called Meng De gritted his teeth and shouted at the other female heavenly venerate. He carried Gan and quickly retreated. Even if the other party didn't have the real mystic the Arch, they would at least have a half-step the Arch. How could he dare to challenge them? Didn't you hear that my young master asked you to stay? A faint voice rang out, and a silhouette had already arrived in front of Meng De. A terrifying aura pressed down on the three of them, forcing them to step back. The person who stopped them was naturally the half-step the Arch Wu Fu. Du Tai and Song Minghua wanted to help, but against such an opponent, it would be making a big fuss out of nothing. My lord, this has nothing to do with me. I am not from the Peach Love Valley. Meng De threw Gan out and hurriedly said. He was indeed not from the Peach Love Valley. He was just an itinerant cultivator and one of Gan Yin's lovers. Meng De, how can you do this? Gan Yin glared at Meng De and shouted. When the two of them were together, they made a solemn vow of undying love. Now that there was just a little bit of danger, they were already facing a disaster. Their relationship, which was purely based on the exchange of flesh, was really very unreliable. The other mid-level heavenly venerate was calmer. She looked at Ling Xiao and said lightly, "Who are you? Why are you going against the Peach Love Valley?" This mid-level heavenly venerate was the deacon who managed the nearby boat business. Her name was Ning Qin. Just like Gan Yin, she had an affair with Meng De. Both of them cultivated the beautiful girl technique. Ling Xiao ignored Ning Qin. He looked at Yu Lian and Wu Mainyang and said, "Since the Peach Valley has taken care of you for so many years as your man, if I don't repay them, I won't be able to live." Then he shouted upwards, "The three of you, hurry up and get down here." Ling Xiao's voice contained a great dragon might, and a powerful emperor's aura was released. Meng De, Gan Yin, and Ning Qin's bodies trembled, and a sense of fear arose in their hearts. They all descended from the sky, trembling in fear. This young master, I am really not from the Passion Valley. I am just acquainted with them." Meng De bowed slightly towards Ling Xiao with a slightly subservient expression. "I really didn't expect you to be such a despicable person. This old lady has truly seen through you. To think that I've brought the disciples of the valley out for you to enjoy." Gan Yin roared at Meng De with incomparable fury. He, you did all of that willingly. What does that have to do with me?" Meng De smiled like a wretch. Truly shameless. Ning Qin also cursed from the side. "All right, I don't have time to waste on your nonsense," Ling Xiao said faintly. He then turned to Yu Lian and Wu Mainyang and asked, "Is this the woman who wants to force you to serve this man?" As Ling Xiao spoke, he pointed at Gan Yin and Meng De. Before coming to Peach City, the two women had already told Ling Xiao everything that had happened in the Passion Valley. They had even reprimanded Gan Yin and her disciple for what they had done to them countless times. The two women nodded towards Ling Xiao at the same time. They could feel Ling Xiao's domineering aura and the strength of the people behind him. They felt inexplicably at ease, as if nothing was too difficult for Ling Xiao. A strong sense of reliance involuntarily arose in their hearts. You two, don't talk nonsense. When we were in the valley, I was so good to you. I never hit or scolded you." Gan Yin immediately turned her face and said. She didn't understand how these two outer disciples had encountered such a scholarly young master. However, looking at his attitude, she knew that the power behind him was not weak. She didn't dare to be arrogant at all. This has nothing to do with me. I have never seen you two beautiful ladies. I hope this young master will be magnanimous." Meng De pretended to be calm and smiled. Ling Xiao really couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He immediately said, throw the three of them into the river to feed the fish. It was impossible for those who had bullied his women to be safe and sound. You can't do this. Our Passion Valley won't. Gan Yin said in panic. At the same time, she couldn't care less about her disciple's life or death. She once again hurriedly ran away. Unfortunately, Wu Fu had already received the order and had already shot out a gorgeous flame that wrapped her in layers. Meng De knew that the situation was not good. This time, he didn't run away, nor did he beg for mercy. Instead, he actually rushed towards Ling Xiao. He knew that as long as he could control this young man, there was hope for him to escape. Brat, you've gone too far. Meng Da's palm turned into a claw and grabbed towards Ling Xiao's neck. The two women beside Ling Xiao exclaimed at the same time, "Be careful." Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. "So what if I bully you?" After saying that, he didn't move an inch. A simple fist smashed towards the shadow of the claw. "You overestimate yourself." Meng De laughed in his heart. He saw that Ling Xiao's strength was only at the Earth Sovereign stage, but he actually dared to attack with his fist. He was very proud of himself. Unfortunately, when his claw came into contact with Ling Xiao's fist, his expression immediately changed. The incomparably strong fist force smashed towards him like a meteorite and directly broke his finger. Not only that, there was also a terrifying barbaric force that directly drilled into his arm, destroying his skin, flesh, meridians, bones. Just like that, one of his arms was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, appearing extremely frightening. "Do you think that I'm weak and easy to bully?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His figure moved closer to Meng De, who was retreating backwards, and he smashed his golden fist fiercely towards him. Bang! The fist that was comparable to a divine weapon directly penetrated Meng Da's defensive armor and passed through his body, causing some of his internal organs to be exposed. It seemed extremely disgusting and nauseating. Meng De still stared fixedly at Ling Xiao until he died, and his eyes revealed dense shock and unwillingness. "Alas, you've dirted my hands." Ling Xiao sighed lightly. He casually waved his hand and tossed Meng Da's body into the nearby lake. On the other side, Wu Fu had burned Gan Yin into a flaming figure and similarly tossed her into the lake. "I'll leave this woman to you, toss her into the lake." Ling Xiao pointed at Miao Yin, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling. "No. I beg you, let me go, I'm willing to do anything for you." Miao Yin was already scared out of her wits. She immediately cried bitterly and begged for mercy. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. He just confined her strength and let Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang do it. The result was self-evident. They were not soft-hearted people. Killing an enemy was not a big deal. It was just that they were thoroughly shocked by Ling Xiao's strength. Previously, Ling Xiao had only said that he had the strength of a heavenly venerable. They had all thought that he might be a low-level heavenly venerable. After all, Ling Xiao was too young. To be able to reach this stage was already quite outstanding for Tenbin. However, they knew that Gan Yin had the strength of a mid-level heavenly venerable, and her lover seemed to be even stronger than her. He should have reached the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable. However, such a high-level heavenly venerable powerhouse couldn't even take a single move from Ling Xiao. This made them understand how terrifying Ling Xiao's strength was. This was definitely not a strength that a low-level heavenly venerable could possess. He was at least a peak heavenly venerable, or even an existence that had already surpassed a heavenly venerable. Otherwise, how could a high-level heavenly venerable kill a high-level heavenly venerable in one move? Thinking back to the time when Ling Xiao was with them in the northwest, his strength was not much different from theirs. But now, the difference was like heaven and earth. This made them feel a deep sense of defeat. Ning Yan, who was still alive, didn't dare to move. She was already shocked. She was afraid that the next one to die would be her. She didn't understand how Gan Yin and the others had provoked such a powerful enemy. They had even put her in a dilemma. What should she do? Just as she stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do, something seemed to have barged into her sea of consciousness, causing her to instantly become sluggish. In her sea of consciousness, her soul emerged, wanting to expel those strange runes that had inexplicably barged into her sea of consciousness. Unfortunately, her soul force wasn't enough to resist these runes. One rune after another kept barging in, forming a mysterious array that pressed down on her soul. She didn't have any leeway to resist and was completely suppressed by these runes. These runes constantly seeped into her soul and gradually occupied a dominant position. "Young master, what should we do with this?" Wu Fu came to Ling Xiao's side and pointed at Ning Yan. Ling Xiao recovered after a while and said, "I have my own use for this." He paused and looked at Ning Yan. "Come here for a moment." "Yes, master." Ning Yan recovered from her daze and walked towards Ling Xiao. Everyone present was even more stunned. They didn't understand why Ning Yan called Ling Xiao master. "In the future, you should call me young master. I have some things to ask you," Ling Xiao said. Thus, he asked Ning Yan a few questions about the boats on the lake. Ling Xiao unexpectedly discovered that Ning Yan was actually the deacon in charge of these boats. This made him very happy. He had originally planned to let Yu Laiyan and Wu Meinyang go back and create this place to pass time. Now that he had Ning Yan under control, this problem was solved for him. "Let's go to your Peach Love Valley and greet your valley master." Ling Xiao suddenly changed his mind. Since he had already killed someone, the elders of the nearby Peach Love Valley had already sensed it. He might as well go all out and make a trip to the Peach Love Valley. Thinking about it, with his current reputation, this small Peach Love Valley wouldn't be too arrogant. A dozen or so sounds of wind breaking could be heard. A few heavenly venerables and a dozen or so earthly emperors descended from the sky. Who exactly is causing trouble here? An old woman immediately questioned the moment she landed. This old woman was already a high-level heavenly venerable. She was the leader of this group of people. At this time, Ning Yan walked forward and said, "City Lord, this is young Master Ling Xiao from Wind Cloud City. He is preparing to pay a visit to our Valley Master." The moment these words came out, the people of Peach Love Valley immediately became shocked. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.